What's up, everybody? Good morning. Sorry about being late. My little girl wanted to not let me sleep. I seen 3 o'clock this morning. I was up until 3 o'clock this morning. I was pissed. I was so pissed. But anyway, I'm going to solve that issue today because I can't do this anymore. I cannot have her continuously continuously keep me up because she sleeps all day because I'm working. So I got to figure out what time it is. So I'm going to do these live streams. I'll probably start doing them at like 8 o'clock or so. We'll figure that out later. But thank you guys for joining us. If you don't know, I am Justin. I've been trading for almost 10 years now. Looks like we got a little bounce in the markets. If you could, take the time to hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. And we're here to educate. Why do we do this? We're here to help educate, help you guys in the markets. You know, we don't charge a dime. All we do ask is that you do hit that like and subscribe in exchange. So we're here to help you guys with the markets. I trade my own capital live here. If you guys have any questions, you guys can throw them in the comment section. I'll get to them as I see them. So it looks like we do have a gap up today. This gap up, I want to see if it holds pre-market highs into Friday's highs. Keep your eye on the yields and take notice to what they're going to do, you know, throughout today, into tomorrow, into Wednesday, because it's going to be very important. It's going to be important because you get another rip higher. We get another rip higher in the 10-year, and you could probably kiss this bounce goodbye. So what we'll do now is we'll run through just to see where everything is at. Come on. If you guys can hear the TV, let me know. And look, there you go. It's trying again. Let's see where the 30-year is. Jesus Christ. That's insane, guys. That's insane. All right. Well, there's that. So 30-year is trying to rip to new highs while the market is pulling back. If this thing continues to go, this is not going to hold Friday's high, pre-market lows. So we got to keep our eyes on the yields. So for now, I'm going to look for a technical bounce. I just don't know. So here's what I'm saying. It's if I pull up the S&Ps, right, and I go to a daily chart, right? If I go to a daily chart, here's the RSI. It's just way oversold. It's trying to curl its way up. If I go to 30-year, right, it's not as overbought. Am I wrong? It is 73. So yes, it is just as overbought. So let's see if it does try to put in a lower high here. Even though it is making a new high, with it putting in a lower high, that's obviously relative weakness, right? There's that divergence. If you, what you say? Sorry guys, I still got it in my head. If you guys could take the time, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Alright, if you guys have any tickers, you can throw them in the chat. But I'm going to be watching a few things here. I'm going to be watching everything from Tesla. Pretty much everything we went over yesterday. Palo Alto, things of that nature. Obviously, because they reported Friday. I do have some coffee brewing, so I might have to step away for a minute. I'm not going to rush into today, me personally. But I am going to go cover some of these. Alright, so it's not going to give me pre-market. What you say you are. Alright. So we look for whatever we have that's been strong. This is a small double top up here, if not a triple top for AMD. I would like to see if that high 105 area holds. But more so, I'm going to be looking for Friday's close. I haven't had any time, obviously, because I just woke up not too long ago, to see if there's any type of small caps, any type of news today. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We're gonna look for. I'm gonna look for a bounce in the overall markets, and then I'm gonna want to also watch what Google does. I want to see what it does or doesn't do because of how it closed red, with every other stock closing green. All right. I'll be right back. Let me go make. Let me go pour my cup of coffee, and I will be right back. And look at that. Google hasn't gapped up either. Right? Google has not gapped up. It has not gotten above Friday's high. Right? Not necessarily Friday's high, but look at the chart pattern. So we'll see what happens. Now if the SPY and them pull back and then we get Google to bounce back up, that's gonna be pretty nice. Is this what you meant yesterday? I'm not sure if you hear Collins. This previous neckline right here, left shoulder head, right shoulder, I guess right here would be left shoulder head, right shoulder, break, retest, bang. All right, let me go pour my coffee before this bell rings. Um, Good luck today, everyone. If you guys have any questions, just give me a shout. So I'm gonna watch Google right off the bat today. See what happens with it.
BLG Covenant Logistics on August 18th acquired 100% of equity interest of a specialized brokerage company. Purchase price is expected to range from $8 to $20 million. That's Charlie Victor Lima Golf. That in an 8K filing. CBLG.
How does this look for you guys? I can't really see it. I gotta get my levels for Palo Alto. All right, so let's let us focus on that Palo Alto because that's going to be really important. I feel like that's going to be really important. Did he just say nobody's talking about Google? Nobody's talking about Google but us? Get the fuck out. Motherfucker, we've been calling this shit out since yesterday, bro. Fuck you talking about? Fucking goof ass trigger. Say, I'm on one this morning. I'm sorry. Alright, let me see what that looks like for you guys. That's not bad, right? Cool. Good deal, because now I have everything I need. I'm so pissed about yesterday, guys. You guys have no idea. This... My little... Dude, she's been keeping me up like crazy, guys. I seen 3 o'clock last night. I was so pissed. Fuck. Alright, and Tesla. I think Tesla's also going to be another one we want to watch for. I just don't know what Palo Alto is going to do for us. I feel like... Maybe we could buy a pullback. Let's see if we can get a pullback. See, it's already gapped up, though. Like, so... It's gapped up so much. Let me go make this coffee, and we will get down to business. If you could, hit the like button, share, subscribe. If you haven't already subscribed, subscribe. We're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers. Yeah, we went from 100 to 100,000. Why not? Why not? Alright. Obvious top gainer. I also want to see where this is in conjunction. This is going to be a resistance level. But it had decent news. It broke below it because of the change in... them reporting earnings and people, you know, them changing to Friday afternoon. Everyone thinking it was going to be, you know, it was bad, whatever. So, 232.55, right? 231 or 232 to 232.50. I'm going to be watching this area. I'm going to be watching Friday's pre-market high. I'm going to be watching Friday's high on Palo Alto. Right? If we get any type of pullback into here, I still feel like you've broken above this major support level now that it should stick. And look, it's going to start going now. So, good luck today, guys. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the comments section. I will get to them as soon as I see them. Okay, come on. Go ahead, baby girl. Go ahead. Go look outside. Alright, give me 1 minute. Let me go make my coffee. See what this market wants to do, guys. Alright, the US market has opened. This is our 100-day moving average. It should be, right? Watch for this bounce back on that 100-day moving average on Tesla. Right? Look at that. Look at it. Just tapped right into it, guys. How do we manage this trade? How do we get an entry here? Well, we entered the 100-day moving average. Where is our... Where would... So, I want to look to see if we can get Tesla back up to that 230 area. It's going to be a perfect area right here. Oh my gosh, come on.
Papa November 8 p.m.
I'm ready to make a killing this week, guys. I'm telling you right now. I'm ready to make a killing. I'm going in like a dog. I'm going after it. And I would hope that you guys would do the same. So we have 235. Look, you still have a major area of resistance here at 223. 223 is going to be a big level, everyone. I said 235, right? Where the hell? Yeah, there we go. So let's go to our hourly chart. Sometimes you gotta dumb it down a little bit because if you are what you say you are, superstar.
ESTE.
Again, you gotta get above this level and then start working your way up.
Now $18.29. Stone being acquired by Permian Resources. And an all-stock transaction valued at $4.5 billion.
Look at that rejection. I had a feeling, guys. I'm just gonna walk it up. How about that? What we're gonna do is we're just gonna walk it up. Alright, I'm gonna just walk this thing up. That's what I'm gonna do. That's all we can do, right? That's all we can do. Pan W, look, I feel like it's going. They're saying it's going. Alright, there's 230, 350 area. $239.50. Alright, so I guess AMD's also going. I figured Tesla was going to struggle a bit. Let me get my charts going. Like I said, I'm gonna be taking my time this morning, guys. Because that's a tough area. I really think Tesla, it just would not surprise me if Tesla ends up having a whole nother sell-off like it did a while back. There goes the S&Ps. Really feel like that's some weak volume. Like, seriously. No, that's a 5-minute chart. We need 3-minute. Alright, there goes Tesla. Tesla's getting that bounce. There it goes. Tesla's strong, guys. Tesla is very strong, team. Pan W, Palo Alto, is even stronger. So where is our resistance level at? Alright. I still have all the levels. 243.50. 243.50 is what I'm going to watch for Palo Alto. So if any of you guys are long, I need a pullback. I may not get it. It's got relative strength. And it's already there. It's already almost there. Shit. Alright, that trade idea is gone. Next level would be like 248. 250. Yeah, 250 guys on Palo Alto. If it wants to continue, if it's going to give us relative strength, everybody's raising their price targets. That's so funny. That's so funny. Alright, what level is this? What did I say? 435. It's already up 438. Alright, yep. Rip. We're gunning. We are gunning. I'm going to go grab a coffee, guys. I'm going to let this market hopefully try and pull back in, and I'm going to go grab a coffee. Video strong like bull. If you guys don't know, we do have a Twitter account where we give out different trade ideas and stuff. So look, let's take notice. What's the first thing we noticed? The S&P struggling pre-market highs. Sorry, I'm just trying to get comfortable. I'm really kind of leery about having my coffee there. One, because where my computer is. Two, the volume. I still feel like this is going to be a low volume push. So, let's find out. What time is it? It's 9:45. Let me see here if I really want to see the volume on today. The volume isn't, because I thought last week we had some pretty low volume, and Thursday it came in. Obviously, Thursday. We all know how Thursdays are. If you're new here, there's actually a really nice area of support and resistance. Pretty clear here at 436. That would be pretty cool if we got another opportunity at like 436 to go long. I doubt it's going to give it to us. But we could get 436 actually. We might get 436, guys. So if you guys are long, I don't know. So you have Palo Alto running, Nvidia running. If everything just continues to run, you know, see where their resistance is, you know, see where that resistance is at, and then look to see if you can get a pullback and then grab a lower price. Everyone get excited going long, right? If we are patient, we could wait for our 436. It's like, I'm going to say, for me, I want to look for 436.64 area. 436.64 area. Here we go. Here she come. Here she come. Her pulling it back in. I hope you know that's a joke. That was a joke. That was a complete joke. So if you don't already take pictures of these charts and keep them to see them in the future, right? You had Friday, you had an up day. You could even go as far as Thursday, Friday, and into Monday. You had a gap down into Friday with an up day, and then a continuation to the upside. So when we end the day today, you'll be able to say, hey, on a prior day, on a prior day, you know, rally with the gap up, you come in or off of an up day, a gap up off of an up day. You know, you're gonna start seeing a lot of these. You're gonna see a lot of these charts over and over and over, and if you familiarize yourself with them, you should be able to start. You know, it should make it a lot easier for you to make and take entries, right? Make and take entries. It already, see, it just flushed there. I was looking at that 436. 436. Here we go. So I have two things here. Do I end up just taking this? Do I take this short here and grab 436 puts, or do I grab, which I'm going to? I'm going to grab some 436 puts, but I'm going to wait a minute. I'm going to wait. Because what happens is that I think I can bring this down a few cents. Like, I don't care if it's 50 cents, whatever. So, I did not take it. I almost tried. And they're already up 44 from 41. You are what you say you are. And have no fear. The camera see ya. So they're already up 50 cents. 50 cents already. That's 10 cents, guys. That's already a 10-cent trade. What's 10 cents on 40? 20 would be 50%. Right? Right? That's already 25% I just gave you. Right on that resistance at pre-market lows. Right? I mean, this is what we do here. This is what we do. If you're new, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. I'm going to start getting up earlier. I'm going to start. It's not even me. It's this little girl to the next to me. This little girl next to me who just wants to be loved and played with and stuff. And, you know, because I'm working all day, so I feel terrible. Can I get this? Will it give it to me again? I gotta wait now. That was a nice entry, guys. That was a really nice entry if you guys got into them. YouTube must not like me. Alright. So again, why are we saying this? Because we still have an area that I feel like we can get to that you want to like pull it back into to really bring the buyers in. Pre-market, you just rallied. Let's see if we can get down into this area. Again, 436, like 65. And see if we can turn even this double top. Right? 436.91. See if we can turn it into support during market hours. Alright? A lot of these, you know, a lot of these big players that, you know, are here now. They're at their desk now. They're not at their desk. It's on a Sunday afternoon. You know, not to say that they can't be. Because they can most certainly risk off or risk on anytime they want, for the most part. Alright, so they're back at 40. Well, they were. You had a chance there for a minute. That's a second opportunity. We had an opportunity there to grab them at 40 cents. I want you guys to remember that too. If you can start remembering, I mean, if you want to be green and make things happen, that trade was already like 20%, 25%, right? It's all about the math. Watch us get an extension on this volume bar. Let me get my. If you say what you say, you are. Shame on me for not grabbing them. Shame on me. So really, ultimately, guys, I'd like to get it down here. I'm going to be honest. I would love to be able to get it at 436.65. That's what I'm looking for. But just in case it doesn't get there, I would take profits at this double top if you get it. or when you get it, I should say. If you get it, let me not say that. All right, let's get our bounce back up. Let's get one more test of VWAP, which is right there next to pre-market. This pivot low in between that double top, right? If you are what you say you are, have no fear. Cameras here. Look at that. That's so. That lines up perfect, guys. I just want to. I want to get my entry right. Fuck. I feel like this was it. There's the selling. So if we didn't get it on that, I'm just gonna take my time. Just gonna be patient. Just gotta be patient, team. This is a nice. Also, this is a nice trend line. I still feel like we come back up to test VWAP though. Look at Nvidia, it's still pushing. Nvidia is still pushing. If you are what you say you are. Come on. See, I think they're all also waiting for this level up here at VWAP to get short. If anybody else is going to, put on a position in that area to look, what we're doing is looking for a pullback into into 436. I forget what it was, 35. I don't feel like messing with my screen. I mean, that trade, when I was thinking about it here, was 40 cents, and it went to 50. So that's already 20%. Come on, you can do it. Just get another little bounce. Just another little bounce. If you are what you... Sorry, guys. I'll stop with that. Oh, let me watch Tesla. Because... So Tesla did the thing. Yep, Tesla going, guys. Tesla is going. And Tesla has volume too, so Tesla's where you're definitely going to want to be today. Fucking energy, I knew it. I knew energy. I had a feeling energy was going to be weak. I knew it. I knew it. Everybody was... That's so funny. I'm starting to feel like people don't know how to read charts anymore. I hope I said it last night on a live stream that I was under the impression that it wasn't going to work out. It just felt like it was just starting to put in that lower high. And I don't know, maybe it's just a pullback for the day. I don't know. But if I pull up XOM, I mean, I guess it could still hold support here and climb higher. So I'd take that back. I just take back literally everything I said. Everything I said. XOM. So there we go. Pull back to the 200 and see if we can take another rip along. There goes the SPY. Couldn't. So AMD above the 100-day. And look at AMD in this 20-day moving average, guys. It loves to tap it and play with it. How many times there? One. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right?
KBU, the September 25 calls active now. Kilo Victor Uniform Echo.
Alright, is that our lower high on the S&Ps? If you are what you say you are. Again, I'm just going to be patient. I am going to be patient. I want to really set myself in this batter's box. Alright, so this is the 50-day? Okay. Alright. What the hell? What in the hell? Is that there, Sarge? Sorry, I'll stop talking like that. If you are what you say you are. I like have half the nerve to make that smaller, like it should be.
Alibaba shares at the intraday high. Bravo Alpha, Bravo Alpha.
Now, China is in
About 0.5%.
turmoil. There's turmoil in China. Why the hell would Baba be going up? No. If you are what you say you are. I have so much work I gotta do. Alright, there we go. We're gonna put in another double top here. Is this our resistance level? Boop. Right there. 438.50. Oh shit, I'm sorry guys. Why is AMD on the daily chart here? I'm sorry about that. Alright, there's another lower high. I still would like, if we are not capable of there we go, like I said. Alright? You seen that immediate rejection right there. Boop! Alright, got through it. See the extension after it got through it? See how it's extended? And I was like, boop, and it went. Because I could see where the orders were placed. Like, I could feel that area there. And once it broke it and closed above it, then you start seeing orders close. Right? Look at it. Right? It's still going because of that reason there. Now, see if we come back and turn this area into support. Right? See if we turn this back into support or if it breaks. You could see how it just kept climbing. The bids were getting smacked there. Right? This is what I want to help teach you guys, is to know that these areas and like that price action, when you see that type of price action, it tells you the story of what's going on. It's important to be able to really feel those things, and look, it just takes it right back. So that's just an extension, just knocking out orders, right? All those buy orders that were just sitting there, it just took them, right? Took them, they're in. There we go. So pre-market highs, another possible rejection at pre-market highs. Now these contracts are now 30 cents, but we're still putting in lower highs. I'm not looking for the short at all just yet. We did get that first nailed. We nailed that first entry. 439.10. You do have somewhat of a double bottom here, right? This could be another first pullback. Could give us our first pullback again. I want to see if I can get down to that. I want to see if I can get back down here to this area during market hours, right? This would be a nice area to make it support. It's got to hold this level, guys. If it doesn't hold this level, hello VWAP and hello possible lows. I did throw a trend line right here, right? Off of the initial morning low. And it just cracked it. Resistance. I'm in the short side, guys. I took a short there. I am short. No. I hope a guy that's not pinned. Okay, Palo Alto. There we go. Let's go, team. Let's go. What was my entry on these? Okay. Cool. Cool. If you are what you say you are. So I've been watching these already. Okay? I've been watching these already. So I pretty much know the lion, pretty much the high and lows on them. I don't know the highs. If you are what you say. Quote details. Quote them details. This is why I say, guys, 10 o'clock or so is when you should wait to start looking at your options to get into them. So we got a low of 24 and a high of 66 cents. Remember that. That's our range. 2, 4, 6. That's 200%. If not 3, 2. 200%. All right. So we start. See if we can break this level. That's the level right there. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Right? Let's go. I'm going to give this a minute. Okay, hold on, girlfriend. Hold on. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not. Okay, hold on. Alright, I might have to take this off in a minute. Not really, because that's another... It's another feel. I still want this 236 area. I'm not getting shaken out on a low volume bounce. Yeah, right? Okay, baby, please just give me 1 second. Please. That's all I ask. If you are what you say you are. We start ripping back up there. Let's see where other stocks are, right? Not that AMD matters, but look, AMD's at somewhat resistance. Start to see if we get a pullback. Where are the Qs? All right, where are the Qs? Again, this is a very small position for me, guys. It's a small position. Abby, just give me 1 second, please. I can't walk away right now because we're about to bust through these highs. And we bust through the highs, Dad's going to have a bad day. Do you want me to have a bad day? No or yes? You want me to have a bad day? There it goes, see? I'm not getting out just yet, guys. I want to see a new high. And these are down 5 cents on 30 cents. My entry was 30 cents with commissions. 31. I'm sorry, 31. I got in at 30 cents. 29 cents, 30 cents, and then my commission. So I probably paid about 32. Come here, I'm getting ready to open the window for you. This is the thing about options, guys. Why a lot of people lose their money is because they either don't take profit when they get the move, or it's gotta reject here. They're gonna rip it up higher. There it goes. Nope. You are what you say you are. That's the... So we do have an area up here at 439. So I wouldn't be surprised if it gets there. Look at our RSI. it could still get itself a little overextended, right? And that would be the area where it could bounce itself back off of. All right, let's take these off in a minute. Let's see. Yeah, there it goes. No, no, I'm not getting. I'm gonna wait a minute. This is lower volume. I'm not getting shaken out. I'm not getting shaken out. Could you imagine packing on size and being down 30%? That's how people get hurt because they don't know what the hell they're doing. They over leverage themselves, and they're not. They're more worried about the fact that they're down because they bought it daily and they spent their whole account, and now they're down 30 cents. They're like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? Instead of just being able to read the chart and not fall for the games, right? Not getting wicked out there, knowing we have resistance up at 439, right? Knowing we have a double top. No, we want to see if we can get back down to 436. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hold it, and I'm actually gonna go open the window for my little girl. All right. Yes, I could have got a better entry. Come on. Come on, baby girl. Come with dad. Come on. Ivy, come on. Come here. Come on. Come on, Ruby. What are you doing? Come on. Jesus fucking Christ. That ain't gonna hold. I don't know. There's a nice increase in volume, guys. If you guys took puts, you get your opportunity to manage your risk on these. You need to do so. We're in an uptrend. If you can't handle this drawdown, if you did take it, come on. Look at Tesla. Tesla's just going, guys. Nice job, buddy. Would you grab calls? What's up, Animal? How you guys doing this morning? I have an opportunity to start taking these off now. I don't know if I want to sit in these all day. That's another lower high. Can we put in another lower high down here in VWAP? And I should be able to get a little bit of profit out on these. I might start taking them off while it's giving it to me. But I still feel like we could just, you know what I mean? There we go. Right? There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's run this bitch down. Let's go. There they are. This is why sometimes you got to manage your size. Now you have break even there. Break even. Right? That's with commissions and everything. If you were in those when we got in, that's a lower volume. I would take it off. Right? On these extensions. Take some off. There you go. Tape speeding up, guys. Tape is speeding up. What did I just say? See if we can get a test and pull back to VWAP. See if we can pull it back to VWAP. All right, so look, there was a nice increase in volume on the end on the bottom end of this candle with buying. You saw the volume just rip up on that tail, right? See the buying that's popping in right there. That volume bar really extended when you got with that volume there. So another, I want to say losing trade, but it was break even, right? It was break even. I still think I wish I could have held, man. I wish I could have held, but I'm not going to sit through a 30% drawdown and
$22 per share.
start the week out with a 30% drawdown or so. If you guys are just joining us, do us a favor. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Um, Great job, guys. I'm happy for you guys. Did you see that fight this weekend? I don't know if you watch UFC or anything. I'm not sure if you guys get, or, if you guys watch that over there or not. Watch, it's going to break VWAP. I know it.
US Steel spiking here now.
So my target to see if we could get a pullback. I didn't finish putting the cues on. My target for the if we get a pullback, guys, was 436.65, right? Is that what it was? Yeah, we're here at this previous double top that we haven't tested pre-market, or not pre-market, but we have not tested this area with market hours, right? The big boys are at their seats. I just feel like we got an area down here where we could pull it back, really put in that retest, shake out anybody that's went long, and the market pull it back, and it shakes them out to rip higher. Doesn't mean we that's what we do, but that's what I'd like to see. I know it's going to. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. I don't know if I got profit on those. I want to say I was break even on those puts. Um, 10.49. Okay, so they're still down. No, they're not. They're up 30. They're up almost 40. They're at 40 cents. Our entry was 40. Our entry was 40 cents. Or our entry was 30 and it's at 40. Oh my god, my fucking mic ain't even on. You gotta be kidding me. Did you guys hear anything I said? Yeah, sorry, man. I know. I just see that. Yeah, Sugar Sean O'Malley, UFC, the UFC fight. What I was saying, guys, was the Dow. Look at the Dow. So look, she's just gonna yell and yell and yell at me. Look at the Dow, guys. If you guys are long any type of technology, the Qs, you might want to rethink about that one. Let me go give her more food. All right, the Dow's putting in new lows, guys. Man, I wish I would have saw this prior to, when I made that entry. Please hold on, love. You don't have to get all crazy. All right, right? See the Qs, how they do not, like look at the S&Ps, and then the Dow's making new lows. So keep an eye on that. It's going to be important because then that's going to roll technology over if the Dow and IWM can't go green. Look at the volume coming in. Hopefully nobody got hurt, but if people that were long technology just thinking we're going to get a bounce, this is why I say look at the IWM, look at the Dow, look at the Qs, look at all 5 indexes, and look at ARC. Right? It's going to show you guys what's really going on. That way you get a picture for what's moving up and what's moving down. If you understand what the indexes are, if you understand what the Dow is, if you understand what the SPY is, and the holdings that are in it, then you're going to understand what's going on in the markets. I'm just gonna take a guess and say that the S&Ps did break that low. I'm just gonna take a guess. Nope, not yet. Fuck me, man. 43 cents. 43 cents. That's 50%. That's 50% that I could have right now. It's all good. I had to manage my risk because the thing is I already sold them before I looked at the Dow and the Qs and realized that side of the market, that's the strong part of the market, the safe money, is actually going lower. So, oh yeah, it was a good fight, man. It was a good fight. Um, The women's match also was really good too. What is going on today? Like, I know energy is down, but down names are getting smacked. So there's a bit of a rotation going on. Let's find out. I want to find out what's going on right now, because this is crazy. You haven't seen this in a while. You have not seen the Dow lead to the downside. Oh man, it's fucking 10:30. I gotta bust a move. I gotta bust a move. What are you guys looking at? Anything in particular? Here's AMD. Nah, well, I was in that spot. I was short the SPY. Well, I was in puts. I wasn't short the stock itself. I was short the SPY. So watch for the S&Ps, because I felt like the Dow, well, the Dow is obviously down, and look, it's trying to crack that trend line. My target is going to be right here, guys. This is going to be my target. I want to see if we can get back down into this area right here. I want to see if that's where we can get the S&Ps to, right? See if we can bring the S&Ps down here to bring in the buyers, and then I'll see if I can take a long off of that. That's my target. This is why I was short. I want to see if we can pull back in here and put in a higher low. If I had to do this, I don't know how I would do this, but if I were to do it, let's see if we get there. That was my target. I was in the 436 puts. I was in them at 30 cents. They're at 50. So they're 75% now. 50, sorry. Yeah, because 50% when they were at 45 was 50%. So 65, 70% now they're at. Our entry on them was $30. Almost 100% on those now. Jesus, fuck me, man. Excuse my language. I do apologize. I'm sorry. I knew I should have just held. I don't know why I talked myself out of the trade. Right? Nothing about the trade had changed. And that's probably the problem. I didn't say that to myself. Has anything about the trade changed? No, it hasn't. So let's see here. That might be the lows right there. Look at that bounce. All right, maybe I'm going to wing it for a long. 440. I'm going to go for tomorrow's 441. Man, I can't, because I still think we're a bit bearish. Look at that, guys. Told you. There's the target right here. Fuck. The Dow is still headed to the downside. Where is the Qs? No, SPY. SPY. But I'm out of those. I'm out of those because I was down 30% and I got back to break even. All right, I took some calls, guys. Just be careful, right? I just took the tomorrow 441s. Tomorrow 441s. Now, if we get up to like 438 or so, we could still have more of a pullback, right? We could still have more of a pullback. We could pull this thing back. So 436.65 was the area I was looking for to see if we can get a bounce, but that's an increase in volume. the Dow is still headed to the downside. We could still head to the downside, guys. Right? We could still head to the downside. Shit, man. This sucks. I just gotta stay relaxed, stay cool, calm, and collective. The Dow. And look at it. It's just going down. Look at the Dow, guys. It's making a new low. It's only going to be a matter... No, it isn't. It hasn't done it yet. I'm telling you guys right now, if the Dow continues to sell off like this, I'm going to get out of this. If I get a... Guys, I'm just saying, if the Dow does not... See, it's broke this level. If the Dow puts in a new low, it's only a matter of time before the SPY and the Qs put in a new low too. We could continue to the downside. We could. We could hit, I don't know, Friday's low. Alright, the Dow's trying to come up. Keep your eye on the Dow. Keep your eye on the Dow. I think I don't know if I want to take I don't know if I want to be in these just yet, guys. I'll give it to Friday's close. I'm gonna give these calls till Friday close. I don't know how much they're gonna draw down because I have not looked at the beta on these. Oh shit, we already cracked it, didn't we? No. What the... Let me see your guys' comments. I'm sorry. Be careful out there. Be careful out there. Alright, so this white dotted line is going to be Friday's close. Man, I'm going to get smoked on these. I hope I'm not getting smoked. I'm only down $4 a contract, it looks like. If I had to do my math correctly, I'm only down $4 a contract, I think, right now. Roughly 5, 6. I just have to divide it by 10. Alright, so this is going to be our close Friday. We'll fill that gap on the close. See if we can hold it. Instead of getting cute, you got to watch the Dow. AMD's turning around. Where could we bounce back at? Where can I give this thing really... Where can I really give this thing room? Honestly, guys, I think 435.65 now. So that's another $1. This is where I would say if we break 435.75 area, we're headed for more downside. This support area. And I said that this morning. I said there was a really nice support down here. Right? This area. There's really nice support. And all you have is that little ass wick. Like, you don't even really have much there. Holding it up. I mean, you have a lot of price action from Friday. So this is the thing about options, that if you guys play options, that's why it's always better to just buy the stock outright. You got to get your timing right. 436.55. So we are a bit... So there's VWAP. Well, VWAP is way up there, right? VWAP is way up there. See if we can come back and test initial morning low. See if we can bounce back up into this area here. All right. No. It's got to hold. All right. We're a bit oversold. See if we can, you know, bring it back up to 437. That's what I'm going to look for. Damn. These things really fucked me. Not really. I'm not screwed or anything. It's not like I'm just... I gotta put the Dow over here. I gotta see what the Dow's doing. Hopefully you guys are protecting your neck. If you don't, look at the Dow. It's still putting in new lows, guys. I gotta get rid of these. If we get a bounce, I'm selling these calls. I am getting out. I'm gonna take that loss. while it's as low as it is. Come on. I'm okay with that loss. Shit. The Dow is continuing to make new lows. This is probably where the Dow bounces too, isn't it? Shit. The Dow might bounce here. Because if you were to look at the Dow, right? If you were to look at the Dow, right? The S&Ps would technically, right, according to the Dow, the S&Ps would be down here. Right? So there's the support level. There's that support level I was talking about for like the SPY, right? On the right hand side. And it's all the way down here. There's the support level I was talking about. Right here. Right here. And the Dow is, the Dow's past this initial morning lows. So if the SPY were to follow the Dow, it would be at 433.53, 433.50. Right? The Dow is, listen, watch this, right? Keep track of this. This is probably where we're headed. That's a nice buy volume candle that just came in there. The Dow is down 0.5%. The S&Ps are just barely green now. Now we're about to turn red. You're going to see the shift, right? If we make that shift. Look, you're getting tails in on the Dow. Are we going to turn this thing back up around? If we're going to turn it around, we're going to do it here. I knew it. How did I know I was going to sell into that area? Fuck. Or are we going to go red? Let's see here. So what I'm getting at is, and then we have the Qs, which are probably, I don't know, 0.10, right? If I had to guess, 0.15 of a percent or 0.66. So yes, tech is strong right now. It's still weak because the overall market is going down, right? The Dow is going down. The S&Ps are almost turning red. Now, do we start to bounce here, right? Do we start to bounce here and the Dow come back to break even? And then watch for the Qs to get this bounce here. Just waiting for the notification, right? I'm just waiting for them to let us know what they want to do here. This is like the important part of trading. Look at that. It's still putting in a new low, guys. No, it's still at 0.54, but look at it. It's still trying. Turkey, I gave you food, baby. If the Dow doesn't turn around, guys, I'm telling you, the Qs and the SPY are just going to continue downward as well. This could be we could start our real bad bear market that nobody's expecting. Everybody's expecting a bounce. We could just continue to sell the markets off, guys. This could get ugly. Right? That's all in the back of my mind. What do you need, love? What is it? What'd I say? Right, guys? Don't just... In order for me to get long, I'm going to say you gotta watch the Dow to find support and start working its way back up. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't get a break. I tell you what, this is going to be really interesting, right? Everybody yesterday, yeah, we're going to get a bounce. This is why you want to 0.52. So the Dow is still continuing to put in new lows. There's still worry out there, right? This is your safety names. This is safety falling, right? This is safe money selling off. Yo, I don't even want to see where those puts are at right now. I do not want to see those puts, and I'm also excited. I can't wait. Oh my God, those 436 puts we were in at $85 now. We entered them at $3 or $3.30. They're at 85. That's almost 200%, guys. I had a feeling I was on the wrong side. I just did not do what I'm supposed to do, and that is go see where the indexes are. Because it's going to give you direction. It's going to tell you what's strong. Technology, right? Is it cat, deer, energy, Dow names? What's strong? What's weak, right? And knowing that, you can say, okay, if the Dow is strong or if the Dow is weak, what is the weighting, right? What's the weighting of, okay, healthcare? That's the second biggest weighting, right? Industrials, banks, right? Matter of fact, I wanted to look at Bank of America yesterday because it actually looked a bit bearish when I went over it yesterday. Look at this daily chart. Look at this. That's a rejection off of the 100-day that I did not notice yesterday on the stream. Look at that. This would have been a beautiful entry, right? Rejection at the 100-day. I seen that last night. That's a trade we could have had this morning. All right, there's a hold there. Let's see if we start turning it around. Let's see if we're able to start turning this thing around. 439. Oh, man, it might just... Watch it suck all these people in and then, reject it. It's going. You just got to watch the Dow, guys. If you guys are going to be long, you got to watch the Dow to see if the Dow can turn around. If the Dow doesn't turn around, it's going to bring the market, the Qs, and everything else lower. It does have a bit of support here. The Dow is pulling back into support. This could be a nice bounce tomorrow. I'm going to say tomorrow's the day where we get a really nice bounce. If I had to say so. If I had to say so. So if you notice, this looks like the SPY and the Qs. This is a daily chart of the Dow. This double top, rally, pull it back. Right? The Dow did not get down here to 339 because it's the laggard. Now it's being the leader to the downside. I don't know. That's how I was taught, guys, is you guys want to look at all the indexes. You want to look at all the indexes before you make a decision. That way you can see your leaders and your laggards. You can see what's like the direction of the market. How much more do you want to yell at me? I'm sorry, babe. I don't know what you want. God, I love her to death, but she's killing me. She just wants to play. Oh, did you say, did I buy puts in the money? No, I didn't. Right, I think it was $2 out of the money when the S&Ps were at 438. I bought the 436s. So what I'll do is, I want to put myself, Mariona, I want to put myself with the highest open interest and the highest volume. Right, that's going to give me, when the market makes a dramatic move in the direction that I'm in, even away, when it makes that dramatic move, I'm really going to get paid because that's where all the volume and open interest are, right? So there's the bids always going up or the bids are coming down. Like, I want to put myself in those contracts because that's going to just give me the best opportunity to really get paid, right? I want to make the most of my options, knowing the high and low, putting myself in the highest open interest and volume. Come here, Turkey. She just wants to play, but I can't right now. Come here, baby. I can't play right now. Fuck. See, I don't know if she's even still here or not, but... Yep, so what did I say, guys? There was the area for the bounce. I don't want to get sucked into this, though. I'm going to be cautiously long. If I pull this back, that could be, I guess, our retest. Right? That's our retest. I will buy, what am I in right now? 439 calls. Let's do it. I'm going to buy 3 of them. I'm going to buy it. Man, it might pull back here. We are oversold a bit here. Man. So what I'm looking at is this separation against VWAP. Look how separate. Look at that. Look at that huge area, and look at the consistency in the green candles as the volume drops lower. Right? As the volume drops lower. All right. There we go. I'm going to hold these. These are for today. Shit. I did not want today's. Damn it. I got today's, guys. Shoot. 439. What, Turkey? What is it? God damn it, guys. It's all good. I'm going to hold these. Come here. I'm going to hold these because I really think... You know, sometimes trading can be like this. It'd be a little pain in the ass. What was my entry? 28. Come up here. Come here. God damn it. God damn it. It's going to be one of those days, right? I position myself, and I don't want to sit here and overtrade. I'm not going to sit here and overtrade only to, you know, I was already in a position that went 200%, right? Managed my risk, got back out because I did not do the work. You guys already know what that is, right? I didn't go back. I didn't look at the Dow. I didn't look at the overall markets to see where the direction was to be had, right? If the Dow rejects here, guys, I'm telling you, this market's got more downside. Look at this clear rejection up here, right? This is going to lead you to the downside. If the Dow's down here and continues, it's only a matter of time before the SPY gets back down to just about Friday's open, right? Hell, if not back down here, right? I know it's hard to believe, like just because, you know, everybody says that we need a bounce, that technically doesn't mean that we have to bounce, right? There could be real worries. Okay, I gave you some new food. I don't know if you know that or not. I gave you more. Let's go to the Qs and see where they're at. Just protect your necks out there, guys and girls. And this little missy, you gonna let me sleep at night? Yeah, you gonna let me sleep at night instead of keeping me up till 3 o'clock in the morning. I seen 3 o'clock this morning, love bug. She's ready to swipe at me. Let's go. Let's go. And I want to get my other monitors and stuff up here. So I can start doing my stuff up here. Man, I am not going to sit here and just take a beating all day. I won't do it. Right? My decision was made this morning. I made the right decision by being short, and I took it off break even because of the drawdown that I was incurring. And now, like, these contracts are dailies. I don't want to be in dailies. I wanted to be in, like, tomorrow's. I thought that that's what I had, but apparently not. So let's watch the Qs. All right, let's watch the Qs. If the Qs, so the Qs are at VWAP. You see how the SPY is still below? Let's see if the Qs can break through VWAP and start extending. All right, so we're above pre-market highs. We came back, pulled it back. Let's see here. I really want to see if the Qs can break VWAP. If they don't, I'm going to get out of these puts. Even if we're just coming back to put in a lower, or a higher low, right? What do I mean by that? Even if it's like, even if we're coming in to just pull back to 360, 32 area to go higher. There is a nice little trend line there. Abby, she's smacking me with her tail. You guys can't see it, but she's smacking the mouse. She's mad. And I don't know why. She's got everything she needs. I have to work, guys. I could play with her in a little bit. And look, there's that big ass rejection. So I'm not going to sit here and fight this market, guys. I'm not. I'm not going to fight this market. It wants to go lower. I'm going to let it go lower. Right? Fucking God. I'm going to kick your butt, girl. Alright, then I'm just going to use this. Yeah, what's that? What you want to give me? You want to give me some advice? I might go get myself some coffee real quick. I don't want to. So if I'm on the daily chart on this Dow, all right, we still have a really nice area that we could potentially turn into support, but I don't think that's until we get down to 439. Animal, what you got for me, buddy? What you got? So there is our prior flat top resistance support. I knew it. So that's it. I am going to just let this market do what it wants to do. Right? That circle was our target for the downside. And we got it. I stopped out, and now I am not going to overtrade. I'm not going to play with this market. The Dow's still holding up, so maybe I'll give this thing a little bit of time. But it's a daily again. I'm not in tomorrow's expiration. Oh shoot, I didn't see it. I'm sorry, I didn't see those comments. I'm sorry, guys. A little bit. I have been starting to watch a little bit more, actually, that you said. It's funny you say that, because even here I still feel like, I think like right now is like the turning point for soccer, and I feel like it's going to get it's starting to get a bit of notoriety. You gotta be shitting me. Look at that, guys. Jesus lordy. Well, in order for me to get out of these today, since I'm already down X amount, I will look for the close below here. See, this whole rally was just. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a little bit, and I just wonder if I'm too far out of the money. There's AMD. Good job for being on the short side, everyone. Against the grain. And look, the Dow's just turning itself back around as well. Wow. So this is why it's important, right? This is why it's important to watch the Dow, guys. Right? Watch the Qs, the Dow, IWM, and even ARC. I mean, if you see the Dow coming down, that's your I want to call safe stocks, right? Your safety net, like your safer names, right? Where you're going to collect a dividend and you might get some upside, and there's not much volatility there, right? There's not much volatility there. So we'll see what happens, right? I feel like the longer the Dow sits down here, it's just a matter of time before the SPY and the Qs find themselves down here at 435 as well. And look at the volume. There's that volume was actually a bit of buying too. So it could be a little convoluted there. Oh, thanks, man. I greatly appreciate that, bro. That's awesome. Thank you. God bless you, man. Thank you. It means a lot. It really does. Let's see here. And what did we say, guys? We got to watch the yields, right? If the 30-year just continues up on this rip and roar, now they're talking about it now, your risk premium. Just because we rip up, this doesn't mean that like the end of the day that we close up here, right? But we are right now at all-time highs. What's really important is where you close, right? Even if I would assume we pull it back halfway, and we close a bit higher and then it starts pulling itself back. The 30-year is ripping right now. The 30-year is ripping. I just feel like there's got to come to a point where it's got to pull itself back. So the 2-year 4.98. And the 10 years 4.3. Look at that. The yield curve inversion is like just like that. That yield curve inversion is it's not as inverted anymore. So they've just raised the whole yield curve. I just don't see anybody saying, like, putting it in plain terms for anyone to really understand. Yeah, I'm going to get out of these. I am down 17%, but I'm down, it looks like $5-6 a contract. I'm going to actually watch the Dow. It looks like a little double bottom there. I would hold these if I was not in dailies, if I had time on these. I wonder if there's some. So it's 10:56. And again, I really appreciate that, Amon. I greatly appreciate it. That's awesome, man. That's awesome, man. It means a lot. You're the first person to give me a gift, bro. You're the first person that helped me out with something. That's awesome, man. Let's see if we can make this a higher low. So I've entered these. My price was 28 cents and they're at 23. This is why you don't want to overtrade, because if the market starts, if you're just on your, like, I was on the right side of the market, I wanted to get down here, pull it in a little bit. Can you not get out? And look, we're starting to turn that into resistance. That's what's worrying me. All right, we got to get back up above it. I'm going to put up the Qs over on this side because I'm kind of wondering what the markets are going to do today. Like the overall markets. You son of a gun. Yeah, Q's rejected. I'm going to, man, see, it's hard for me as much as I want to stop out. Right? We have not, the SPY has not closed where I said I was going to get out. Right? We have not closed down here, but I feel like it's coming. Maybe the short, maybe if we give it time and they hold it up here, anyone that was short will start to cover and we'll get a rally and we'll start to work our way back up here. All right, 437.35 area. See if we can start working our way back up here. All right, let's see if we can start working our way right back up here to VWAP, guys. Let's see if we can get there. Come on, look at that. Look how they just came in selling hard right there on that time and sales. I want to go get some coffee, but so look at this. So now we're seeing like some divergence happening right now. Look at the Qs and look at the SPY. Remember earlier how you see here how the Qs just came out of the gates ripping, and now they like were way extended above the SPY, and now they've matched themselves up, and you're about to get that change. It's hard for me to explain it, and like, you know, but once you, like, people that are new and they start to see that change, like this lower high on the SPY was just a few points of the low from the morning. This stuff is important. Like right here, 437.33 was the initial morning low, and then 41. So there's like a 10-cent difference there. Look at it on the Qs, 59.55, and it wasn't until 60.66 was that next higher low. And now they're matched up. Right now they're matched up, and it looks like the tech might start leading to the downside. I'm going to sell these, but we have yet to close below here. All I'm doing is getting ate up with time. That's why I don't like this. There it goes. Bastard, I knew it. That's all good. I'm going to take my losses for the day. It's all good. No big deal. Right? I have not taken that loss just yet. Come here, babe. Come here. Please? Okay, is it really? Maybe that'll be a nice trade. I know, sweetheart. Babe, please, just hold on. I'm sorry. Just give Daddy a few minutes. Just give Dad a few minutes so I can do what I got to do for us. Oh, look. It tried to break above that 100-day and failed to do so. See, this is where we should be at. There's a nice little bounce. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Look at it. There she goes. Come on. If we could just get like a... Look, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Right there. Look at that time in sales how it went green. You start getting those shorts to close their positions on this move down. Damn it. There. Come on. Let's go. Boop. If it can just break this level, guys, watch this. If the S&Ps can just break this level right here at 436.98, you're going to see this thing get boop, boop. It's going to bid up, and it's going to start hitting orders, and you're going to see this thing extend itself. Let's see if that happens. Come on. Let's go. Look at the tape speeding up. Look, watch. Come on, let's go. Go, 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 go. Look. See it? It's just like it's struggling there. Come on, hold it. I'm gonna let you guys when I feel it coming in. It's not there right now. I don't know what the Dow's doing either right now. Is that AMD on a daily? Come on, start buying. Let's go. Start closing your shorts. There it goes, right? Come on. Come on. Pop it up. Make it support and let's hit them bids. We hit them bids and start working our way up to VWAP. Come on. All right, cool. I'm almost break even. We if we're able to break up here, guys, we break up through here, you should start to see some bids. You should start seeing the bids getting hit and it rip itself up. Come on. It just doesn't have it. It just doesn't feel like it has it right now. I'm still sell. Goodbye. Bye. I'm just trying to picture myself if I was short and watching these people. You know, I saw it there for an instance where there was a ton of orders that got hit and you got this extension and the sentiment of the hurry up, you know, get out of this position while we, you know, but it's not there anymore. It's not there. Right? Like earlier when we saw that big, you know, where we got that nice extension on the S&Ps where you had all those buy orders get hit and the bids got, you know, the bids were getting smacked and it just took out all those buy orders. And then now we're just still holding it down weak as can be. All right, so there's pre-market lows on AMD. AMD is still green, almost, you know, 0.75%. What do I do with these, man? Now I'm back. So now instead of being 30 down 30%, I'm only down 15. It's 11 o'clock. We're starting to put in higher lows. Come on, let's do it. I just want to be able to, like, I wouldn't mind getting out of these and, like, just getting something going. Right now, right there on a candle like that, with what just happened, you guys may not be able to see it. But with what just happened, where that tail got put in and it came back up, I'm like, where are those buy orders? Because if those buy orders came in, then you would have seen where it would rip itself up, right? And you would just extend higher and it would just keep moving higher and higher and higher. And the bids would get hit and it would move up. Like I can really sense that when it happens. And I sensed when like it had to come in and it never came in, and that's why we fell back down. Now look, we're gonna start turning it into resistance, I feel like now. We really needed to close up above here, guys. We need to get this thing going. It's just struggling right here. Right here. It's just struggling. It just can't get up there. And if it gets up there, I'm telling you, we're going to get some nice buying to hit the bids. Okay. Maverick Morrison. That sucks, bro. Give me 1 second. I mean, the obvious thing would be that, you know, you were short. This blue line right here is the 100-day moving average, right? You broke up above. We were actually looking to be long this morning as just a trade, right? Look, I'll go over that lesson in a minute here at lunchtime, and I will help you. Look at that volume, right? You have a gap up. You gapped up above the 100-day moving average. If you go to a daily chart, you're going to see this blue box is the 100-day moving average. Moving averages are buy and sell points for institutional buy. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm not going to chase this market. So nothing about my trade has changed. The only reason I want to get rid of this, guys, because I'm in dailies and I want to be in yesterday's. So now it's down 24 because see there's the sentiment change. Look at the volume. Notice how the volume is not coming back up, right? Look at that. Notice the volume. Okay, so there it goes. The volume starts rising on the buy side. You see this volume bar? Let's watch it. Watch when it rises and watch what the candle does. All right? Let's see when it really moves. Because a lot of times you can get some really false. Look at that big down move right there where it just... See how it's rising when it's getting balled up down in that area. It's like 50-50 right now. There's the volume to the sell side that's actually stepping in now. Now you're getting it. You've seen that volume bar just getting pushed up with those orders that are there. That looks like a double top there. Pre-market lows. We could start to get another... Why is it doing that? We could start to see some more downside, guys. Shit, man. Oh, well, it is what it is. Today's not my day. There's a nice red day for me. It's not nice. It's not like a huge red day. But we were short up here. If you're just joining us, if you could, hit the like button. But Maverick, I'm going to help you with Tesla. Because, like, we got to say, like, so you were short, right? Why were you short? Can you answer me that one? Why were you short? And then we're going to talk this out so you can talk it out to yourself, right? And explain to yourself by saying it out loud. What was it that made you think that Tesla was a good short? Because I see it too, right? I said 235 actually, right? Up here is where we wanted to be short, right? We want to be short up in the areas where, you know, where we need to be. You know, like look at that, right? Right here, support, broke it, resistance, right? We want to be short up here at this 234 area. More so 235. Right? Look up here. Look at that flat top resistance. 240, 239.50 to 240, and there goes the SPY. They're going to send this market down, guys. This is why I say you got to watch the Dow. It's only a matter of time before the Dow gets, you know, before the S&Ps get down with the Dow, right? The Dow is down here. The Dow is way down here, guys. So I'm going to take this loss. She's mad. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not. This is what she'll do to me at night. What, turkey butt? You have to just let me work. I would love to be able to sit here and play with you all day. Come here. Because I saw that it was moving down the past month. Yeah, I get that. So what we want to do is work on our entries. Did I have a stop loss? My stop loss animal on this was if we right here, right? Which would have been Friday's close, which is this white dotted line. I told myself I was going to stop out on this if we made a lower close. And obviously now we're starting to get volume, right? I don't need to wait for a lower close because we have volume to the downside. It's a small position, right? I could let this thing go and lose it all and I'll be all right. Right? Look at that increase in volume to the sell side. Now we should bounce up, hit this 436.65 area up here, right? And this is where I'm going to see we're below Friday's close. But look, I want to sell this thing up here just to kind of loosen the loss. But yes, I do have a stop loss. That stop loss is a lower close on the candle. As you can see here, we were still, kind of closing a bit higher, but it was starting to change itself right from here to here. I wanted to make that was it, right? We start closing down here. I'm out. Right, I'm selling it right now. Even though I still think we get a bounce up here into 436.65. Baby, I know. Come here. I'm sorry. Come here. She's so mad, guys. Let me go get some coffee. I'll be right back. Maverick, I'm going to help you with that Tesla trade because I still think I'm with you that we can. I just sold those puts. I am out. Right? Damn, that is a bigger loss than I wanted. Fuck. Watch the market start coming up here. I'm with you on that, right? So look, let's look at it this way, right? Tesla still has relative strength. Why is that, right? This is where Tesla's at, right? Tesla's still here, right? Tesla's still here. Way above the opening price, right? Look at the SPY, right? We are way below the opening price. Look, we're way down. The SPY is down here and Tesla's still up here. You could get a bounce going right now on Tesla. You have to look at a trade from both sides. There's a lot I can get into with this, which is why I'd like to wait till lunchtime to get into it. So look at the SPY making new lows, and what's Tesla doing? It's just hanging out. It's not in a hurry to go down. So we know if it's going to act like this for now until we get to that 240 mark, we want to be long Tesla in the right areas, right? We want to be long at the right areas, as in we want to get our entries right. We don't want to just say we want to buy, right? Well, this morning we were going to buy off of the 100-day, this blue box. Because why? That's going to give us the best risk to reward, because if it does not hold this 100-day, and I don't mean just wick below it, right? Doesn't mean just because it wicks down here, it doesn't and then comes back up. We're going to give it a little bit. Right here, this looks to be Friday's close. This turquoise line. We'll give it a close below. I guess that's Thursday's close. I don't know what. So that's another area I must have put in. I don't know what that's for. But there's obvious support there. So there is where our stop loss would have been if we got under that. But you want to gauge all that stuff with volume, the way it's acting at the 100-day, right? I'm not just going to say, here's my stop loss, right, is down here. That doesn't mean I have to let it get there, right? So for somebody that's new, it's going to be, you're not going to be able to read what's going on more so as somebody that's been doing this for close to 10 years, okay? But we buy here because we know we're buying right, because we're making the decision that if we are wrong, we're making the best risk to reward decision, because we're giving it such a small margin of error that we're buying it right. If it breaks below this level, we're losing less, right? We're losing so much more less that we might be able to get a nice bounce, take a piece of profit off, right? And you get a failed breakout. Well, you've already taken a piece of profit off. Your stop loss is this small, so you're already losing less. When you buy puts or when you get short, not necessarily short, but let's say you're buying puts at the cheapest price as well. So you're giving it a little bit of room. The puts are even cheaper, so you're just minimizing that risk. And let's say you bounce off of it and you get a failed breakout. You take a piece of profit off. That's risk management, right? Just taking a piece off. So this is how you're doing these things. Helps you make more when you're right than when you lose when you're wrong. That's what this game is about. I don't even want to be short Tesla right now, because Tesla is still above the opening price. And look at the SPY. We're selling off. I've said it all morning. Look at the Dow. The Dow is selling off. And what are we doing? Right? This circle was our target. The Tesla is nowhere near there. So what if this market regains itself? Look for Tesla to get a really good bounce and get up into that 240 mark, right? That 239, 240 area, that higher resistance up there. That's where we want to be short. Or this thing comes back down, it breaks the 100-day, and we look for the bounce back to the 100-day, we don't short it right on the first bounce to it, because we know it's going to break it and going to pull itself back up to it, because it was support this morning. We want to look for it to turn it into resistance, right? This is the decision making that a lot of people overlook and can't get right because they can't push the buttons at the right time at the right place. But we'll help you with that here, right? If you haven't done so, hit that like button, subscribe. It's greatly appreciated. But give me 1 second. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. I'm not sure if you've seen that or heard, any of that analysis, Maverick. But that's why it's important to really look at everything and see what's going on to make the best decision. Shout out to the group this morning, guys. Great job. My guy got 100% on calls. Enmal short AMD. I mean, this is what we thought, guys. We came in the day yesterday expecting a bounce, but we can identify when things change, right? We are quick to throw our personal opinions out the window and just listen to the chart. All right. Once we seen the Dow starting to make new lows, we knew it could get ugly. We knew it could start getting ugly. It's still selling off. This ain't good, guys. This could be the start of a new bear market. Kind of curious, and I've said this before with the IWM, right? The IWM sitting so flat for so long. It was the telltale sign for 2021's bear market, right? We sat for, I remember I was playing this range from like 200 to 220, right? 200, low 200s to 230. So yeah, it was like 200 to 220. Look, and as soon as we tried to get that extension, that's when the bear market started. IWM, because if you guys don't know this, like with some of you guys might, some of you guys may already know this. These small cap companies don't have the cash flow and cash on hand, like these other multinationals, and some of them don't sell all around the world. Like they don't have shops in every single country, right? So this is where you're going to see if they start having issues. Like, look, we could not break out, guys. That is a 1-2. That's that's a triple top. I do promise you this. Watch this. If we come up after this pullback, we come up to this 197.95, 198 level, I promise you, the fourth time it's going to break through it. Watch. I will put my neck out there and say it right now. If the IWM does get back up to 198, the fourth time it's going to break it. I promise. I promise you. But that doesn't mean we can't put in a lower high. It's still at lows, guys. It's still at lows from... That's crazy. So 178 is where we got to look to see if this thing's gonna try to get to. Unless it's pulling back here to catch some support, right? Unless it's just trying to catch some support here, but maybe Friday was one of those off days. This sucks, man. We had the short. I had it locked in. I had to manage my risk because I had a drawdown of 30%, and I got back to break even, and I said, you know what? Let me get rid of this thing, and look what happened. It's all good. I'll get it back, Get it back. Awesome. That's what I love to hear, bro. That's what I love to hear, man. That's what's up, Maverick. We're going to get you there. We got a lot of great members in chat. I have a lot of great members in chat. Right? I got... Colin, Anmal, and Mary Ellen. Those are my my day ones. Like I say, man, what I do here is what I do with my own capital, and I try to talk through what I'm seeing to try and help. So, what gave me the inclination that we could actually have a decent down day was the fact that this Dow was selling off like it was. And the reason it's so important is because it's supposed to be a safer name, right? It's supposed to be a less volatile, right? A lower multiple name. So like your technology's trading at 30, 40, 50, 60 times earnings. That's okay. Like with Nvidia, yeah, it may be overvalued, but guess what? They're cash flow positive. Like people talk about 2000s. This is nothing like the 2000s. This is nothing like the 2000s in since these companies are actually making money and actually are cash flow positive. Like your AOLs, your Yahoos, they weren't making any type of money, right? There was no cash flow. They weren't making any money, right? This was all for future hopes. So the difference between now and 2000, which people bring up, if you watch a lot of these bear market videos, or like people that are just screaming from the rooftops like the market's going down, I don't disagree. It could go down. It absolutely could. You have what's going on in China. It feels like this is the start of things, right? This day today, look, we could not recover this bounce. I said Friday that we had trouble closing above prior day's close. That's important because you want to start to take some of that move back. That's going to show you strength. I'm telling you right now, if we close back down here at 434, you're going to get another week of selling, right? That was just an interim bounce because Friday I was looking forward to see it because we had such a big gap down that in order for us to really take back some of that move, it was going to take a lot. And that was going to show you strength. So when you see a stock or the SPY or anytime you see something, you want to see, and let me know if there's tickers that you guys want up here as well. I'm going to relax for a minute because I chopped myself up this morning. I love it. Nothing bad, minimal, I'm still under my risk tolerance for the day. I'm good, right? I said coming into the day I was going to take it slow. So you want to see Tesla, right? This is a good sign, or this is AMD. So look, yes, perfect example right here, right? Look at AMD. This is Thursday and Friday. We're going to look at Thursday and Friday, right? Look at Thursday, down day. You had a gap down. And what did you do Friday? You took back more than half of Thursday with a gap down. That's telling you relative strength, right? If I go to the SPY couldn't even get close to it. It barely got above Thursday's close. See what I'm saying? So if you have like a down day and then you retake that down day, that in and of itself is telling you look for the long side or even short. If we have a rally like today, right? Friday we rallied. If we come back and take out what we did Friday, that's not good. You're going to want to look for the rest of the week to the downside and short bounces. Right? Those are the things that I look for. And you can do it with intraday. Right? You sell off in the morning. By 10:30, 11 o'clock, you're back up by where you opened. You sell off, and you pull it back up. It's like 10:30, 11 o'clock, whenever it is. And you're past the initial morning opening. That's telling you, you want to look to the long side. When you take those moves back, no matter if it's, to the upside or downside, it's going to tell you whether you should be bullish or bearish. Right now, we're bearish because we're slowly on a gap up. We're taking back Friday's move, right? The Dow has pretty much already taken it back, right? The Dow's down here at 433. So there's AMD trying to get a bounce off of Friday's high, but it doesn't. You're stuck between the opening price and Friday's high. There is a bit of relative strength there. So, well, this morning I took SPY puts. I got in a little early. I got in at 30 cents. And when I got in these, I can't remember what happened. I got break even. I think we were up here, right? And then it started to bounce itself back. And once we got here. So I can't remember if I entered them here. I'd have to go back, buddy. I'm sorry. But I took SPY puts. All right. I took SPY puts. And they were up 200%, but I did not capitalize on it, right? Because I was down 30% on them, and, that's 30% of my risk tolerance for the day. I got back to break even, and I took it off. I took them off. Because, here's why I took them off. Because I never went and looked at the overall markets. I didn't pull up the Dow. I just said, okay, there's the Dow. Right? The Dow has taken back Friday's rally. That's telling you everything you need to know right there. You have just taken back that bounce back day on Friday. So every little bit of positiveness you tried to do Friday has already been taken back in the Dow names. And let alone, those Dow names are safety nets, right? They're low multiple, low volatile, low multiple names where they like to buy because there's safety, there's dividend. Right? Those are the safer names that institutional ownerships will want to buy, and they're selling off. So there's a problem. Right? Then I go to the Qs. Yes, we know tech. You had an upgrade in NVIDIA. So I'm going to just hang back. I may start to think about taking along if we can start to catch a bid here. Right? We have to do it here, though. What's worrying me is that the Dow, again, I know I'm just sitting here repeating myself. The Dow's down here, guys. Right? It's only a matter of time before the market follows that direction too, before the SPY gets there, and then a few minutes later the Qs are there. Right? So this is why it's important to do that. So I did not do that this morning. I had no idea the Dow was selling off. So that's what I get. I would have been able to hold on to those puts and not sell them at break even to manage my risk, when I could have said, man, the Dow's taking back what we did Friday. It's only a matter of time before the SPY gets there too, right? Or gets to my target, which was this 330 or 436. So that's all, guys. Again, that's why I say look at the overall market. Look at the 5 indexes, right? Dow, Qs, IWM, SPY, ARK, ARKK. It's going to give you a good glimpse at what's really going on, and it's going to help your decision making. and you're going to see what's strong and what's weak. It's hard for me to get long now, and that's probably the right thing to do. But until the Dow does something different, you got to look to be short. The Dow can't make a new high. And if this continues down, it's going to bring down the market. Right? The Dow is Apple. So what's Apple doing? Right? That's why. Look at Apple. It's up at resistance. This is a good support area for Apple, actually. Right? 173.85. This is a good support area. Man, I'm down a little bit more than I want to be to take a new trade. I think I need to wait. I need to wait until I really see a setup. I took SPY puts again though, and then I also the call side. I did buy some SPY calls. I thought they were for tomorrow, but they were for today. The order I had it up, and I just took them off. You know, I had a nice drawdown in it. It pulled back. You know, and all these positions were pretty small too, because, you know, I came in the day saying I'm not gonna rush. I'm not rushing into like anything. So I said it yesterday. I'd like to be able to come on the live stream and talk about a loss, because I haven't been able to have one, because the losses that I have had were you know, break even and red because of commissions, right? It's so important for you guys to be so good at losing that, you know, you're timing your entries, and you can't do it when you're new. Like, at least I couldn't. Like, I wasn't, there was years where I could not sense what was going on in the charts, right? I wasn't able to like catch like, hey, this little area, when it gets there, it's just going to start bidding it up, right? We're going to start heading to VWAP, and a ton of bids are going to get hit. We're just going to rip up higher. There was a time when I couldn't do that. I had no idea. It just came with time and really dialing in and watching everything. I did want to say, though, Anmo, I'm not sure if you're here or not, my guy. I know you're probably getting ready to call it a night, though, where you're at. You have a great night. Thank you so much for what you did, my guy. That is greatly appreciated. Just wanted to say thank you for that. So I'm just going to hang out. If we start to put in like higher lows, and it looks like we're starting to like turn this thing around, the first thing that's going to show me that is the Dow. It might even be the Qs. But again, the Qs were off, you know, the Qs were trying hard to rally. The Dow messed them up, right? So this is what we want to be. We want to be, if the Dow is able to find some type of support, and we start getting this turnaround, right? It's almost lunchtime. We get this turnaround. You see the Dow like not making new lows. We want to be long tech stocks, right? The Qs are the leader to the upside. The Dow is the leader to the downside. And the IWM and SPY aren't doing much at all. Take that back. The SPY is actually, the SPY is actually flat, believe it or not. Right? Look at this drawdown of we'll call it 439 to 435, 436. We went $3-4 and we're still break even, guys. These are the type of days that could turn out really big, but it's Monday. What was I going to say? What happened last Thursday, guys? You guys may not know this, and I'm going to say it because you guys are here on the live stream. What did I tell you guys? What have I always said? Watch Thursdays. Thursdays is when positioning happens, because you're coming into the weekend. And whatever fund managers and anybody that's on an institutional desk, they're going to really get their orders in, whether it's to the sell side or buy side. Look at this. We've said it on this stream before. I've said it like before Thursday, like, guys, you know what's up. You know what tomorrow is, right? Whether you catch the direction, wait till 10, 10:15, 10:30, get those options cheap, right? And take the direction, right? The direction was obviously to the downside. If you would have just held them and said, I'm going to buy one of them, I'm gonna buy 5, and I'm just gonna buy as many, however many that you can buy to just let it expire worthless. Like just hold it all day. Thursdays, if when I get the timing right, right, whether it's like 10, 10:30, or if it comes into support, whatever I think it's going to do, and I didn't do it last Thursday, I will buy. If I don't have a decision made, I will buy both ways. Like you have a reverse head and shoulders here, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, bang, pulled it off, sold it off. But I will buy calls and puts both ways on Thursdays because I know since the beginning of the year that more times than not, you've had like a decent like 2%, 1.8% day in the S&Ps. You've had really big, massive days on Thursdays, right? You'll get them on Tuesdays and Wednesdays when you have Fed meetings, but I'm telling you guys, Thursdays are big because, you know, you have Friday, right? It's the summertime. A lot of them are in vacations. They're in the Hamptons. And they want to get those positions out and done with before going into the weekend for whatever reason, because they're not going to be in the office, because they don't want to have any type of risk coming into the weekend with news, right? So do yourself a favor, for anybody that's on here now, there's only a few people, watch for Thursday. Start recognizing Thursdays in general, right? That's why I say this Thursday, I want to see how positioning goes, the day going into Powell, right? How do we see positioning, right? And it's a Thursday. I'm telling you guys, since the beginning of the year, this is something that I have seen over and over. Because when I see something, I will remember it, right? Just like earnings, right? Spotify. We called it with Spotify. And ever since Spotify, I was like, let me see what the setup is. It worked with Spotify. They were selling it off into earnings. There was a nice setup to be short, right? Which told us they're selling into it. Maybe it's not such a great earnings. Well, turns out it was true. It went to the downside. So we said, all right, let's see if this happens again, right? Shopify, Snap, right? There was even long ones there like Sunrun. So we took all these names and it worked, and it kept working. So once you identify something, you want to see if it does it again, and then does it do it again, and you'll start to say, okay, this is happening. It'll be things that you notice that you won't hear people talking about because they're not going to take notice and try to see if it does it again. This did it all year, guys. I noticed we had a big day down on Thursday, and I said, let's see if this happens again, right? Today's Thursday. We had a big day. For some reason, I said, let's see how we do next Thursday, right? It did it again. I'm like, okay, I'm seeing a trend here. Then I started piecing it together. Okay, it's summertime. It's Thursday. They're probably not going to be in the office or have that many people in the office. And they do it Thursday also because there may not be that much liquidity going into a Friday, right? Because it's a vacation. You're coming into the weekend. It is summertime. So they do a lot of their selling or buying on Thursdays. That's when we get big volume, right? So I noticed that in the beginning of the year, and I've just been following that trend. There's been 3 or 4 weekends where the Thursdays were pretty weak, whether because we had news like CPI or whatever on like a Tuesday or so. Um, you know, even on the Fed day, last Fed day, you still had that Thursday big volatility come in, right? Positioning going in before the weekend. So it's something I noticed. It's something I've shared with you guys one other time before, but I want to keep it under wraps because this is something I've identified where I know I can buy both ways. And even if it doesn't work that day, longer term until it changes, it's going to give me a nice direction in either move where it's going to outpay the loss or I cut the loss once I get the direction, right? I manage the risk and I let it go. And I'm going to take that all the way up until the close and then I'll sell it, 3 o'clock, 3:15, 3:45. You just got to watch. Well, it's not Friday, but like in the SPY, because we have dailies, you want to make sure that your broker doesn't assign you or they stop you out of your position. So if you do play dailies, you want to let them know, like, hey, I'm selling these before the close. Do not stop me out or do not, whatchamacallit. And there goes the Qs. The Qs are looking like they're trying to make another low. It's going to be... See if we can get some type of support here and start closing higher. And maybe we can go see VWAP. Right? Go get that lunchtime bounce. I had a feeling today was going to happen, man. Because we closed Friday. It's just so weird. And I said it last night that, like, Friday's close was a bit... Like, I thought that it was, like, a little, like, bearish. There was like some bearishness to it. Like it felt to me like we could not close above this consolidation part from Thursday. Right. So for me to be bullish Friday or today, right? This 436.91. You see this consolidation to the left here on the S&Ps, right? This would have, to me, would have had to have been broken, right? This was our close right here, 436.45. I wanted to see this area get. I wanted to see us get up here because 437.10 is still resistance until it's broken. We never broke it. Matter of fact, you broke it end of day, and you immediately took it back. You immediately took it back. And that's what I'm trying to explain to you guys, that like when you get a move and then it takes it right back, that's telling you everything you need to know. Keep those in mind going into the future. And look, guys, new lows. All right. So what I'm going to do is, man, this sucks. This sucks, man. We were in puts. We were in the 436s. Fuck. I got to do a better job, right? I got to do a better job. I mean, I managed my risk. It is what it is. Those things will happen. I said I wanted to take it easy today and kind of let the markets do what they want. They're at $1.15. We entered those at 30 cents. 369. Oh my goodness. They're 5 cents away from being, I don't know, 400%. 369. 12. 120. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's about 300%. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. And now they're down to 100. That's why you got to be quick with them. All right. So I'm just going to do a little bit of research here. I'm just going to look around, see what I want to do. All right. Let's look at TLT. Where's TLT? That's another thing I didn't look at today. Well, no, I did. I looked at the yields, so I know it should be down. All right. It's still continuing to the downside. We're starting to get this capitulation to the downside on bonds. I'm going to tell you guys right now, when I make this trade on TLT, if I just get, there's a certain setup that I'm looking for, and as soon as we get it, I'm telling you guys right now, this is going to be a big trade for me. I'm hoping to be able to make this one of the biggest trades in my career, right? I'm still looking to always, I'm looking to always get better, but like to be able to one-up myself. I've had some really good trades in the past. I've had some really big trades in the past. But I really want to take advantage of what's about to come. Because this may not come for another 15, 20 years, but this trade may not set up for another 6 months, right? Or 2, 3, 4 months, right? But we're getting it. Look at this. You're getting a spike in yields and the capitulation in TLT for the most part. And bonds lead equities, right? Bonds lead equities for the most part. TLT never made new highs, right? TLT's back up at highs. TLT's highs are way up, I think, 180, 190, right? right? So the SPY is pretty much up here, and TLT is nowhere near there. So, which is to be expected, though. Which is to be expected. Because there's still that capitulation after the bear market where bonds continue to sell off for about 6 months to a year after the market has rallied, and then, bonds start picking themselves up. At least that's been the playbook. Yes. Can you tell me what you think Tesla will be on August 24th? I can give you a shot, buddy. But we got to remember, we don't know what type. What's today? Oh, you're talking about the end of the week? Okay. When is that? Is that Thursday? 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's Thursday. It all depends on the market, right? Just what I would do to gauge Tesla is it has relative strength. Because Tesla is still hanging out. So I have two different things going on with Tesla, right? I'm actually in the camp that I wonder this type of rollover like this, right? That's so bearish. This type of just boom, dead cat bounce, hit this 90 MA, maybe even. I think we might do a bit of consolidating here. I'm going to be honest. Why do I think we're going to do consolidation? Because you've already had a crazy move, and I think you're going to slowly get people to start getting short again in Tesla on the bounce backs. So you're going to get these bounce backs, but it's going to be, and it all depends with the market. It's tough. This Thursday, what do I think? Let me see here. Let's do this. I'm going to try and help you with this. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can. See, I don't know because news could come out. Like the markets, it all depends on what the market does, as in the SPY, right? If we continue this sell off, I expect Tesla to continue to the downside. All right, I think Tesla's just going to continue to the downside, and it breaks the 100-day moving average. It could actually. This is a weekly chart. See, it's hard. It's hard to say what's something to guess because you don't know we don't know what type of news we're going to get this week. What if Tesla has something they come out with? They had news this morning, right? Tesla had news about another country wanting to do a gigafactory, things like that. That's why it's got a bit of strength right now. Here's what I can tell you, right? Here's what I would do. I would open yourself up for both ways. And how do we do that? So if we know, right, Tesla in a week moves 212 high to low, 240. What is this? This is 212.36. So we're going to say 210. Fuck it. We'll say 210, 240. All right. So that's $30, right? And then we have 238, 253, 38, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53. We're going to give this thing $15 to $18, right? We're going to give Tesla $15 to $18 either way. $15 to $18. So if we have an up day, right? If this market starts bouncing, where are we at right now? We opened here. We're right here, 225. There's the 100-day, 220. I'm going to give you both directions. And what's funny is the fact that it's there, right? That puts us right there. Oh, man. Fuck. I thought they said Tesla. Just give me 1 second. 10. I'm going to be honest. I'm just kind of curious if it still is right here. Because why do I say that? Because I feel like we could get a bounce on Tesla for it to just reject and pull it back. And then by Thursday, right? Like, so if we bounce, right? And you put in another candle, right? We put in another candle that looks like this. And then you get another candle, right? Where you have the little wick. But do we get up to 240? That's the question, right? And then we pull it back, right? And maybe a gap up. This all depends on what the market does, right? It says Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So, and why I draw that is because I feel like we can, well, if we can get some strength, the market's still going down though. So there's no, I just can't get, I'm not going to get too bullish this thing, but it does have some strength. You have to just look at it like $15, $20 both ways, right? That's going to take you to 35. You open today at 220 to 240, right? That's a $20 move. $15 to $20 because $15 to $20 has been its weekly range, right? It's been its weekly range. So by Thursday, I think you got to look for this thing back up here at like 240, right? I'm going to say 235 by Thursday. 238 is my number, and I'm sticking with it. I'm going to say 238. That's if the market bounces. The SPY is red. The Qs are probably getting ready to turn red. 215. Yeah, and I'm sorry about that, man. Join us here, right? If you have any questions in the morning, I come on at 7 o'clock. I came on late today because my little girl over there decided to keep me up until 3 o'clock this morning. I was sitting there watching videos. I fell asleep. Meow. It's great. I'm like, she kept doing it, right? Throughout the night. And I'm like, because I haven't been able to play with her really because of these live streams and stuff that I do at night to go over the markets and try to game plan for the next day and stuff. And you know, I gotta play with her and wear her out. So she'll sleep all day and then is up all night and keeps me up. So I'm gonna fix that today because, you know, I'm gonna come in the morning. So join us in the morning if you have something you're looking to play. Let's go over it in the morning. You know, I mean, we can always go over them now, but we want to see where we close today. We don't know where we're going to close. Right now, we're still looking really weak. Right? We're slowly but surely taking back Friday's move. And you know what? What did we say yesterday? What was one of the weak stocks? Google. Is this thing going to go green? Because no. Let me see something here. So I don't have much now, guys, because I've already given back some this morning, and I don't want to continue to do that. You know, it's not what we're here to do. We're here to take money, not lose it. And I'm sorry you messed up on that short, buddy. I really am. I wish you would have known about, you know, coming here, asking us, asking chat about, you know, just what you should do. Look at this, right? Look at this. Do you guys see this? Look at what we did this morning. Do you see this trend line? Right? Do you see us break it and then turned it into resistance? Look at this. Look at that. Shit. Look at that, guys. Right? Look at that. From Friday's low, right? Boom. Boom. Right? We're gapped up. What do? We sold off, broke it, put in a double top at it, and then sold it off. Sold it off. That's so sickening that we were in 436 puts, and we are now in the money. And I had to get rid of them. It is what it is, right? I got back to break even. I had to take it. I didn't get my timing right. I had to let the move go. And I also didn't do the work. So if I would have went and visited the Dow, the Qs, and like really looked over the whole markets, I'd have been able to stay in it because I'd have been able to see the picture of a bear, right? I'd have been able to say, yeah, we're going to the downside. Technology's strong off the bell, but it's not going to last because, Apple, right? Apple is the market. If Apple's going down, so I could just see the weakness. What is this? Is this Thursday's low? It is. So let's see if we turn Thursday's low into resistance. I mean, I'm sure we will. That's actually an entry point. I'm not telling you guys to get short this. I wouldn't short down here. You're already paying. You're paying close to 300%, if not over 300% in premium. But yeah, I don't know. If you guys have any questions, should I stop my losses right now or should I wait a little to see if it goes down one? So, what do you mean you have losses? Are you short? Are you long? I don't know, I don't know. So if, I don't know if you have puts, if you're actually short, and it's not like I can tell you what to do. It's like, where's your resistance level at? So there's a lot, that we go through here. Let's see here. Should I stop my loss right now, or should I wait a little to see if it goes down more? I don't know anything. I don't. It's not like I can't tell you what to do. But look at this. Look at the Dow. So the Dow has now broken Friday's guys. Friday's low and Friday's open. The Dow has broken it. That's not good. That's not good, guys. That's not good. This market may have a lot more downside in store. I don't know what, I don't know if I can tell you what, I can tell you what I would do with it. You just have to give me information on what it is. Do you have time on it? Is it puts? Are you actually just short the stock itself? And from where? Right? If you start to get back to if you start to get a move in your direction to get to cut your loss the best you can. That's the other part to this is, entering, not shooting from the hip or not throwing everything at one trade and kind of just, getting profitable, right? And put, even if you buy 10 options, right? Buy 5. Buy 5, buy 4 even. And just start working on things, timing your entries, getting a feel for what the market's doing by going over and saying, okay, the Dow is down, the Qs are leading, but the Dow being down the way it is, it's just going to lead the market. The Qs are going to be the last one to get down. The Dow starts to bounce, and you would look to be long the Qs, technology. Oh, you do have puts? Okay, you think you have puts? So if you are short, and I think it's Tesla, right? I would not be. I just can't be short Tesla right yet. I just can't be short that name because it's still up. Look, right? Like, Tesla is still here. If you're short Tesla, I wouldn't be short it. I don't want to tell you to get rid of it, but I would. Look, Tesla's still up here. Here's the opening price. 221.57 and it's at 225. If you're short Tesla, I would not be short Tesla. I would sell it. All right, I would sell it. I would get out of it. I would move on and start working on getting these entries right. Like I said, you can join us in the morning. And I don't want to tell you this for it to like gap down or come out with news and then just. So look, here's resistance, right? This would be my level. I would say if Tesla closes above 226.75 and we break through it, right? Then I would say, hey, this thing is going to be going back to the upside. Then I would get rid of it. That's me. That's what I would do because I would enter that position to where I'm comfortable losing this amount if I'm wrong. I don't over. Looks like the SPY is trying to bounce a little bit. So if you're short Tesla, I wouldn't be. I would not be short Tesla right now. You're about to find out if you should be short Tesla, right? If you break above this 226.75, you break above that, it's going to become support and you're going to rally the rest of the day. I promise. I would. But again, if it doesn't break it, then hey, then you got more downside coming. But this is not a name I would short because look at that. Like I say, you got to look at it from this perspective. It's still green. It's 5% green. It's a strong stock. And again, this is if you're short Tesla. No, you should not be short Tesla. It's up 5% and the overall markets are all down. Right? Look at the SPY. SPY's down there. Right? The opening price is at 438, call it. 436, 437.50. And Tesla's still way above its opening price. That's relative strength. So I would because Tesla may have some upside to go. Longer term, a week, next week, yeah, this thing could go down. That might have some more downside. But you have a really nice bounce here because there's been a lot of shorting. It's in the support. You're going to get a lot of profit taking just in case you get a bounce. Because people that are green on this short, they're going to start managing their risk by taking profit. So here we go. This is going to be a tell sign for Tesla if you are not able to break up here. This was the level I was watching this morning. Right? 226.75. Why are people so surprised with this GDP number? No, dude, you're fine, buddy. You can ask all the questions you need, bro. This is why I'm doing this. All we ask is a like, subscribe if you haven't already done so. This is why we're here. We're here to help you guys because there's a lot of people that charge a lot of money and they don't give you the help that you need and they only cater to the people that give them the most money. So you're fine, man. Whatever we can do to try and help you out. How do I get... you would go into, right? Let's go. You would go to sell to close. If you bought to open, right? You would buy to open. And you want to sell to close. Right? You can and you have market order, limit order. Okay? There's a difference between market order and limit order. Like limit order means that you are setting the price that you want. You're going to sacrifice limit order is you may not get filled, right? So you want to if you want to make sure that you get out of this, and again, you just do what you need to do, but Tesla is strong right now. I mean, Doesn't You're going to find out right now if this thing breaks up above this level. But you would sell to close is how you would do that. You would sell to close because you're selling it to close it out. Unless, like, because there is, like, ways to buy it and sell options, too. Um, but, yeah, man, Maverick, you're good, buddy. Whatever I can do to help you out, man. And, again, remember, I don't know where you're, like, if you're on the East Coast, West Coast, from the United States or another country. Join us early in the morning at, like, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And we'll go over the charts and we'll say, look, if this happens, at least this is what I say for me. This is where I'm getting long. Why would I get long there? Because of this reason, right? This is where I'm going to be short. This is where I'm going to be long. And we also do night and we also do an hour long live stream at night too at like 8:30. I'll probably do it a little bit earlier today so that I can get her to stop keeping me up all night and keep her up in the afternoon. So I'll probably do that at like 7:30. And then we go over our chart so that we know where we close, so we can dictate what do we think is going to happen tomorrow. So yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, we go over all that stuff in the morning, so we have a game plan, right? We'll cover the news, right? If we have a strong catalyst for something that's strong, weak, right? You know, things like that. So we know this is where we want to be. This is where we want to be. This is where we want to buy. Whether it's this is where we want to be long, and this is where we want to be short. We cover our grounds before the bell opens, so that when the market opens, if we get a pullback into that area, we know we could have orders already set, so that we just automatically get filled, or whatever, right? Because we want to identify the areas that if we think this is going to happen, this is going to give us the best opportunity. That if we're wrong, we're going to lose less, and that is the most important thing. Is that we lose less when we're wrong than we make when we're right. Because if you're losing more than what you make, it's only a matter of time before you go to zero, and this is why a lot of people struggle, right? And then we get that move in that direction, take some off, take a little bit off, because they could just turn around and just have a failed breakout. But because we've taken profit and we've bought our calls or puts at the best time, we've bought them cheap, we've taken profit, and we're practically green. And if something happens and it fails to give us that extension, because like today, like the market's selling off, if we were long, we got that extension, we took profits, the market rolls over, okay, we're out, right? We've taken profits, we've bought at the best time because we've gotten on the cheapest, and we have lost the least that we could lose. And that's going to help us for when we do get the trades right. When it gets going, we're going to make more, and we're actually going to grow our account, right? We're going to grow our account instead of just throwing money at the wall. And and consistently failing, because there's a reason why 90%, 98% of people fail. It's because they fail to manage their risk, right? Even when they're right, they it's funny because like when you're green, you can't just let it go, right? Some people can't, right? But when it's red, it's like people aren't selling, oh, because I'm down, and they just let it go. And they don't want to stop out in case, for whatever reason. It's just the human psychology is a crazy thing. All right. What's up, Teach? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's what I was I was short this morning, and I had a bit of a drawdown, and once I got that break even, I just said, I'm good. Like I'm just gonna cut this break even. I'm not sure, man. I'm really not. I said this morning because what happened was I didn't do what I should have done, and that was like look at the cues, the Dow, the spot, and like kind of like look at everything. And I know I'm repeating myself. I've said this over and over. But if I would have identified that the Dow was down like it was, I would have been fine holding these instead of selling them at a barely take profit so that, after commissions, I had a break even trade. I didn't make anything, but I didn't lose anything. Right? I was short. I was short this morning too, man. I said it this morning. I was short. It bounced away from me and then it pulled back in. My puts were green. So I sold them at a small take profit. Now there's 436 puts for today where they were at like 118 when I looked at them. And that's like 400%. And I'm like, shit. We got in those at 30 cents and they were at $1.20, man. It's crazy. But that's like, to put it in perspective, guys, $100, $200, $100, that's $400 or like $280, $300. So what do I think? I don't know, man. I don't know, but what I will say after today, Tej, is that this tells me everything, right? Like Friday, we could not fail. So I brought this up a little bit ago. I don't know if you were here or not. So I brought this up, right? I brought Thursday and Friday up. So look at this consolidation area right here on Thursday. We failed to get up there, which would have been right here, right there, that tail. See how we got above that resistance, this resistance and support, 437.10, call it. We got up there and you couldn't hold it. We could not hold it. We sold it right back off. We did stick the close from Thursday, but once we could not stay above that, I even said Friday afternoon and last night's live stream that I went over this same thing, and I'm like, there was something about Friday and the way it closed to Thursday's close, right? From Friday's close to Thursday's close, there was something about the way that we ended Friday that I wasn't fully committed to the upside, right? Because I would have liked to have seen us come back up, break it, hold it, and then maybe continue higher pre-market or after hours. We didn't do that. You broke the level and then immediately took it right back, right? You just a V, right? You got bought up, broke through it, three candles up, and then immediately three candles right back down. That tells you everything you need to know. The sentiment is still to the downside in my eyes. It's being able to identify those type of things that happen that really can put you on the right side of this market. I'm with you, Cheech. I would watch the Dow, right? See if the Dow can't find support, this market's going lower. I promise. I know for a fact it is. Look, the Dow just put in a new low, guys. The Dow put in a new low. If it continues, it's only going to take a night of futures where they match themselves back up. All right, so there's our bounce. And it looks like the Dow's also doing it. And what time is it? 12:17. See, I've already chopped myself up trying to buy bounces, and I'm not doing it. So, yeah, I think we've gotten it to I would see if we would turn this into resistance first. Right? See if we can consolidate, do something, and get VWAP in this area and reject VWAP. Look at this, Tease. I don't know if you've seen this yet or not. Look at this downtrend or this uptrend, right? Look at this gold line, right? That's from Friday's low. Look at that double bottom. Bang, bang, bang. And then what did we do? Look, double top. Boop, boop. Resistance. And that was another indication to the downside. So I want to see what we do back up at this trend line, because that trend line is obviously on someone else's charts. On the institutional side of things, they're watching this. They're watching that trend line. And I'm kind of curious where it goes. Right? I'm kind of curious, like, what is the, like, if I go to an hourly chart, okay, so that there's not much there. Oh, that's a circle. Shit. All right. So we'll see, right? If this thing bounces back up and we do not break above this trend line, I'll probably try and take another short for tomorrow. I did get messed. Look, this is actually some there's a lot of low volume today. Take notice to that. The volume is really low, guys. That volume is really low. I want to see what we do up at that trend line. But this morning I sold my stuff also because, yeah, man. Yeah, Maverick, you have a good rest of your day, buddy. Yeah, join us in the morning. We'll get all our setups, ask all the questions you want. If you have any questions later on, hop back on, man. You have a great day, man. Thanks for stopping by. Like I say, I would have still been in those puts, but they were for today, and if they were dated for tomorrow, I would feel more comfortable staying in them. But that's my own fault. You know, I didn't double check to see what the date was on them. I'm gonna do some. I'm gonna look around the markets for a little bit and see what we have going on here. See if I can find something. All right, I'm gonna take my time. Little red day today. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've had a red day. It's been a while, so I'm pretty thankful for that. Exactly. Yeah, man. It was like, well, it was like, because I was already short. I came in the morning, and as we were going up, I put this circle here, and I'm like, I want to see if we can pull it back, because that would tell me that we're putting in a higher low, right? To take the long, because you have, like, yeah, it was done, futures, pre-market. But institutional ownership, are they going to step in and buy down here? Right? Do we pull it back, put in a higher low? And we didn't do that. We just, well, we obviously went down to this area, but I was like, I grabbed them. I had a drawdown of like 30%. It gave it back to me. And I said, let me just take this back, because now I'm break even. I have a little bit of profit. Commissions will be paid for. And I'm like, I'm just going to take it off. Even if it goes down, it is what it is. I saved myself money. Because what if it doesn't go down and we do go back up higher and we just rip? And now I'm red again. And then I'm going to say to myself, I just was given an opportunity to get out. Get out for free. Right? No loss, nothing. And I didn't take it. And now I'm red again. What would I, how would I, then that's where the emotion starts. This is how You know, and again in the morning I said I'm going to take it slow today. I'm not going to rush in anything. I'm not oversizing because I want us to set up, start putting in a nice setup and hammer it. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to go into the week rushing. I'm going to let the week come to me because I'm already expecting the end of the week to get, you know, pretty volatile. And here's our bounce back, like we said. See if we can pull VWAP down and try and get another test of VWAP. But yeah, that, you know, I was given the opportunity of a drawdown of 30% because it was dailies. Um, and then and I think it was the long. Um, After that, we got the bounce back. It was down here at support. So I went and took a long right here just to see even if we get a bounce. See, there's my circle. Because I was wanting to see if we could get a bounce back to VWAP and put in a higher low. I could still take profit off on that trade. Doesn't mean I'm hanging my hat on a long, but I have till tomorrow. I'm not going to get eaten up on premium. I won't have to sit through a drawdown. And I was looking to turn this area of 437.65, right here. See if we turn that into resistance, which it looks like we're going to go up to possibly do that now. Or would it be? It'll be either one of the two, right? 437.41, and then you have another area up here at like 437.68, 69. All right. So that was my thesis for the long. It didn't work out, right? I said if we close, like if we start closing below here, and we did. I got out this candle. We closed below. This was Friday's high, I think, or not Friday's high, but I think this was Thursday's close, or this is Friday's close right here. That white line, the turquoise is Thursday. So we closed below it. I took my loss, right? It is what it is. So, and you know, I kind of just went small on them. So, VWAP is this pink line. VWAP is your volume weighted average price. That's this pink line. So institutional owner, like institutional buying fiduciaries, when they build positions, right? If let's say if they're long, if institutions are long, and there's a stock that they want to buy or whatever it is, what they're going to want to do to like to them is if they are able to buy under VWAP, they've done their job, right? They're buyers under VWAP if they're long, right? They buy under it. This is a place where they get long under it, and if they're short, they want to be short above VWAP, right? That's what VWAP is used for, pretty much, because it's a volume weighted average indicator. Come on. What is this? So yeah, like down here, right? If somebody just bought, right? They bought the lows of the day, and not only that, they're buying under VWAP. That's why I got long this morning to see if we could, you know, get a run back up to VWAP, and we never did, which is that pink line right there, right? This pink line right there. And we're coming up to it now. And I also, like, look at this gap, right? There's also another lesson in this. Like, look at the gap between both of them. Sorry, I didn't know my phone was right there next to the mic. Like, look at that gap, right? Look at the separation. You know, that's got to be at least a standard deviation, if not close to 2 standard deviations below VWAP. Those, understanding, like, you know, once you get to like a 4 standard deviation, stocks always turn around. Like if you get like a small cap and it just runs and it goes up like HKD, every time HKD got to that 4 standard deviation, that's when it pulled back. Because they use institutional ownership uses standard deviation above and below VWAP as well, with average true range. If the SPY is moving at $5 on average, right, they'll say we are, you know, we've done right. If the SPY pull is averaging $5 a day, and you're down 450, right? And you're like, okay, this is about, we are 2 standard deviations below VWAP. This is a, you know, a 4 standard deviation type of move off of the bell, right? Those things line up for them to say it's time for a mean revert, right? Where it'll go back in the opposite direction. And that's why it's like using the ATR with standard deviation. And yes, standard deviation and your ATR above and below VWAP is usually an indication of an entry for a reversal, right? Where a stock has made a move where it's just outdone its move into whatever direction that it's went into. Let's look to see if we start to put in like a little reverse head and shoulders here. It's not really going to happen because this would have been your left shoulder. So I can tell you right now, from high to low, that's definitely 2 standard deviations at least. If I go pull it up, which I'll pull it up right now, let's see what it was. Let's see what that move was. It might even be close to 3. And that's where you're getting that reversal off of. That's where shorts will take profits and buyers will also step in. Man, but that's crazy. We can't get going for nothing to the upside. There is no type of bullishness left in this market. Let me look at that standard deviation. I'll look at it in 1 minute. Man, that sucks. All right, so the Dow did bounce. There we go. Look, there's the Dow and there's the bounce in the Dow, guys. See, that's what I was trying to show you guys, is watch the Dow. It was the leader to the downside. See if it starts to lead us back to the upside. And then, look, everybody's going to get long, and then it's going to pull itself back. But yeah, that's VWAP, Tej, is that pink line. Yeah, this pink line right here is VWAP. This stands for volume weighted average price. And institutions want to be long underneath of it, and they want to short above it. Let's see if we reject it. Let me take this off because I want to see something. And this volume today has also been low, so keep that in mind. This is a low volume pullback day. Look, there's the gap fill. So do you guys see what we did? From all we did was pull back to that gap fill from the gap down from Thursday into Friday. All we did was pull back to that gap fill. See it? Right here where this line is. Right there, guys. That's a beautiful bounce right on it. Look at that gap. All we did was support, support, gap up, we pull it back, support, we get it. Now what do? We're on that trend line. Do we pull it back one more time and put in a lower high, which would be like right here? We're going to find out soon. You break above VWAP and hold it. Look to get some upside going into the end of the day. That's my plan. And I will look for some calls. Man, if we do, I need some volume here. Because I've already had a red day. I've already overtraded. I'm already not getting my entry. Right? So technically, if anybody gets long up here, right? What's your risk? Your risk is this. That's your risk. Right there. Because the stock can still pull back, put in a double bottom, and you're still right to the upside. You just, this is why time is also good. But look, the RSI, it's oversold or overbought, right? It's overbought. It should start to pull itself back. There's a VWAP rejection. There's your VWAP rejection. It hasn't fully rejected it yet, but we are oversold. But this would be your. This is why entries are important, because the person who enters here, right, in order for them to know that they're wrong, that's your risk, right there, right. Your risk is 20. Maybe you give it a little bit more, right. You give it a little bit more. So that's what we want to work on. This is how we get good. This is how we make money. This is how you make money. Right? That's your risk management right there. This area is what you give it. If you go long up here, this is what you got to give it. So which one do you want to be in? Which trade? I want to be in this one. I want to be a buyer here. And I'm already taking profits up here. You know, people are going to enter where other people are taking profits. Right? This is where I would be taking profits, not buying it. So, and again, this stock could pull, the SPY could pull itself back to put in a double bottom or whatever. In order for me to know that I'm wrong, that this stock is not going up anymore, it's got to break this 435. So I'm going to leave it at that, guys. Anytime, man. Anytime. Alright, guys. Give me just a few minutes. I'm going to go get something to drink. What do you guys want me to put up here? You guys want like Tesla or something? AMD? Let's also do something here. Yeah, let's see what happens, guys. Let me... Oh, there definitely is. There's definitely something with David Solomon and Goldman Sachs that people... Yeah, it is. So look, guys, I'm gonna wash my face real quick. I'm gonna brush my teeth. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Here's AMD. Let's put up Tesla. Tesla's a bit stronger, even though AMD is almost up. You know, it's up 1.2%. I could put them all up. Honestly, I could. So there's Tesla breaking that level. You want to be long these type of names. They're strong. They never broke the opening price. So we know what we want to be long. Right? And then we'll find what stocks do we want to be short. Right? Look at Google. Google's a tech stock that closed red Friday and broke the lows today. So started. Oh, there's a fire that was started deliberately. What? Man, this is so fudged. Alright, let's go to Tesla. Alright. Alright, guys, I'm going to go wash my face, brush my teeth real quick. I will be right back. Take your time. Don't overdo yourself. Don't overtrade. If you have any questions, start in the comment section. If If you haven't done so already, give us a like, subscribe if you haven't done so. It is greatly appreciated. I'll be right back in 10 minutes, gang. I'm going to turn on CNBC actually too for us. You have Joe Terranova crew. I don't know what that is. That's my phone. Let me take that off. There we go. Hold up. Let me get this. AirPods connected. Yeah, I don't know what that was. It must have been
show today. Halftime is
what I had up on the internet. All right, so it's commercial. All right, guys, it's a commercial. It'll be right back. And I will also be right back. All right. My target, so this is a 200-day moving average. I want to see if we can get Tesla back down to 206, 205. So I want to point out some things right here. Look at this volume, guys, to the buy side on Friday and today, right? Compared to the selling that's been taking place. It's outdoing it. Where do we have the real selling at, right? Right here. Right? Right there. Right there. Where is that? It's in this area. There's a lot of buying in here too, though, with that candle. It might be possible that Tesla gets back to 255 to reject it. It would not surprise me if it gets itself back up there and the S&Ps get a bounce. The S&Ps sell off in the morning, rally the rest of the day. But you want to see today, you have to take back our high of the day today. If we do not take back this high of the day, that is telling you the sentiment going into tomorrow, you can probably expect a gap down. If we do not retake this high of the day up at 438, we will not be gapping up tomorrow. Well, the likelihood of an update tomorrow just gets smaller because you want to see a real strength. If we sell it off, you want to see it get bought right back up and more than the sell off. That's giving you the strength signal. I'll be right back.
AI was the big stock story in the first 7 months of the year, but that narrative has started to sputter as higher rates and perhaps too much hype have dented AI stocks. A bigger problem is the small number of choices for AI investors. Let's talk with John Mayer. He's the Chief Investment Officer of GlobalX, who runs the GlobalX Artificial Intelligence and Technology ETF and the Robotics and Artificial Intelligence ETF. He knows a lot about this subject. John, your two big ETFs, huge outperformers in the first half, sunk in August. What's the problem? We have valuations, interest rates, China.
I think all of those points are valid, but I think you have to look to the broader story. The CapEx cycle has been super strong. Year over year, 9% for S&P 500 companies. Companies are looking to improve efficiencies. And in bots, artificial intelligence and robotics ETF, you have a broad cross-section of companies, whether it be healthcare companies or industrial companies, and they're helping improve efficiency. So I think this theme can play out for quite some time.
You know, buy NVIDIA was the answer to every AI question in the first half of the year. But who are the broader beneficiaries? What's in this bots that you think is going to be the real beneficiaries of AI?
Well, if you drill down and look inside the ETF, Intuitive Surgical, that plays on robotic technology, certainly. Fanuc, Keyence Corp. These are companies that will help improve efficiencies of other corporations.
Keyence is industrial automation, big robotics, and they're going to be a beneficiary of this, obviously. Dynatrace, for example, it's software intelligence, right?
Yeah, all of these companies can help improve the overall efficiencies of other companies. And if you look at the CapEx cycle, it's super strong. So companies are investing in themselves.
Okay, we're going to have a lot more on AI investing, including John's picks for private companies that are going to benefit from AI, coming up on ETF Edge at 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. He'll be joined by Todd Sohn. He's the ETF and technical strategist at Strategas Securities. ETFedge.cnbc.com. Halftime. Back right after this.
Welcome back to the halftime. Now for Grade My Trade. So for Bryn Talkington, Eric in Switzerland, Schweiss, bought Microsoft back in February at $249.92. Should he sell it and take the profit or just keep holding on?
Well, it depends how you think about it. I always think there's a good premise about a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush. I will say that Microsoft is right at its 100-day moving average. But as a long-term investor, I think there's probably, besides Tim Cook and Jensen Huang, Satya Nadella and his team are the best leadership in the space. So I'm a long-term holder. I'm holding it. But a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush.
All right, Microsoft, birds in hand. Jim Lebenthal, John in Kansas, bought Wynn Resorts at $97 a share. So please grade his trade.
Yeah, John, I really think you want to stick with this here. I like your entry point, even though it's down. So I'm going to give you an A on this because I think there's a lot of gains to be had here. It's being held, the stock is being held hostage by what's going on in China. But the reason that shouldn't matter is twofold. One, Wynn's operations in the U.S. are killing it, just absolutely killing it. And number two, despite what's going on in China, Macau is also doing much better than expected. So there's really no reason for the stock to be below 100 here.
All right, Joe Terranova. Daniel in Miami bought Hershey at $236. Now he writes, based on this pullback, I believe we shall see an upward continuation on the 10-year trend line. So what are your thoughts with regard to Hershey?
My thoughts are that this is a name that's been in the Joe T strategy for quite some time, and the momentum is broken. Unfortunately, consumer staples no longer have the competitive rate advantage for what their dividend yield is relative to treasuries. Broken momentum, Dom, not good.
All right, not good for Hershey. And then for Weiss, Marco in Florida bought GXO Logistics back in March, $51 a pop. Should he also add to this position, sell it, or hold it, Steve?
I like it. So it's an A because you listen to me, and it's also an A because it's a great company. Look, in their quarter, they announced they've already booked $500 million worth of business for next year. The pipeline continues to grow. They're the largest independent 3PL in the world, and they also have room to make some acquisitions. So I would actually add to it here. The company is just expertly managed, tremendously well managed, and it's in the right spot as you see more onshoring coming into the U.S. and also into Europe, where more of their business is, frankly. So again, it's a favorite holding of mine. I'd stay with it.
All right, thanks to the committee for their weighing in on the Grade My Trade, and thanks for the viewers for sending those questions in. Coming up on the show, we got a number of big retail names reporting earnings this week. You can see some of the names there. We've got the setup from the committee coming up on the halftime report after this break. A lot of retail still left in the week.
With Vocalax.
Welcome back to the half. It's another busy week of retail earnings, as you can see by the calendar there. We got Dick's Sporting Goods kicking things off tomorrow before the opening bell. Dick's Sporting Goods is a name that Steve Weiss owns. So, Steve, we'll go to you with this one. What are you expecting out of DSG?
Look, I'm expecting more of the same for Dick's Sporting Goods, which is that good performance. They don't really have any broad competition nationally. There's some regional players like Academy Sports, but Dick's sort of owns a category to themselves. And once again, I don't think you can disintermediate them from an Amazon standpoint as much as others, because it's still an experience going buying sporting goods. However, what I would say is that as the stock gets closer to 150, 160, that it's not getting expensive, but it's getting fairly valued. So I'd like to see some upside to the quarter here, as I've seen with prior quarters. But, you know, I go back and forth. Right now I'm staying with it. I'll probably stay with through the quarter, which is not a big decision since it's happening tomorrow.
Okay, so another name that's reporting later on this week, and this is Thursday after the closing bell, is Ulta Beauty, a name that's been in and out of the spotlight since the pandemic days because of the trends in personal care, work at home, that kind of thing. This is a Joe T stock, so Joe Terranova. Ulta, expectations, and what do you do with the stock regardless of what happens with earnings?
Well, I think, first of all, the comp setup is a good one. I think they're going to be able to maintain their margins. I'm obviously speaking about the fundamentals. Unfortunately, there's been a breakdown in price, so that's testing the strength of overall momentum. I think earnings, which will be reported on Thursday, will be the ultimate ultimate resolution in terms of whether it's the factor of the fundamentals or the factor of the momentum that's going to win out. It's a name that we maintain positioning towards right now in the portfolio, but I think Thursday's earnings report is incredibly important to where we go in that regard.
And Bryn, we'll give you the last word on the consumer here. It's been very much a mixed picture with regard to the corporate results that we've seen so far. Walmart versus Target, other discretionary type names. Is there anything that stood out to you so far that would make you either more bullish or less bullish on the strength of the American consumer?
Unless an event happens, right, which we can't predict, the consumer's strong. And yes, they're tapping credit cards. You have to watch that. 30-day delinquencies are kicking up. But ultimately, the consumer is still strong. Jobs are aplenty. And so, as I said in the beginning, if there's an event that occurs, which none of us can predict, then sure, that would change things. But ultimately, I think that as everyone has spent on travel this summer, to me, that's one area I'm watching. So I think everyone went to Italy, everyone went to Europe. And I think that the consumer is somewhat tapped out from that perspective. So I want to see over the next couple of quarters what happens in those more travel type entities if we see that start to slow down.
And I've been pretty much right here in the New York City area. All right, folks, thank you very much. Final trades are coming up next from the committee. Keep it right here on the Halftime Report.
Contact us at Invesco.com.
Welcome back. Time now for final trades. Bryn, we'll start with you.
I'm going to go with Diamondback, but I'm going to structure some options around it. You can sell the December 160s, collect around $6. And if it gets called away from you in December, you've got about 4% on the dividend on the premium, plus about 9% on the upside on the stock, plus about a 1% dividend payment. So around a 15% trade of the next 4 months if it does get called away from you.
All right, Steve Weiss.
Microsoft, all the talk about NVIDIA justified. A great way to play it is Microsoft, which is sold off nicely and will be the #1 beneficiary of AI, in my view.
All right, Joe T.
I'll see you, Microsoft, and I'll raise you a Broadcom.
All right, Broadcom. And then Jim, Farmer Jim, happy birthday. Final
Thank you,
trade.
buddy. Thank you. ExxonMobil is my birthday gift to everybody.
All right. That does it for the halftime report. The Exchange with Kelly Evans picks it up right now.
Thank you very much, Dom, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and we begin with the major market news of the day. You see it right there behind me. The 10-year Treasury yield surging to 4.35%. That's the fresh 16-year high. We're just a hair below that level right now. The question is whether this is a real breakout or a late summer head fake. We have full team coverage this afternoon from the bond market to the impact on the mortgage market. You're going to want to hear about that, and how Fed Chair Jay Powell might react in Jackson Hole later this week. Let's start, though, with Rick Santelli out at the CME. And Rick, why today? Why now?
Well, I think because technically we broke through some very key levels, not only on a daily basis last week, but on a weekly close Friday. Let's start at the beginning. There's a 24-hour chart, Kelly. You could clearly see that right around midnight, we really started to race higher. And the reason is, let's make a 2-day chart. If you look at the hump in the middle of the left side of that chart there, that was the high session for Friday. Once we traded above that in the wee hours of the morning, we have not looked back. Virtually everything in our time zone has been above Friday's highs. And Friday, we basically closed a smidge above 4.25, which, if you go to the next chart, in my opinion, is the key to your question. It's about technical analysis and the fact that 2-year yields did not close above their big spike high from March. And it took 10 years and 30-year bonds quite a while because this all occurred on October 24th. But nonetheless, this is going to be the 4th session in a row we've closed above that key technical level, and that includes a Friday, which is a high priority technical close. Now, if we go back to the last time we had closes of 2s and 10s at these levels, you have to go back to 2007. For 30-year bonds, it's 2011. And what's really interesting is today's going to be the first day 30-year bonds close above their key technical level from the 24th of October, and that was 4.38%. We've hopped right over it, but it doesn't change anything. It's still an aggressive close. And you asked whether it's a move or just year end or just something towards the end of summer. I think it's already been the type of move technicians are capitalizing on for no other reason other than this chart. 2s to 10s. I cannot tell you how many traders the last 3 months have told me the next big move on yield curves is going to be steepening, and they were spot on. Yep. Because at the last day of July, we were at minus 91. We're currently at minus 64. So we've de-inverted or steepened quite a bit, and pretty much all long-dated moves.
The only thing I want to mention, Rick, for people who look at that and go, hey, we're steepening again. The yield curve isn't as inverted, and therefore we're all, it's going to be fine. Well, usually once, if it's been inverted, then it starts disinverting. That's usually the bad kind of disinversion that comes before the actual economic slowdown. So it's hard to feel too good about that.
I couldn't agree more. It's not the type of thing where it's a closed system. When it goes inverted, it's going to mean potentially a recession. And as you become less inverted, less recession, it doesn't work that way. You're exactly correct. There can be ways where the curve would delever or re-steepen, but currently we are not seeing that type of trade.
All right. So, and Rick, just to put a point on it, so basically the only real reason that you're hearing for why this is happening now is basically because it's been happening for the last couple of weeks. But when I think about overnight catalysts from China to you name it, it's not as if something really jumps out.
No, I think it's a cumulative effect.
Yeah.
There are handfuls of reasons for this market move. I do think China is one of the biggies because that, along with Fitch and Moody's, have really refocused on the issue of debt and how agonizing that treats growth. And anyone who doesn't agree with that, just look at the way the market's pricing.
All right, Rick, thank you. Rick Santelli, we appreciate it. Now, most importantly, maybe here at home, the surging 10-year means that mortgage rates are also probably touching new highs. Diana Olick brings us those latest details. Diana, what's the number?
Well, Kelly, as you know, mortgage rates loosely follow the yield on the 10-year Treasury, so no surprise. Here it is. The average rate on the popular 30-year fix touched 7.48% this morning. That, according to Mortgage News Daily, and that is the highest since December of 2000, so 23 years. Last year at this time, it was around 5.5%. Home prices had peaked in July of last year, but they've started gaining again in the past few months, and all that just adds insult to injury for potential home buyers who not only can't find anything to buy, but are now seeing affordability get crushed. So just to do the math, if you're buying a $400,000 home today with 20% down on a 30-year fixed, your monthly payment of principal and interest is roughly $420 higher, that is monthly, than it was a year ago. More borrowers are now opting for adjustable rate loans. The average on a 5-year ARM last week was 6.2%. That, according to the MBA, the ARM share of applications rose to 7%. And just as a comparison, back in 2020, when rates were setting multiple record lows, that share of ARM loans was less than 2%. Kelly?
And yet, you know, I have some friends who, again, got outbid. They had a house that was going into attorney review, got outbid, I think, twice. This was just in the last couple of weeks with rates where they are. It's just extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, people are having to redo what they can afford, but for sure there is still pent-up demand for housing, and there's just not enough. And then you add on that all the folks who might have wanted to sell their house are now saying, well, I have a 3% rate. Why? It's just getting worse and worse every day. First, why would I trade it for 6%? Now, why would I trade it for 7.5%?
All right, 7.48%, just a hair below 7.5%. For all intents and purposes, 7.5%. Diana, thanks for bringing that to us. We appreciate it. Diana Olick. So, what will the impact the bond market and the mortgage rates we are looking at have on the Fed's next move? We're going to ask Steve Leisman. He's got the big look ahead to this week at Jackson Hole. And Steve, these questions just took on new urgency, I think.
Yeah, it is really a new question that's emerged, Kelly, ahead of this Jackson Hole summit. How's the surge in higher long-end yields going to play in the mountains? Since mid-July, as a result of bigger than expected Treasury issuance, you've had stronger economic growth and a Fitch downgrade. The 10-year yield has risen 60 basis points. Remember that number, because look at this one. Amid this move, the market's outlook for the year-end Fed funds rate hasn't budged, suggesting the market does not believe higher long-end years are going to push the Fed either way, either down or up. What has moved is the outlook for next year's funds rate, with the year-end 2024 funds rate rising almost 60 basis points from mid-July, at least in part a sign that the Fed has been successful in convincing the market it's going to remain higher for longer, though the market still has more cuts built in than the Fed has. But the Fed is going to have to ponder if this is more than it wants on the long end. Those 7% plus mortgage rates Diana was talking about, they could be crippling for the housing market. Banks could be under renewed pressure like they were back in March. And companies are going to have to refinance those bargain basement debt rates they had from the pandemic into much higher yielding paper over the next several years. Or this could be maybe exactly what the Fed wants, and it would see these yields as appropriate amid a world of higher growth and higher inflation. And Kelly, of course, maybe a higher real neutral rate.
No, you didn't. You didn't go there. You didn't. I was looking up academic paper titles that have R-star puns, and I don't think you can top Richmond Fed, The Fault in R-Star from 2018.
Yeah, okay. I want you to know, I punned about that long before they did. I just want you to know, because I would never leave a good pun. But there is a paper out recently by a couple of economists at Vanguard that was out last week, I want to say sometime at the end of last week, talking about a potential 1.5% real funds rate versus the Fed's long rate of 0.5%. Layer on top of that this long-held idea from Jeff Lacker that the equilibrium R-star can move over time, and we might, right now at least, be in a world of a higher R-star.
But here, okay, I'm going to quick Kelly aside. Indulge me, Steve. As Michael just said. So we have now an op-ed by who's our friend in the Wall Street Journal today, calling for the Fed to raise its calling for the Fed.
Jason Furman.
Thank you, Jason Furman.
Yeah.
It has come to me.
Yeah.
Saying that the Fed should raise its inflation target to 3% over the next 10 years. And I don't, that the entire basis of that argument is that you want more cushion in a zero rate world. And yet all of these academics are at the same time arguing we're no longer in that zero rate world because, you know, all the ARSA and all this stuff is structurally higher. This feels like exactly the wrong time to raise a price target that was supposed to cushion us to the downside when we're talking about the actual sort of impetus now maybe pushing us higher.
So I'm old school on this for two reasons. One is I think it's very bad form for the Federal Reserve to change the target, at least before it hit it. It may be down the road, it hits 2%, stays at 2% or under 2%. It may have the luxury or the ability to change it. The other thing is I'm pretty sure that's the way Powell feels, and I think my ability to communicate that is probably the most important thing I can do rather than what I think. I'm pretty sure that's what Powell feels. And Kelly, indulging your inner econ geek is one of the great pleasures of my job, so keep going.
When I need those name prompts here and there. Steve, thank you very much. A lot more to come. We really appreciate it. Our Steve Leisman, who will be reporting from Jackson Hole later this week. Let's turn to my next guest, who is a buyer of short-term bonds here, but is warning you do need to stay diversified, especially if the Fed begins to cut rates as early as next year. Here on set with me is Michael Cugino. He is president and portfolio manager of the Permanent Portfolio family of funds. First of all, Michael, welcome. I think it's the first time since COVID you've been back here. So,
pre-COVID, 2019.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Yep.
You know, you don't have to get into the R-star, like all of these econ geeky things, but I guess they all come back to this question, which the 10-year is kind of pressing upon us today, which is, where are interest rates really headed, and what would your investment advice be?
Well, I think they're likely going to be higher for longer, roughly where we are. I mean, I think the big question that we haven't really talked about yet is the timing. The Fed wants 2%, somebody else says 3%, great, but when? And are they willing to raise rates to a point to choke off economic growth, which we seem to be having, to get to 2% quicker rather than later? I don't know the answer to that question, but that's a legitimate one. And so, you know, for investors, I think this is all interesting. If you're a very conservative investor, you have your CDs at 5%, 4.5%, you don't have to do much. We think you can do better through a diversified portfolio.
Yeah.
If you have conviction in equities, there's certainly arguments to be made there. There's been a great stock market. And equities do have some competition for bond yields right now.
It feels like a strange world where we can make the case for both bonds and equities at the same time, but maybe it's just the flip side of what happened in the 2010s, where you could also bonds and equities at the same time, just, again, for different reasons today, I guess.
We've been doing the seesaw thing all year between bond investors and equity investors. The equity investor sees the Fed being done or close to it. Multiples are good, they're reasonable. There's the excitement of AI and all these growth stories out there. And so that's why equities have bled up, because there's been an absence of real negative news.
Do you think multiples are reasonable, though? Because they seem high by historical standards, not least, and this is the part I don't understand the most about this whole thing, they seem to be high relative to interest rates. You know, it's so odd that we'd say we're going to go from 0 to 5, and the stock market multiple is going to go up and be near its historical highs. That seems so strange to me.
The broad market multiple is no longer as cheap as it was, no question, but there are definitely some opportunities that are below market multiples. I think energy, natural resources, real estate investment trusts. I mean, now you have to have a strong stomach to do that, but there are opportunities there. The bond investor sees tightening credit. It sees an inverted yield curve. It sees the Fed saying that they might have to raise more quickly in a recession. And so, and that's that seesaw battle that we're having, and it tends to change on headline risk week to week, really.
Well, let me maybe ask a question differently. So for those who in the past kind of owned bonds but traded stocks, should you do the opposite now, where you own stocks but you trade bonds, right? You know, the yields being as high as they are feels kind of like an opportunity to pick up some extra cash. I don't know how far out on the curve you'd go, but it doesn't feel like anyone really wants to say, oh yeah, I want to own bonds, you know, for the long run here. It's more just, does this feel like the kind of moment to strike while the iron's still hot, you know, depending on what happens next year?
Well, this gets to the investor that was buying equities for yield several years ago, right? They no longer have to do that. And so they have to be a true equity investor to want equities. When you look at the comparable yields between, let's say, earnings on the S&P 500 and bond yields right now, if you're a growth investor, you're going to look at that and say, well, they're comparable, but I like the growth perspective and the long-term nature of growth, so I'm going to weight it that way.
Right.
If you're more conservative or you have liquidity needs going the other way, you take your 4 or 5% and short duration, and you go with that until you have more clarity.
Right, although it's not that tax efficient, but what do you do about that piece of it? it is what it is. You get what you get.
Great point. Dividends are more tax efficient than interest income.
Yeah. So for the person who might be more interested in that, they can tilt that way. So you mentioned energy, you mentioned REITs, but you also have some stocks in particular that jump out to you here. What are they and why?
Well, on the equity side, we tend to invest in a broad array of stocks, right? There's some growth, there's some what people would consider value-oriented names. I mean, some names that we like on the growth side are obviously in the tech area. Semiconductors, we think they're rich. NVIDIA, we own that. It's rich. I don't know if I'd buy it now, but on a longer-term pullback, I probably would because I think it's a longer-term story. Broadcom's another name we own that's trading at a much more reasonable level, still a little high based on maybe the market multiple, but another great growth story there. Then we've got energy, something like a Chevron, a big diversified energy story. Freeport-McMoRan, which is a copper play, which we think is really still undervalued in the long term. And that company tends to, you know, when copper prices go up, the money drops to the bottom line. Dividend yields go up, special dividends go up, and we think that broader story is a multi-year one.
You could almost argue it's a copper gold play, and I can't let you leave without mentioning gold. And I don't know how big, you know, we're talking, like, what is it? I haven't paid attention lately, but gold kind of just sitting around these levels.
Well, it's come off its highs, and I think rightfully so, given the uncertainty of the interest rate environment and the strength of the dollar. The dollar has been very, very high lately, and that tends to put the dampers on gold. Our view in the long term is that it's going to be more valuable years from now than right now. I think the dollar is at a high. It's going to come off from that globally at some point. The Fed at some point is going to stop raising rates and likely will cut if there's a recession issue out there. Those are bullish for gold, and gold tends to do pretty well if you have a recessionary environment for many of those reasons.
All right, a little bit of everything.
Absolutely.
Michael,
Still
thanks
here.
so much. We appreciate
I just washed my
today.
face,
Thanks,
brushed my
Michael
teeth,
Gugino with the permanent
all that good
portfolio.
stuff, and look,
We got a ton
charts
more on deck
have
for
moved
Jackson
on
Hole
without
later
me.
this week with interviews with
All right,
Fed
so
President Patrick Harker,
lower high being
Cleveland
put
Fed's
in.
Loretta Mester. That will all
I
kick
did
off
think
Thursday on CNBC. You don't want to miss
that
it.
we were
And coming up
trying
here, a
to
sort of
fill that
surprise
gap
rate cut out of China. We'll
from
ask
Thursday,
one China watcher
right?
What's happening on the front lines of the
Right there.
property sector there as the
We
MSCI
pull back into
China
here.
ETF is having its worst month in nearly a year. Plus a ton of names
436.91.
this week from Nvidia to Peloton. We'll preview some of the
Gotta hold
retailers out right away, like
436.91
Lowe's and
to make new
Macy's.
highs.
That's coming up in earnings
Right, let's
exchange.
pull it back
And as
in
we go to
there.
break, let's
That'll
take a
bring
quick
down
check
the
on markets
RSI.
where we see the Dow under
Should
pressure
bring our
by
MACD
about
down.
125 points, a third of 1%. But the S&P's higher by 8. The Nasdaq
That is a
up
pretty
almost
low
1% today, and the Russell's down
MACD.
0.5%. 434 on your 10-year.
come on.
That's the number of the day. We're back after this.
So I want to see if we can hold this area.
This is
I want to see if we can get ourselves a little bit of a pullback
CNBC.
and hold that. I'm gonna go put on another pot of coffee. And then so we're holding VWAP, right? We're holding VWAP pretty nicely. The volume today is to, you know, it's kind of to the downside. So I'm gonna go. Shit, man. Guys, I'm sorry. When I leave, I don't mean to do this to you guys. Like having charts up like this on the 4 hour, right? What are you supposed to do with that? I was showing you guys that volume, but all right. So let me go make this coffee, and it ain't gonna be as long as I just was. I had to feed my little girl. I had to do a couple things. So I'm actually seeing something on Tesla where I think I might want to try and take a long. If you guys go back, look here. Right there. Right? I'm pretty sure that's where it was. It should have been on the 5 minute too. Yeah, because I had the 5 minute up. If I go to the 5 minute chart, you're going to see that's a previous support area. Are you still hungry, Turkey? Yeah, let me go feed her real quick. Yeah, right here, guys. Right? We pulled right into this area here. Right? You pulled right in to 224.75, which was also, well, the close was here. So let me pull my string line. Right, whoa. I call these string lines, like when you pull like a string line to make something straight. Where are we? So we're going to pull our string line and look at that, right? That is right at... I knew it. God damn it. I knew it. They're going to leave me. Shit. All right. So, yeah, that you guys get the point, right? Right here. Bang. We made that support. So Tesla. Shit. No, I still want to pull back, guys. I'm so serious about this pullback in the SPY. Damn it, that is such a nice double bottom there.
The reduction was more modest than expected, though, showing China's reluctance to take more forceful measures to reverse their economic slowdown. And Chinese stocks,
I gotta figure something out. So let me go make this coffee. I'm gonna bring my phone over here and whatnot, and we are going to get busy, and it's just gonna, you son of a gun.
And China Market Research Group founder Sean Ryan, who joins us from Shanghai. It's great to see you both again.
All right, because what I'm looking for is if we start to rally, I want to look to see if I can take this into tomorrow. I want to hold it overnight. I'll take profit as we get it throughout the day.
Yeah, they're certainly taking an incremental.
And then I will leave a little bit on. I'd like to be able to leave a little bit on
slowly implemented
for tomorrow.
Performance, but they're really not willing to pull the Band-Aid. I think some of that's driven by Fed policy.
So yeah, the Dow has actually regained some of what it's taken back.
The global economy slowing. So
Right.
they're taking this
It's
incremental
still a
approach,
steep
which
sell-off.
obviously has
You
left
just literally
investors a
took
little
back what
wanting.
you did Friday, and all you're doing is bouncing back. I am
K-Web
still not counting out the downside for this market. All right, I am still not counting that out because that move to take back all of what we did Friday tells you everything you need to know. Right, it tells you everything you need to know, especially in the Dow, especially in that
I think it was Scissors who said, "Look, the Chinese
part of the
stock market
market.
peaked in 2007. This just isn't a good place to put your capital."
Do I just take the long right now? The RSI is we're oversold.
China proxies.
So
MSCI emerging markets, MSCI China, 10
shouldn't.
years ago had 11%.
I want to see if that's our high,
So
and
these
then
were
we
really
start
value
pulling it back
proxies,
in.
50% financials and energy.
Get
during a
another little
period of
move
great
down to
growth
436 again,
outperformance.
maybe.
And that's really why
I don't
we
know. I gotta look at this from a long term. Let me go through
gives
this coffee and
investors
let me use
an
everything that I
growth
have
in China's economy,
and
which
let's
is simply
figure
not
this
captured by
out.
broad indices like broad EM and broad
PDD
China.
or Palo Alto.
That's fair. Sean, I'll turn to you. You're back in
Let's see what
Shanghai.
it's
Very
doing.
eager to hear
Let me
how
go
you would
feed my little
describe
girl
things on
because
the
she's
ground
still
there.
hungry too.
What's going on with the property
So we
sector?
got to
What's
that
the mood
area.
generally?
Kelly, it's
AMD.
great to be back since I saw you last
All
month.
right, so
in the
there's
studio.
another
As you said, I'm
regain
back
of
here in
the
China,
100-day
and
on
right now we're facing a crisis of confidence.
AMD.
It's not a
So
crisis of
just like
liquidity,
Tesla,
which is why the government isn't lowering interest
right?
rates
Tesla,
too much, because at
AMD,
the
a
end
lot
of
of
the
these
day,
tech names
there's no
are at
demand,
their
both
100-day
from
moving
consumers
average.
and from companies to borrow money because they don't think that the credit, they can't get that money to work anywhere. People are really scared. Now, I painted a really negative position last month when I spoke with you and Ty, Kelly. Now it's gotten even worse. There are really three reasons why consumers and companies right now are even more nervous than before. The first is the real estate sector. You saw
Baby,
Soho,
I'm coming. I know you're still hungry. I'm going to get it. Let me go feed her, guys. Watch this 100-day. It's up here
That's
now.
off of a terrible 2022.
Right, there's
and
the
big
100-day.
elephant in the room
As
is
the
what's gonna
stock goes
happen with
up, it
Country
goes up
Garden,
with
which
it.
was the largest real estate
Obviously.
developer in China with over 3,000 different
All right.
projects. They have missed paying bonds on a coupon last month. That sent a lot of ripples throughout the marketplace. Investors ought to be really cautious about getting exposure
All
to
right,
China
I got to see if
in the
there's
next 2 to
headline.
3
Something's
week
going on if
period.
there's news or
You know,
not news. All right, give me
consumers
1
now
second. I'll
are
be right back.
nervous. They're cutting back. Some of the numbers might not be great for the coming 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, I'm looking through your notes, Sean, and Brendan, I'll put this question to you. There are some bright spots. You know, he spoke with a lot of real estate agents and consumers, seeing a lot of trade down at restaurants, but says tourism remains a bright spot. EVs, the EV brands, BYD, battery maker Cattle, still strong. Some, you know, and maybe we're getting to the valuation point at which you can look at some of the bigger name online retailers. What would you say in response to that, Brendan?
Well, I think in general, we've known that this real estate issue is not a short-term fix. This is going to linger, and it's going to be Evergrande. It's going to be Country Garden. It's going to be Sunac. And there's a whole host of these distressed property developers that are continually going to flare up and have problems for years to come. It's the key is that the Chinese government wakes up every day with one mission, which is stability. And are they going to allow real estate to unfold into the quote unquote China economic, Lehman moment, this huge collapse? I don't think so. And I don't think any investor in China believes that this is going to unwind itself in some catastrophic matter. So yes, it's a problem. These companies are problematic. And it's worth noting the Chinese government isn't going to save them. We threw a bone to a lot of financial companies when they got in trouble, and the Chinese government's not going to do it. So, yes, I mean, consumer confidence, to Sean's point, is the problem. That's the problem with real estate. It's weighing on consumer confidence, which means domestic consumption remains weak, which is why they need to get property prices higher. You're going to see that done on the local level. And we do believe domestic consumption, that the companies within benefit as consumer confidence, as consumption comes back. And certainly, we're still in the thick of earnings season. We got Baidu tomorrow, and Meituan and NetEase on Thursday.
Yeah, we're going to have more on Baidu in a moment. Sean, you were bullish on China for 25 years, one of the biggest bulls before you became bearish during the pandemic. Are we going to be bearish for 25 years too, or what are you looking for? What would it take for you to kind of see more bright spots on the horizon there?
The next 3 to 6 months, Kelly, are going to remain quite rocky. You saw retail sales only went up 2.5% in July. Consumers are saying, we're going to hold off buying the big ticket items like autos, like houses. I think that the luxury sector could be in for a little bit of rough waters too. I'm not going to turn bearish in the next 3 to 6 months, but I do think in 2024, maybe at the end of Q1, things can get a little bit better. And I think the key is what's going to happen with multinationals. Right now, they're just not investing into China. They're scared. They're taking a wait-and-see attitude about the geopolitical tension in 2023. But I'm starting to talk with a lot of global CEOs of Fortune 500 firms, and they're starting to say, maybe we should invest in 2024 in Q1 and Q2. That could jazz up the economy a little bit. I also think you're going to see a surprise on the positive side on some numbers like tourism. I'm actually sitting in a Park Hyatt hotel right now. The place is packed. We've been talking with hotels. They're seeing numbers that are as good, if not stronger, than 2019. Macau is also booming, so I'd be looking at Galaxy, Sands, and the casinos right there. So I think if you start to see some numbers from multinationals like a Hyatt, like a Marriott, like a Lululemon, that are reasonably good, then I think there's going to be confidence by multinationals to invest in 2024. The second thing, hopefully we're going to see an end to the relentless attacks by the Biden administration on China. Last week, they just imposed more sanctions and are more bans on American investors, venture capitalists investing into high-tech sectors like semiconductors and artificial intelligence. We should not underestimate the geopolitical tension that's weighing on consumer and business sentiment in China. If we can see sort of a detente between the two countries, maybe the economy will get going. But I don't see, I'm not hopeful in the next 3 to 6 months. And frankly, I'm not hopeful for the next year.
All right, Sean, thank you. Sean Ryan, Brendan Ahern, we really appreciate it. And that's the perfect segue to our next discussion, because investors here at home are trying to figure out whether their company's China exposure is a good or bad thing to hang on to. We turn to Seema Modi for those details, Seema.
Well, Kelly, some of the biggest companies in America have been challenged by the ongoing troubles in China. After banking on a turnaround, executives have had to scale back their expectations while at the same time hold out for potential stimulus. The Council on Foreign Relations China team, they say don't hold your breath, writing that the appetite for big stimulus is not there as Beijing relies on so-called precision-guided monetary tools that focus on targeted credit easing. Evercore ISI strategists warning clients over the weekend that if China's economic backdrop worsens, S&P 500 companies with more than 20% revenue in China could be at risk of seeing investors scale back their exposure. They point to names like Intel, Tesla, Advanced Micro Devices, Western Digital, among others. Most of these stocks are housed in CNBC's China Trade Index, which you can see here has underperformed this year, up just 5% compared to the S&P 500's 14% rise. And fund flows data from Roundhill Investments shows that market participants continue to diversify their holdings, with China bringing in less than $1 billion so far, while ETFs have seen inflows of $1.8 billion, Japan at the top at $5.8 billion, which also tells you a story, Kelly.
I thought that was fascinating what Sean. One of the keys to which way China is, they want the multinationals are waiting for better numbers before they, obviously
we're talking investment pull out of. At the same time, there are a number of bright spots. Companies like Starbucks this past earnings season talking about how they're seeing the highest number of 90-day active users that they have ever. Million Starbucks rewards customers. Booking Holdings CEO Glenn Fogel a couple weeks. China outbound travel store. So there are these strategic consumer space that.
For sure.
Yes.
Seema, thank you. Thanks. We appreciate it. Seema Modi. Still ahead, SoftBank's arm is expected to file to go public today with its value. We'll get all the details coming up in Tech Check. The exchange is back after this. Stay with us.
All right. What's up, guys? I am back. I just want to give a big shout out, man. It's greatly appreciate that. All right, something's going on here. S. Sentinel 1. It just got halted and it's back open. Come here, turkey. Alright, so the S&Ps have yet to get back up through here, or they did. I don't know how long I was going. Alright, so there was a nice China debate there.
New highs on Sentinel 1, letter S, $16.79.
Come here. I don't know what's going on with my little girl, guys. She's been overly talkative, like, come here. I'm afraid I might have to take her to the vet. I hope nothing happens to my baby girl. I hope my baby okay. Come here. I don't know what your dad would do if something happened to you. I don't know what I'd do. You're my little sweet baby girl. You daddy's sweet baby girl.
Slash higher.
Now the whole country is like linked into it, and they have a
news update. After bringing high winds and heavy rain to Southern California,
this is way behind,
was
guys.
Downgraded yet again, but it is
Look,
still
she's using her tail to knock over everything.
with potential flooding and moving
oh my
towards
gosh, I'm
Oregon
sorry.
and
I
even
got all this
Idaho.
shit going on.
National Weather Service reports 1 to 5 inches of rain
this.
expected across portions of the Pacific Northwest through Tuesday.
Because that's way behind.
Wall Street Journal reports New York Capital is close to finalizing a deal to buy Subway, the chain of restaurants. Sources tell the Journal that the $9.6 billion deal could close this week. The company
I just want to make sure you're
reportedly
okay.
began exploring a sale back in January. The chain has been
Don't.
owned by its two
No.
founding families for more
Daddy
than
just
5
using the mouse.
Are you looking for a new car?
Don't get mad at me.
$20,000?
No, baby.
Well, there were at least a dozen
She's
small
giving me this
cars that
look.
met that criteria just 5
Like
years
she's
ago.
gonna swipe or no
Prices for most
swiping.
vehicles, new or used, have soared since the start of the pandemic, so now there is just one. The Mitsubishi Mirage
just
under
trying to
20
watch her
grand,
for
and
a
maybe
minute.
not for long. Reports suggest it's being discontinued after the 2024
baby, you
model
okay?
year. Kelly, back to you. See you in a little bit.
Wow, the only new car under 20K post-pandemic. Get them while
She's
they're
so
hot.
mad.
Tyler, thanks. Coming up,
She's
3
mad.
big-name
She's just-
retailers are set to report before the bell tomorrow. We'll get the numbers and narrative, and I'm going to sneak in a fourth.
Like I'm scared to like
kind
not
of unrelated,
watch
but we're
her.
going to ask Kilberg anyway.
And she won't like
Before we
go
hit the
after
break,
me.
let's
Look
also
at
get
look at
some
the
show and
Sentinel
tell.
one.
We'll
It's
show
still
you a
going,
chart and
guys.
tell the story.
I think she
Palo
just.
Alto
I don't know
Networks
what's
leading
wrong.
the
I'm gonna
S&P
take her to
and
the
on pace
vet.
for its best day in 2
I don't know
years.
if she's
How
irritable, if
amusing
she
and
wants me to
ironic is
play
this
with
whole
her,
story?
and
They
I've been
reported
trying to
a beat
play with
on
her a little
earnings and
bit.
slight miss on revenue
given
on
her
that infamous
food.
Friday late afternoon
I spent a
summer
couple
earnings
minutes
report
with
after
her.
all
I
the
think she's
attention.
tired and she just
CEO
wants me to
Nikesh
hold her
Arora
and pick
tweeted
her
that
up.
more than 5,000 60,000 people dialed into their earnings call.
Yeah.
That's 5 times the average over the past 5 years. Here's what he told Jim Cramer about the timing.
We're trying to make sure we get our earnings out there and give a full year forecast, but we want to give it a longer term context because there's lots of uncertainty in macro. Also, we're seeing security companies a bit all over the place. So we want to make sure people see us as who we are, which is different. So we want to get that done. 2, we have about 5,000 people in Vegas who are right now getting pumped up to go deliver a phenomenal FY24 like they have at FY23. We wanted to make sure we didn't have to stand there and hum and haw about what our results are likely to be. So honestly, it only worked out that we could do this on a Friday. So we did.
I think we call these sound bites from the future because you can watch the full interview tonight on Mad Money at 6 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully more companies don't think that Friday night's the way to go. We're back after this.
All right, let me turn this down. I don't know if it's too loud or not. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this, extendo clip, and then I'm going to go see where I'm going to go get all my levels. There's the it's still going. It's still going. So this is what I was trying to tell you guys earlier. So what did we do today? We back tested yesterday's close or Friday's close, right? That top end area of support, went down there, found support, and what did we do? We immediately shot right back up to today's highs. What does that mean? To me, that's strength. We held the pullback. So now I'm going to look to see if we can get a buyable dip. We still have not yet put in a new high, right? A lower, lower lows. I mean, we kind of have, but you see that trend line there, it still came up to retest it, right? Still came up to retest this gold trend line. So let's see if we can get some kind of pullback. Maybe we can make this area at 437.75 support, but it looks like we're going to go here. Let me extend this to make sure we don't have something else that is going to make it like an area that we have. Let me get rid of level 2. I don't really need it right now. Let me look here. I could probably just do this. If you guys have any questions, you can throw them in chat. Be my guest. It's what we're here to help with. It's what we're here for.
Aid prices.
Welcome back. Quick market flash. Sentinel-1 jumping sharply and briefly halted for volatility in just the last few minutes here. Reuters reporting the cybersecurity company is exploring a potential sale. Early interest in a deal hasn't met the company's expectations, according to the report. Talks could end without a deal, but investors are hopeful. The shares are up about 15% right now. Meantime, earnings season is winding down, but there are still some big names to report. We're looking at Macy's, Lowe's, and Baidu in today's earnings exchange. Here for our trades is KKM founder and CEO Jeff Kilberg. Jeff, welcome. We're going to start with Baidu, kind of the oddball of the bunch, but it might help us glean more about China's economy right now, on pace for its worst month of the year as that recovery really fails to materialize. Shares down about 20%. The search company suffering from the weak ad market, but state-backed investment in AI as part of China's latest 5-year plan. Well, Jeff, that could be a bright spot. What do you do with the stock here?
I think that is the bright spot, Kelly. And I think you want to be a buyer here. Yes, despite the fact that it looks like it's in a free fall, like no bungee cord attached in the last month, I think what you have to understand is that it's not just a China pure play. It's not just because of COVID zero policies. And of course, the COVID zero policies had wild ramifications, implications, as the system, the economy over in China just has not rebooted the way it has in the U.S. But I think it's the AI play you talked about. I think that really presents an opportunity for Baidu. It is the second world's largest search engine. So I think at the end of the day, I know the all-time high on this is up at $354, so we're dramatically off that. But I think technically it really lines up. If we can get this stock back above $130, it's going to get some footing, it's going to get some support. And if we actually get some form of optimism out of China, which we've had none, absolutely zero, you couple that with the AI enthusiasm we had in the Magnificent Seven all year, Baidu does look attractive down here, but I think you have to really manage this risk because this is volatile, high beta stock.
All right, you looking for 130? It's at 124, so we'll see if it gets that bounce today. And we'll move on to Lowe's meantime as we turn our attention to a couple of retailers here. Lowe's shares are on pace for their worst month in about a year, down about 7%. They lowered full-year earnings and sales guidance back in May. They're expecting comps to fall between 2% and 4% from last year. But with record high home equity, good gauge for consumer spending, people feel richer, and the housing shortage, will the renovation boom continue? Jeff, what do you think? The shares are up about 9% so far this year.
Well, I think Lowe's is interesting. I actually want to be a seller here, and I'm not going to beat up Lowe's by any means because it has outperformed Home Depot. I own Home Depot. If you look longer term, Home Depot, which is 3 times the market cap, I want to own that. But Lowe's is fascinating because you're right, Kelly. From a year previous quarter revenue, they're looking for nearly $25 billion. That's down about 10% from the previous year. So there has been a stronger than expected pullback in home renovation. I think interest rates are trapping a lot of people in their homes. But I think if you look at a mean reversion, we talk a lot about trading in pairs trade. So if you own Home Depot and you've been a laggard and you own Lowe's, I think this is where you sell it. And I think really interesting, the 200-day moving average, which is just at $209. If earnings disappoints and if you own Lowe's, I think that's where you take profits. That's where you switch over to Home Depot. And this is more of a trade. It's not beating up Lowe's. The stock is at a decent run, but at the end of the day, it's just too high beta, too small of a stock, as we're seeing a lot of confusion about the real estate market currently.
All right, so you're sort of watching that 209 level, that 200-day. You're a seller, $8 below where we are right now, so that's a good round number to keep an eye on. And finally, Macy's, I mean, former behemoth, this market cap has just dwindled. It's seen 3 double-digit monthly slides this year. It's on pace for a 4th, and the strength of the consumer is one question. Buyers are also taking on more debt in the face of higher prices. And interestingly, some Macy's vendors are already reporting some price squeamishness. I'm surprised. Are you a buyer here, Jeff?
I am a trader and I am a buyer here. Now, yes, you're absolutely right. This is almost a micro cap. Just kidding. It's still a $4 billion company, but a long way away from being the department store it was. I actually want to own Nordstrom. And if you already own Macy's, that's fine. I think Nordstrom gives you a little more diversification. But you're right. If you look at a chart, Kelly, under $13, look out below. So I think you can be a buyer here. But whenever we buy a stock this high of volatility, I think you have to understand you need to buy it with a stop. So as soon as you buy it here, if you're going to buy it here, you have to put that stop in because under $13, it could be a free fall. And that's where you have to understand this is not a long-term investment. This is a trade. And this could be some profit really short-term if you own Macy's going in earnings.
All right, so that leaves about $2 of cushion to the downside before you tell people to pull the ripcord. I just got to quickly ask you about Zoom because I continue to find it relentlessly fascinating, especially, they're pulling people back to the office now at Zoom's corporate headquarters. The stock is just about unch year to date.
It is, and it's only down 77% from the peak of COVID. So it has had just a hellacious move lower. And this was really the darling during COVID when everyone was not only working on Zoom, we were having cocktails on Zoom. Sure. So I think Zoom right here is just fascinating because at $20 billion, it's kind of a takeover target. But with the one thing that gives a little bit of optimism why I'd look to trade and buy this stock, yes, Kelly, another odd buy by myself. But I think you have to understand that the AI, they're racing to make new artificial intelligence tools to enhance their platform. That could be attractive to someone like Sir Elon Musk, who wants to incorporate more and more into his super app X. So I think Zoom is attractive here, despite the fact it's been decimated.
All right, I believe they report tonight. If I'm hearing you right, you're saying they're still a $20 billion market cap. That's shocking to me.
Hard to believe.
Impressive. All right, we'll see if they can take it for a trade. Jeff, thanks so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
See you, Kelly.
Jeff Kilberg. Still to come, Tesla, Amazon, and Seagate are all among some of the most expensive stocks in the S&P 500. Is that a warning sign? We'll dive into it. But first, SoftBank-owned ARM is expected to file for a NASDAQ IPO this afternoon. what to expect and whether ARM has the AI prowess it promises next. Before we go to break, to also take a look at the COVID vaccine makers. Novavax shares are up about 17%. Moderna is up nearly 10%. BioNTech up almost 7% as new variants of that virus emerge here in the U.S. All three are still well off their year highs, but keep an eye here as we hope to see not so much COVID action, but some moves that are rewarding those investors. We're back after this.
I think if we get the dollar to start falling here, we could really get some more upside on the markets. You can see how the dollar was strong this morning. All right, dollar was strong. S&P was weak. It pulls itself back. S&P's regained themselves. So we'll see what happens, guys. It's not really moving right now. There's still a support area right here at 103.250. No, my baby. I gotta go get her. I gotta go take my little girl to the vet.
CNBC.
Welcome back. SoftBank's chip designer ARM is preparing to go public in what would be the biggest U.S. listing in almost 2 years. Deirdre Bosa is here with the timeline and what to watch for in today's Tech Check. And Deirdre, we're expecting to get the filing this afternoon. Is that right?
That is what I am hearing, and it's a big deal. It's how that is received by investors, how they're going to digest it will tell us a lot, not just about how the market feels about ARM, but the IPO market at large. So it will be an F1 because it's a foreign filing. Remember that ARM is headquartered in the UK.
Yeah,
it was
that,
a little bit controversial
that IPO
that
that is coming out is pretty big. I'm excited to see what happens with it. I will be trading it. I'm going to go pour my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Companies
and,
from
my decision to get long or short is coming.
Amazon could be among those strategic partners. So
it's probably going to be to the long side if I do anything.
Provide somewhat of a halo effect.
But I need to buy the dip, right? I'm not. This was the dip.
Remember that it bought this company back in 2016 for $31 billion.
This is where I got short, and I got a little.
Valued it at $64 billion. So that would be a huge windfall for Masa-san, who, remember, is going out again on the offensive. He wants to invest in more artificial intelligence.
And again, the volume is pretty low.
For ARM and what
We'll
kind
be
of
right back.
valuation it's going to ultimately fetch. Is this an AI adjacent company or an AI centric company? How involved is it in this space at a time when investors are kind of in show me mode? They don't want to hear about how it's going to, capitalize on AI in the future. It wants to know how companies are doing it right now.
Yeah, and what did you say about why they picked the U.S. instead of the U.K.? And I love also it's the NASDAQ versus the NYSE and the U.S. versus the U.K. All these stories we haven't been able to talk about in a couple of years'
I know.
time.
It's been 18 months, right, since we've been able to talk about IPO stories. And I mean, hey, if ARM is successful, that could open the window for many more. But it's always this debate, NASDAQ or NYSE, who is going to be your left lead on the IPO filing. Why it chose the UK over the US? I mean, it's the reason a lot of companies, right? It's just a bigger market, bigger capital markets. It's sort of also seen as having all the glory as well. So it was seen as a loss for the UK that it couldn't keep that listing there. We went through this in another era with Hong Kong versus New York. And it'll be interesting after an 18-month freeze, sort of which IPO markets, if that's going to happen, which international markets heat up quickest.
Do we know the ticker yet? Is it weird that that's the thing I look forward to the most? It's got to be ARM-H. Wasn't that it in the past? Wasn't it ARM? Wasn't it?
I think it was ARM-H. Yeah, I wonder if they go the same way. I mean, how do you not just do ARM? But I don't. Is that taken now?
Or is AI's taken by our friends over at whatchamacallit? Yeah, no, AIRM. I don't know. We'll see. But it's
There's
part of the fun.
ARMP. No, ARMR. But I guess you need another letter. That's the question.
They don't want harm anyway. Deirdre, thank you very much for now. We look forward to getting those details later from our Deirdre Bosa. And still to come, Tesla is having a rough month, down about 16% so far in August. The end of last month was also when one of our strategists said this name would outperform it over the next year. And these shares are down just 3% by comparison. We'll get an update on the other names he's buying now next. And also take a quick look at shares of Sweetgreen popping after the company announced last hour it is expanding its executive team. It's up 5% today. The shares have struggled since their debut in November of 2021. They're down about 78%, $14 a share at the moment. We're back after this.
I don't know why this got so white here. Here. Go ahead. Go ahead. I think she sees something like a rabbit or something.
A trial.
All right, so
Welcome back to the Exchange.
if there's something you guys want to go over or questions you guys want to ask, you can throw it in the chat.
Yes, Verizon will outperform Tesla over the next year. And so far, so good.
Figures,
Verizon's down about 3% since then, so's the market, while Tesla is down 16% despite today's little turn up. So is he closing this pair trade or sticking with it as Tesla stock rebounds? Well, the key, he says, is valuation. Let's welcome back Chris Grisanti, Chief Equity Strategist at MAI Capital Management. It's good to see you again, Chris. Welcome.
I had it all.
Thank you, Kelly. It's good to be with you as always.
Yeah, I don't think you're the kind of guy who's going to take off a trade after 1 month, but it's worked out pretty. Maybe it's met your target in advance.
Well, being down 3% isn't my idea of a great trade yet, but I think
last night at the grocery store, that's why I was like, it's kind of why I was late, because I had to go do a lot of things yesterday afternoon.
Honestly, a statement about the markets and the economy than it is about these two companies.
I ended up
explain that and where valuation fits into that.
Sure. So the valuation
going to a grocery store that I can go to Acme, right? And Acme has
like a year ago when mortgage
Starbucks like coffee that I get in the morning, or like I think it's like breakfast blend, or it's not breakfast blend, it's like something like Pike's Place or something, and it's so good. It's so good. So this morning,
you can just think about that.
You know, last night I had some of the Maxwell House that I got a little bit.
Cash flow is strong. It's actually
it wasn't bad, right? But like this morning after I had some of that Starbucks left, so I poured it in there.
And folks say to me, "What do you care about?"
And even just the color, and just like the smell of it is completely different, and it's so much better. And then like now that I taste this, I'm like, there's like no flavor. There's like no flavor at all, and I'm like, okay, so I wasn't wrong.
Folks will buy,
and this was the same price. It's just where I went.
Expecting them to buy.
They charge more for coffee in at that one store. So there's like certain things that I like to get at other places, because I can get two for like $6.99, right? I think it's like 12 ounce. Two 12-ounce bags for $6.99 a piece, right? So it's like $12 for 20 some ounces. And that'll last me. I can make that last me probably 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. I drink coffee a lot.
I'm just saying I want to make money, and I want to protect myself over the next year. I think Verizon's a better way to do that.
So this tells me that I'm not wrong when there's a big difference in what it is they offer. And they're all usually about the same price, at least from where I get them from.
Where they've gone is more likely than not.
I think that's right, but you have to. I think that's right. That's the contrarian
Look at this big old brick watch.
But why
is he posting these people?
Because I think the pendulums in both cases have swung to extremes.
I don't get it.
And if I'm correct about the economy slowing,
I really don't get
that's
it.
when you want to make the switch from the very economically sensitive Tesla to the much less economically sensitive Verizon, which is a tenth of the valuation, with a safe 8% dividend. By the way, if we do kind of lapse into a slowdown, rates may come down, and the 8% yield, which looks attractive now, will look super attractive if long rates go into the threes or something like that. So that's yet another reason to like the
No, I
don't
love
get
it.
what's going on here.
The line of the day is a company whose dividend yield is higher than its PE ratio. Now I want to run a whole historical screen on that. Chris, you always bring us the best, most provocative ideas. We appreciate. And by the way, the home builders, they always work out pretty well. We really appreciate it today.
So far, so good. Thank you, Kelly.
Exactly. Berkshire following you 12 months later. Chris Grisanti from MAI Capital Management. That does it for the Exchange. You can always get my newsletter. Skip ahead on that, if you will. There's the QR code, blah, blah, blah. Coming up next on Power Lunch, we're going to talk rails with the head of Amtrak. You can tweet me your questions, complaints, whatever they may be. Our special producer and train expert, Kofax, is helping Tyler get ready for that. So, oh my goodness, it's a full house today. These are our new anchors. It's a panel on Power Lunch. I'll see you on the other side of this break.
That's so funny. Oh my god. That's so funny. Holy shit, that's hilarious. That's so flippin' funny. That's so funny. What the? It's fucking Grand Theft Auto. Yo, I will get on Twitter, and it's so hilarious, some of the shit I find myself in. Let me talk. I don't even know why I follow this dude. I'm not following him. I don't know why it keeps popping up. Girl deletes guy's wallet extension and shreds seed phrase paper while he is out because he spent too much time trading crypto. More Bitcoin lost forever.
I'm done with you. I'm done.
No, seriously?
I'm fucking done.
You're that
seriously.
angry?
I'm fucking done. I agree, done. Do you know how long I'm working with this? You don't fucking understand. You don't understand. You always say this shit when it's always not funny. Stop touching my shit.
Yo, is that the paper trader we talk about over here? I want to challenge my guy, man. Actually, I need to go give him a hug because my guy hurting right now. He needs somebody to talk to right now, if that's him. Order fill. $28 million in 2 minutes. You want to be like me? Take my course. Come on, bro. Get your people out of poverty like I'm trying to get my peoples out of poverty, right? What does that do? I hate that. That's the shit I can't stand. Order fill. Yeah, $9,000 on the day. 10 minutes, you can be just like me. Motherfucker, shut the fuck up, man. You're so stupid. This is VWAP, right? I don't want to show this video. He'll probably come after me. There's a fucking... He shorts VWAP, and what do we have, right? It looks like this. It's like this, right? This is him shorting. Order fill. What is this, Halo? What is this, a game? This is him going short. Down here. Look. I swear to God. I swear to God, guys. I swear to God. Look. Right here. Yeah, I'm going short. Fucking VWAP's way the hell up here. You're going to go short here? Why weren't you short 2 days ago, my guy? I'm not making it up. That's the shit that's out there. Right? Just like we do here. We shorten up here. We shorten above VWAP. And you're able to, if you hold on and you know what you're doing, and you catch that move, you get that. Not, look what I did. I made $20,000 in it, and I caught 20 cents. Because I put a whole $1 million on there on my on my paper trading account, right? I just got short. Yeah, guys, I'm short right now. 2 standard deviations under VWAP. Lower day, I'm going short, bro. $9,000. Order fill. All right, guys, I'm up $9,000 on a 50-cent move. I'm sorry, but it's hilarious because this shit is, it's how it is, guys. It's how this shit is. I'm gonna stop. Just let me stop. Order fill. $9,000.40. Oh shit. I'm sorry. I cracked myself up. I'm making a video about that. Order fill. Alright guys, I got my 15 cents. I'm up $98 million. What, turkey? I can't have fun? She wants to go in that fucking closet. Over here. Come on. Over here. Come on. Yeah, come over here. Let me get real. Let me get real here. Come on. Come on. Over here. Watch out. I guarantee you if they have anything going on, I'm telling you right now, but like a group chat or anything, I'm telling you right now. I know this is going across. Order Phil. Going long. I swear to God. And he gonna get up here and say, yeah, $20,000. Let me put a 10-second chart in, right? I don't even have 10-second candles because you can get 10-second, 30-second candles and make it look like this massive move. I'm going to show you guys how I made $18,000 off of a 20-cent move. Buy my course. Oh, shit. Oh, you didn't know you didn't know that was going to cost you $850,000 to get that type of move? To get that much money? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, you probably won't even make your commissions back on 2 contracts. I'm sorry. Yeah. But I hope you learned something. All right, I got to stop. I'm going to stop. She's not going to stay. I just tried to put something up here for her, like a cushion, but she didn't want to stay. Alright, let's do this. So we got Tesla here. I'm trying to think. So again, I want to wait for a pullback, guys. I want to wait to see. I'm just waiting to see if I can get a pullback and make an entry on the SPY to the long side. This right here is all I needed to see. Right? This is going to give me the best risk to reward. If I get that pullback into resistance, I'm going to look to be a buyer. on the pullback. Like to get in at the low 371s. There it went. Fuck. You got hops, girlfriend. Fuck. I'm upset because I think it's trying to get its pullback right now. I think that might have been the pullback. You're still gonna have trouble even if we get bought up, right? We're still gonna have trouble, guys. 439 is still gonna give you some trouble. 439 is still an area that's we're gonna have a little trouble trying to get through it. Man, fucker. Alright, so let me see here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through, I'm probably gonna make it go back down to 1. I got the Q's over here, so if I don't see your guys' questions, just give me a little bit. And I will get to them. So the Q's already broke up in the new highs. So what I'm going to look to do is try to lean on the Q's to the long side with the SPY. Like I'm going to go long the SPY and follow that with the Q's. But I need to watch the Dow to like protect my back in case the Dow, because we know if the Dow starts pulling back, it's going to pull the Q's back, and that's going to pull the SPY back. So that's a bit of arbitrage that I'm going to help you guys start to locate, right? Because right now Q's have made another high. Like this is a new high, and it's already made a new high. So I want to see if we can get this thing to continue. At least, I don't know if we're going to get the pullback. See, it's just we got strength. Now we're going to go, right? Whoever was short, it's going to go. It's already 2 o'clock. You got to be kidding me. I can't believe that. I cannot believe it's already 2 o'clock. Wow. Fuck. All right. So we might have a little run left into this. The Dow is still red. So it's technology. So there is... That could be a really nice double bottom. Oh, I wanted you guys to also see CCJ. That was one thing I forgot to talk about last night. Look at this. Look at that. And then, but look at the daily. Look at this pennant wedge. Look at that. All right. And then you have an ascending wedge as well. On top of that. All right. Oh, Morgan. And I think we looked at energy this morning. That's really good. I'm not sure if he's watching or not. When banks need liquidity, they don't. When banks need liquidity and they don't do repos with the Fed, they sell treasuries. That's so true. It's so true because what else would they do? You know what else I think could be happening too? Is you could be getting some of these banks unwinding for these margin requirements. If you guys don't know, I think they said it should be implemented. They should start implementing it in 2025, and it should take about 2 years to be fully into it. So by 2028, right? Now, I'm not sure why you would go to a number that was given in 2008. You have more people, you have more dollars, so why would you not increase the number to where it was? Because of the amount of time that's passed, the amount of new people being born, the amount of people that have passed, like, you know, there's time there. And you know, inflation, right? So it's just, I don't understand if the number was 100 million or whatever it was, we can always look it up. Why would you not like double it? Or not necessarily double it, but like do 175, 180. If not two, I would have left it where it was. Why would you change it? Right? Why would you change it? And more importantly, where did you come up with the number in the first place? Right? Did you just pull it out of a hat? Where did that number come from? So that would be cool if I could get like a banker on here, or if somebody here's going to school for investment banking or something, if I could ask some of the tough questions that you might have answers to, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. I need to figure out what the hell it is I'm doing, because the SPY has not pulled back to where I would have liked to have seen it to take an entry. So again, I may just be going into the day red, and I'm fine with that. It's going to take a lot for me to start a new position in the afternoon. I'll tell you that right now. So we did get some buying in. So this was 20. This is insane, right? This is insane. Bill Clinton was the president when we were back at these yields. The last time we saw these yields was back in 2000 when old Clitty Clint was president. TLT. Alright, let's do this. Let's go to NVIDIA, Tesla, right? So if we think this stock is going to be strong, we need this thing to start outperforming. So there is support at the 100-day, and it's moving higher. I hope what's his name is glad that he sold his puts if he did. All right. I want to start seeing if we can get up here somewhere into this 240 area. I would really like to get up here, though. I would really like to get up to... I gave a reasoning this morning why I thought we could. Gave a reasoning why we could get up to like 245, 246. So we have Zoom after the close. All right. Zoom and Zoom and Zoom and Zoom. That's about it. That's all I know. Flex Steel. Flex Seal. No, I said Flex Steel. Oh, I thought it was Flex Steel. Yeah, no. Flex Steel. Yeah. Flex Seal. You guys know that guy? I made a boat with this door that I painted. I used this paint, and it's waterproof. Waterproof paint. Flex Steel at your nearest Lowe's. Alright, so we have some cool earnings coming out, guys. Alta, Affirm, Workday, Nordstrom. I mean, you name it. Splunk, Nvidia, Snowflake. We have Snowflake on Wednesday. Peloton, Kohl's, Diacom, Bath and Body Works, Bath and Beyond. No, I'm just kidding. Bath and Body Works. Grab, Abercrombie and Fitch is probably doing awful right now because they took it out of the whatchamacallit. Took it out of the mall by me, Lowe's. And I'm telling you, my state was a big Abercrombie and Fitch state. Like, for sure. Toll brothers, gotta pay that toll. You ain't coming through here unless you pay the toll. It's like, that would be funny, though. Like a bodyguard, right? Give them hoodies that say Toll Brothers. I don't know. I'm just talking to myself. I don't know. So I will be searching tonight for what it is that I want to do. I'm actually going to be cleaning up all of my charts. I'm going to have a video out tonight that's going to cover all of our levels that we need to be on watch for. If this, then that. If that, then this. How much drawdown should we expect if the dollar and yields, like if yields rise, the dollar rises, what would be the drawback we would look for depending on, the amount of that it rises? What's the average rise of that? Then we can take that and go over to the chart and say, all right, this is our average down move on a volatility, whatever. Like, there's ways to do things. So if I'm watching the dollar and I am trading it, if I'm trading the SPY off of the dollar, I will know, okay, how much does the dollar move on average? All right, it should, by the end of the day, put in a percent, maybe 2% move on a good day. Then I'll say, okay, well, if I think it's going to go up or down, right? If I think it's going to go up, then I think then that would mean that I got to be short the SPY, right? I got to be short the SPY. And then I would look for that average move, and you can kind of see where support would be for dollar and where resistance would be for the SPY, right? This is the type of stuff that I'm trying to teach you guys, or at least to get you guys thinking about it, because it's going to make you so much smarter. It really is, right? It really is. If the dollar's at resistance, well, chances are the SPY should be at support, right? Or we could just go back to this. Oh no. That's fake. Is that real? It's fake. It's so fake. There's nothing in there. That's so fake. You can just tell it's fake. Look at it. It's fake. Yeah, look at it. That's such bullshit. Look at the fucking... Look at the neighbors. Look at the neighbors. The neighbor's yard is dry as hell.
Light acquisition announcing extension of deadline for initial business combination. That's Foxtrot, Lima, Foxtrot, Victor, FL.
Turkey, come here.
V.
Come on.
How are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining. Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Can we agree that the fires in Hawaii and Canada are... Oh my god. Really? I don't like that they have to like fact check every... I fucking hate this world that we live in now. Like, if you can't come up with your own decision on what the hell is... what's nonsense and what's not nonsense, you probably shouldn't be on the internet.
Give you a free commercial? That's a bad. I buy these from the store for the regular price. Why would I buy them here for 500 and give you a free commercial? That's a bad move. I gotta teach you how to hustle. You want the 500? So look.
Why does Meek not look like Meek? That's the question.
You want 500? That's a bad move.
I mean, he looked like Meek from like the eyes down, like his forehead and his hair out.
Boom, I might come back and buy more, you know? I buy these from the store for the regular price. Why would I buy them here for 500?
I do want a pair of Jordan 3s. I think I might get a pair of Jordan 3s.
You want the 500? So look, you want to give me a...
I don't know why, I've always had something for that. Even those are nice too.
You want 500? That's a bad move. I'm gonna buy them from you, but that's a bad sell. You gotta come down. This was to give it to Meek Mill.
What are those? Are those the Jordan 4s?
Boom, I might come back and buy more, you know? I buy these from the store for the regular price. Why would I buy them here for 500?
You know, these are going for $6 grand. Wow.
You keep them motherfuckers. It's $5,000 for the shoes. You go buy a small car. You can go buy a fucking Chrysler for $5,000. Ain't no shoe ever gonna be no wheels, man. I don't care what you say.
$750. These are probably.
Why those are $700 though? We saying $475. They said it costs more because of the date. I'm done. Joe, I'm not trying nothing on. God damn it, I gotta get out of here. I got other things to do.
You know, these are going for $6 grand.
Oh, Jim Jones. Yo, I noticed the same thing. I'm like, what is going on with Meek right now? He don't look like he's down bad at all, but... because he always used to have that. North Carolina. Aggies. NC State. Not NC State, but NCAT. We're going to go find out who asked. All right. So, this ain't doing nothing. This ain't doing shit. This ain't doing shit for me. Here we go again. I felt like the fight could have still kept going, to be honest. I rolled over to try to come back up, and as soon as he stepped in, I was fine. It was just one of those things. I can't be mad at the ref. No, I said this. I'm going to show y'all right now if anybody's even watching, right? I want y'all to see something. I want y'all to see something because I said this. I said, I was like, yo, he's defenseless. Step in and stop this man. All right, so they already did their podcast, it looks like. We're going to listen to this too. I'm pretty sure. I don't think y'all really know, man. I don't think y'all know about my boy. I'm telling y'all right now. I don't think people really even fully understand how difficult it is to do some of the shit he does. Watch this. We're going to do two things here. Let's watch this. Let's watch this finish right here. If you have not seen this, this is my guy. Right here, on another level. Exactly.
If you're a hardcore MMA fan, you likely heard the name Sean O'Malley early on, thanks to this viral knockout he scored on David Nuzzo.
Look at the quickness and the attack. The attack. Put it on him. Bang. Look at the other. They got to. Look, they're not going to show it all because you got to think about the quickness. Right? Look. Bang. Spinning ground kick. Bang.
With a spinning wheel kick, which would be impressive enough on its own.
Bro, I'm trying to tell y'all. I'm going to put my money on this guy every fucking time that I have a chance. Because even if he loses one here and there, he is going to win more than he loses. He's just that damn good. So, let's talk about the finish. Alright? He said, I feel like the ref could have did this. Well, listen. He gave you two opportunities. He gave you two. You were defenseless on the one. He was about to stop it, and I thought he should have, but he didn't. He tried to let you come back up. You stopped defending yourself. You were getting beat up. He beat you. It's all good. We can say this. We can say that. Al. But listen, all the respect to Aljamain. Seriously. It's hard when you have someone. Okay, weight's one thing, right? But distance is a whole nother thing. When you got that distance, it just. You can stay kind of close enough to taunt them. But just. You know, all you got to do is just a little bit. Right? You can just stay in there. Let them swing, and you're just staying in there. Boop. Right? You want to bring them in. You know what I mean? You want to bring them in. You want to stay in as close, not as close as you can, but you want to stay in and let them swing, and you know already that, boom. And you're going to stay. Like, as soon as they whine and go, you're going to stay in there. You're going to stay in there, and then just, boop, just this little bit. Just that little bit of move, come in, boop. I told y'all. That's exactly what I was thinking was going to happen. Let's see if we can watch this finish if they released it. All right? And then we're going to see right where he was defenseless.
But he asked his corner, and
right?
they said they thought
He's going to be defenseless.
Hey, don't do that. Fantastic, though. Look at this. I'd like to see the final finishing sequence. Look at this right hand, though. Look at the timing behind this. Look at this. Nicely done.
Watch, guys. I'm telling y'all. Watch. He gets defenseless. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Look. See how he's staying in there, putting his head in? Bang. Right there. Right there. He's defenseless. Right there. He's not blocking himself. Right there. Let's rewind it. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Right there. That's it. He's defenseless. He is not blocking himself. There's another hit. Then he comes to. Look, ready? He's giving him a chance. He's giving him a chance. And then, bang, right there. That was it. That was it. He's just getting beat. He's discombobulated. He's done. He's done. That's it. So don't tell me to ref this, that, the third. He gave him a chance already after he got hit. When he got hit 3 times and couldn't defend himself, and then came to and was able to come back because Sean was taking his time after the first couple blows to the ground to like lock in like a nice good one because he thought the ref was probably going to stop it. He was waiting for the ref to stop it. Is my assumption. Is why he stopped.
That shot late in round 1 was to get a feel for.
Stay in there. See him keeping his head in there to try and get him to throw a punch. I love it. It's just, I called it. I knew this is what you do. That's what you do, man. You just got to stay in there. And they're not going to be so fast that you're not going to be able to just move just the slightest bit. Right? And right there, he's defenseless. He's defenseless right there after that hit. And he thought the ref was going to come in here, I'm sure. That's why he's kind of just easing it up. All right, you're not going to stop. Let me get him up. Look, he's going to set him up. He's setting him up. Bang! That was it. That was it. That's it. He rolls over and, you know what I mean? That's it. So, he kept on the attack, and that's how he got the win. He kept on the attack. He didn't give up. Just like the spinning back kick, where he kept it on. So, I don't want to hear none of that shit. I don't want to hear none of it. It's 3 o'clock, power hour. Motherfucking chant. It's the motherfucking chant.
My mommy's calling. I'm good for today, dude.
Wow, so you're not the champ.
Oh, that's fucked up. All right, it's Sunday. We're back,
ladies and gentlemen. Real quick here. Phillips Law, Timber Sugar Show, the official call line 602-388-1669. We have an attorney available exclusively for your audience, family, and friends for any legal advice they may need free of charge. So give that number a call. $1 billion won for our clients. Trusted and recommended since 1993. Over 1,800 plus Google reviews. Ooh. Official partners of the Arizona Cardinals and ASU Sun Devils. You need Phillips. Phillips Law, ladies and gentlemen. And we're back, and Sean's the UFC champion now.
Yes, indeed.
You guys can find out about that.
They might not have seen it. It's not everywhere on the fucking planet.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird.
I'm the biggest athlete in the world right now, or at least I was yesterday. Wait, you know what's what's fucking crazy? I fought today.
Yep.
I fought this morning.
You did.
That's wild. I guess in East Coast time. Careful as you don't drown. I fought at 12:30 in the morning, Sunday, August 20th. It's 3 p.m. August 20th. How sweet are jets?
Yeah, we hopped on this jet. Literally, the car just pulls you up to the jet, throws the bags off, throw them on the jet. You get into these lazy boys. You got snacks. You just cruise.
No, sorry, man. Sorry, guys. Let me get... All right, so the dollar is pulling back off of this level, man. I just would love to get a pullback in the dollar. The dollar needs to get that pullback. Let me see where the RSI is. I may just have to wait and just go over so I have it full screen and wait for whatchamacallit. Wait for the mark. Look, guys, we still haven't made a new high yet. Jesus Lord. But that, again, if you guys are just joining us, I went over. The ref did a great job. There's no calling it short, this and that. He gave him multiple chances to try and come back into it, and he just kept the pressure. Just kept the pressure on him, just like that spinning back kick. He's so good at what he does, guys. I'm telling you. If that spinning back kick, the way he does it in stride, being able to connect, and the timing, just, it's amazing. I'm trying to tell y'all. I try to tell him. You know, I could watch the spinning back kick all day long. I could watch it all day long. Just to show you guys how much of how athletic he is and how good he really is, that everybody doubted him. You know? This thing is insane, guys. This thing is insane. Right here. Pretty sure this is it.
Forex.com. The
If
number
you haven't
one
seen this
Forex
before,
broker in the
this
U.S.
is back in the day.
Part of
And here's our boy O'Malley.
Hey, Lil Dicky.
Oh!
O'Malley with a
let's
wild
see
kick to the face.
Oh.
Another one. He left it
Okay.
wide open.
Alfred has shown some great.
Look at that.
O'Malley
Look at that
with a right
fake.
cross to
That's
the face.
beautiful.
O'Malley looks a little fatigued.
Yeah, right. Then my boy ain't fatigued
O'Malley had
at
a
all.
wise stance. It's okay to have your hands down, but right now he needs his hands up.
Oh, he gave him a body shot.
He's in the middle of.
See how he's staying in there?
battle.
You can stay in there when you have those long arms. You can just stay right there enough to where you know they're not going to reach you, and you let them swing. You stay in there to that half swing and just tilt. All you got to do is just move that little bit.
Right now,
All you got to do is move a little bit, and then the momentum
They both
from
taking a lot
them
of punishment in
into
this first
you.
round. Oh, kick to
nice
the face.
kick.
Came back with a nice uppercut, body shot, run to the
Yeah,
head,
that
knee
was
to
a
the
nice
face.
kidney liver shot. Right here. I think it's going down
There's a lot
right
of
here.
blood gushing now, baby.
No, there ain't.
Who we naming to take the booty position off of? That's
Look,
what I
he
wanna
tried
know.
to say he's wore out,
You
right?
gotta choose somebody. Somebody you do not like. I got a couple people in mind, but I'm gonna let you put your enemies in that. We'll call it the. We're gonna call it something.
I know
Stay
it's coming.
tuned.
They take the booty position.
Great job of catching Alfred while he's coming in.
Watch.
Oh, Malley.
Nice clean punches, hands down to his side. This is
Oh,
the order.
Malley. Combination.
Come on. Is it? If this
Three-piece
isn't it,
dinner
I'm going
with
to be
biscuits.
hot.
Oh, Malley. Oh, Malley. Hey. Oh, Malley.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Malley. Oh, Malley.
Sorry, I just... That spinning back kick he did, if you guys haven't seen it, I don't know who's just joining us, but I'm trying to tell y'all, this spinning back kick is insane. I could watch it all day long. I really could. I'm sorry. I got to watch it one more time. I got to get some motivation this morning, or this afternoon. There goes the SPY making a new high. What are you doing, Bean? There's the new high on the S&Ps. Again, I'm looking, what did we say last night? 441. Alright, AMD. There is a gap fill up here for AMD. I'm going to look at AMD. Man, see, I don't know how much. I'm going to have to use the delta to see how much theta it will lose. I don't like getting into positions in the afternoon and trying to hold them into the next day because of the simple fact of time decay. $444, $445. I really, if we turn 439 into support, if we can hold this in the S&Ps, there's a problem though. There's a problem, guys. There's a big problem going on right now. I want you guys to realize something. I'm not going to go long. I'm not going to take the long. Again, this is a low volume day. Look, I'm going to weigh this out just like you guys should. I need another coffee. As far as the technical pattern, we sold off, we filled this gap, found support, and we rallied, right? Good, that's great, right? We sold off in the morning, we've taken it back, plus some. That's key. That's very key. Look at this RSI, though. Right? Look at that RSI. Look at this RSI. We're making new highs, with a lower RSI and a lower MACD. That's weakness, right? That's still a sign of weakness, guys. Please be careful going to the long. Not to say you can't do it, but be careful. I just don't want anybody to get hurt. Alright, I don't want anybody to get hurt. Where are we at? We are... Damn, we're already up a percentage right now. Shit. I'm being cautiously optimistic about this move. Right? Because I think you could get a 2-day continuation, right? Here's what I think we do. Right? You could just bounce. Pretty much head in this direction. Right? Bounce. Right? Not in like one day, but right? We come up here, boom, and then sell it off. Right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Double bottom. Boom. Psych. But yeah, that's what I'm expecting, right? This is what I'm expecting us to get up here. So 445. That's a $10 move to the upside on a weekly candle. Like I say, after the stream, I'm going to go back over all these charts and I'm going to be deleting some stuff. And that way it's cleaned up and we can do the damn thing. But I do want you to notice on a 15-minute time frame, this momentum isn't going to hold, right? It's not going to hold. It's just a matter of time. Doesn't mean we can't gap up. Doesn't mean we can't climb higher into the bell. But as you, the further you get, the strength is still to the downside. Again, look at your RSI, look at your MACD. You just put in new highs, but your MACD and your RSI are lower. It's important. It's important. You want to have real strength there. Alright, so maybe I'll have another Pop-Tart. So look, guys, this could be resistance. Right here at 439 could be resistance. Be careful. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I didn't bring my coffee. All right, it's 3 o'clock. I still. Three, 439.50. Like I say, I'm not gonna fight this trend, but you know, where is it that we could get back to? You know. Again, I have 15-minute chart that is telling me that this weakness is to not be trusted, right? Or this bounce is to not be trusted at all. There's not volume. There's not. This doesn't have strength to it. There's not any type of strength to this at all whatsoever. As you can see, look at the volume, guys. Look at that volume. Look how low it is. It's 3 o'clock. What do you think? We're going to get all this volume come in? You couldn't even do it today. Like, maybe they're all still on vacation. I don't know. They're not making any, you know, it's... I don't know. I mean, I do know. It's like they're you know, we have a lot of data coming out. We have a video earnings, so things should start to pick up tomorrow. But really Wednesday and definitely Thursday and Friday is when things are going to pick up. That's why I said today that I already felt like we were going to have a low volume type of day. And like, look at this low volume. That's crazy. That feels so low. Right? That feels so low. Damn. All right. So there still is weakness. All right, there's still weakness. This bounce is, it's not a strong bounce. There's no, it doesn't like, what I'm getting at is my indicators, our indicators, really, everyone's indicators. It's telling you that this bounce isn't to be trusted. It doesn't have like the power. It doesn't have the buying behind it to really get your teeth going, right? Look, we should be putting in an RSI. We're putting in, the stock's putting in a higher high today. And we have a lower RSI. So, we'll see what happens. Damn it, man. I was short this morning. And I was also long. I just needed to hold. 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 I'm going to start saying that. But, it's alright. I came in today wanting to like settle down a little bit. Let's see what the market does. Let's see what we do today. See where we open up tomorrow. And start really looking for like Wednesday, Thursday, and into Friday. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to grab my coffee and I'll be right back. So we do still have Tesla over here. That... Nope. I don't believe in China. You can't. I mean, unless he's talking. I don't know. I don't know what he's talking. If he's talking like what he's talking about with China. I just know you cannot buy anything in China as far as like companies and shit like that, because the mother sucker is going to change the rules. You wake up and he's done changed the rules, and now your position's down 80%, 40%, 30%. How do you sleep at night? As a risk manager, as a fund manager, as an institutional investor, as a proprietary, whatever, trader, whatever, fiduciary. How do you put large amounts of capital to work and sleep at night knowing Xi Jinping can change the laws and change everything just like that overnight, and you could be down 20% on that position? You can't. You can't. You can't. So guess what? You don't. You don't invest in China, and you don't, and because of the things that he has done is why you're having the issues that you're having over there with the growth. No one is comfortable investing money over there because you don't know what the hell the dumb shithead is going to do. Oh, we're not going to release the data no more. It came out bad. I'm not going to release it. Man, just shut the fuck up and release it. So what? That's like the United States saying, oh my God, we had a great financial crisis. Let me not show you guys the data anymore. Like, so what? It happens. That's the point of this stuff, right? Things get overbought. That's just economics 101, right? There's a point where the sellers and buyers, they come to these agreements, and like, look at this. You have 6,800, 3,900 sell orders, guys. They're selling this up here. That was a big sell order. 3,700 to the buy side. Those are actually pretty big orders. 2,400, 2,500. It's a little bit back and forth here, guys. Sorry. But I think this is also stemming from why you're having the problems in China you're having now, because of where China stocks are and the fact that nobody wants to invest in China. And what's happening? The money's drying up. They were depending on new money coming in so they could do whatever the hell they want. And that new money isn't coming in thanks to Xi Jinping. Because they just want to change the laws overnight with no warning. They don't want to let you or the U.S. audit the companies that you invest in. Nope, we got to keep it a secret. Why? What are you trying to hide? That's the only one reason why you would do it. You're trying to hide something. Right? And look what happens. I'm telling you guys, China going down. If Xi Jinping continues to do what he does, takes Hong Kong, does this and that time, I'm telling you right now, we're going to be going over to India and all these other countries that would like to have the opportunity to grow as a country, right? And don't act like that. And they're going to get left behind. They're going to get left behind. I hope you hear me. I hope you hear me, Xi Jinping. I hope you hear me. Change it. Be a realist. Like, let's change what the hell's going on here. Stop acting like a goofball. Let's get real. It's 2023. Stop with the communist shit. You know, you can have law and order, but to the extent of some of the things that go on, right? You want to uplist on the U.S. exchange, you should definitely have no problem in letting them audit your companies. It's not your company, right? You're the government official, right? You want to do what's right. Or do you, right? I don't know. That's all I have to say. Guess what? It's catching up. So start thinking about what it is you're doing. Hopefully he hears me, right? Hopefully he hears me, guys. I mean, would you guys invest in China? I'm asking you, right? When he says that he's going to do something, what was it? When you didn't know if Jack Ma was missing or not, like he got captured. Remember he went missing? Look at Baba. Let's just pull up a daily chart of Alibaba, right? Everything has just sunk into the ground. You can't invest in China. And I'm bringing this up because the guy on TV just said on CNBC to invest in China. You're fucking crazy. No, you can't invest in China. You can't. What? Like, there's a reason. Look at Baba.
Posture, and I think that will be surprising to some of the market.
So, those are my thoughts.
Played in the. Is that
Is that too much of a responsibility on one player?
I think there's just too much risk to invest in Chinese
I don't
companies.
think so.
Right now.
It's a very large percentage
That's the brutal
of
fact.
the CPI, and the
Because
way
of the simple fact you don't know what he is going to do in issuing new laws out of nowhere. You wake up, you're down 15-20% on your position, and you can't get out of it because you're obviously asleep. And the markets aren't open.
It would take time
What are you going to
have impacts. It might
That's
still
why
drop
you've
right
seen
near
these
the
stocks
bed,
not be able to
first,
make
but
new
it would take
highs.
time to impact the rest
Right?
of the,
Look,
of the
Bubba
rainforest.
putting in a lower
There's no
high.
question that what they've done is having
And now you're seeing real estate issues. There's no new money coming in for investments, and that is the problem for them. I'm telling you right now, I know exactly what it is. I know what it is. They were dicking around. They had all this money. And now that the United States and other countries aren't investing new money into the country, it's slowly dwindling. It's slowly dwindling.
Time frame you look at,
So,
it may be a little bit challenging for them to get back
what's his
there,
name's going to have to
but
figure out
again, I would not be
what path
surprised
he's going to
if
take.
rents roll over.
Right?
as you
Apple's
continue
already
to see
talking
those
about going
numbers
over to
trickle through. A lot
India.
of people are not moving.
They already had. They
to
opened up an
remain
Apple store over in
and I
India,
think
so
that's
it's only a
created
matter of time.
unique environment where
It's
that's
only a
buoyed
matter
those
of time.
prices for longer than people have expected.
Greg, as for sort of market
And
sentiment and positioning, I
don't know.
wonder if you think once we get out of August, if volumes pick up, maybe we get
So
these IPOs
Tesla,
starting to
Nvidia,
find some traction.
AMD,
If that creates, I wouldn't say
Palo
FOMO,
Alto
but
are your
definitely
strong stocks of the day.
where those,
Let me get
even,
my
even
coffee. I'll
those
be
who've
right
been
back.
thinking about
I'm not going to do
how nice it
anything.
is to
I'm
sit
not
and
taking
get
any new
collect 5%
positions
in
this
the
late
money
in the
market.
afternoon.
The ears might start getting perked up when it
Unless
comes
we
to
start
stocks.
seeing like an increase in volume.
Carl, I think what you've just described
And
is
maybe I
June
might
and
get some
July.
puts. Like, look at
I
this
think
sell
that
right
was
here.
our
Look at that
FOMO
bar right there.
coming off of relief
keep
that
that
we
in
didn't
mind,
have more of a debt ceiling debacle.
You've got some decent
than
selling
we had.
going on there. You
Relief
got some
that
decent
we were at
buying,
least
but it's-
foreseeably past any
you know,
more Silicon
I'm
Valley
gonna
banks in
trust
store.
that
And, I think before that's all
that
said
I'm
and
seeing
done,
it
CRE will
correctly,
certainly
and
have
I
something to
don't
say
know
about
if this
that.
is to be trustworthy.
But I
Not that we
think
can't
we
go
saw
higher.
that.
Like we can
What
still
I
go
think we're
higher,
seeing
but I am
now,
not
when you look at
going
the activity over the last 2
like
weeks,
really
is a market coming to
think that
grips
this rally is
with
going to
perhaps
last
we
because I
thought
don't
all
think
these
it
things
does.
were certain. Perhaps we thought it's certain that the housing component was going to crack, and we see no evidence of that. Yes, Jeff is right. I agree. There's structural elements that probably make this time a little bit more different. Most notably, that 90% of Americans have mortgages that are less than 5%. That stock is simply not coming to market. And when you have tightness in the buy-selling of homes, you have tightness in the rental market. And so we've been counting on that housing component coming down every month of 2023, and it hasn't yet, which leads to the question, will it? And so, no, Carl, I don't think that we're going to have a FOMO moment. I don't think that we're going to have an excess activity moment that will cause some of the FOMO. I think we've passed that. And I think we're now going into the consternation moment.
Interesting. John, it would be curious if we priced a lot of that in this summer. Although if you look at years where stocks were up 10% at the end of July, I mean, they do tend to add a little bit more in the last, 5 months of the year.
They do. So we would not be surprised to see a back half rally. And again, I think that there could be a different group of stocks that leads in that back half. I mean, let's talk about multifamily for a moment. That's an area that is priced very attractively. You're seeing some of the cheapest valuations on an FFO basis over the last decade. You're seeing 3 and 4% dividend yields on many of these companies like Equity Residential, Essex, or Mid-America Properties with healthy dividend growth. And when you have a situation where home builders are at egregious valuations, I would argue on a price to book basis, multifamily residential real estate looks very attractive. You also have the tower REITs that are trading very attractively, as well as data center REITs and some of the industrial REITs. So I think there's a lot of pockets that are very discounted, and you could see those really move higher. You know, one thing I'd offer is after the fourth quarter of 18, that was a big negative down quarter. That was the semiconductor scuffle over between China and the U.S. You had a big 2019. Utilities were actually one of the best sectors in that up year. So you could see utilities, REITs, some of these areas that people are not looking at that are very levered to interest rates really perform well if you get an easing in that 10-year yield.
We'll see, guys, as we're talking here, whether or not the Dow can go positive. Greg, I am curious, got the VIX back below 17 today. There are those who argue, look, unless you got the VIX back above 20, I guess my question would be in the back half of the year in Q4, are you looking for some disruptive shock a la March to come and revisit, or do you think be led through an orderly fashion?
I think it'll be quite think the first salvo has already been fired, which we've witnessed all over the last couple of weeks, with some with again when we dig into these inflation reports, we're not seeing significant continued disinflation. Cores remaining in that 30 to 40 basis points range up until the last 2 months. We've seen that for 8 months now. So really some of the market saying, okay, what's to change for further disinflation? I think Powell's speech will be the next. What I think will have to happen is very significant downward revision. The third quarter is likely too high. I don't 5% to a flat third quarter is egregiously too high. I don't see how negative 5.2% to 8%. I think when you factor in on the consumer side, better financial conditions, that consensus has to. So I think that will be the leg that does a very, very orderly, just like we saw last year.
Great debate, guys, especially with you two, because you've been pretty resolute in your views, and it's good to see conviction on either side. John and Greg, thanks. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get to our question of the day. We want to know, who do you agree with on the market? John, our bull, or Greg, our bear? Go to CNBC Closing Bell on X, formerly known as Twitter, to vote, and we'll share those results later in the hour. Meantime, NVIDIA up another 7% today ahead of earnings on Wednesday. Our Christina Partsinevelos here with what is.
Oh, hi, Carl. Another day passes, another bullish analyst report. This time, HBC to $780, although it's not the highest on the street, Rosenblatt. But the argument across the board is simple. The AI chip game in town. The strong demand for AI infrastructure will continue to outpace supply, which is already constrained, and everyone seems to be just clamoring to get these GPUs. Telegraph reporting that the UK is looking to spend over $125 million US on GPUs, which could include 5,000 NVIDIA chips. Bulls, though, are calling for NVIDIA data center $15 billion in future quarters versus the $8 billion estimate for Q2. So that's almost double in the coming quarters. But here's a contrarian view that I read. Mizuho says that NVIDIA's ability to guide materially above the current level is, quote, highly unlikely. Why? Well, if supply is tight, how are they going to keep guiding that much higher right now? A few other concerns, this current GPU shortage and gold rush mentality are almost certainly leading to double ordering right now, which might be especially true in China due to the fear of getting cut off because of those export restrictions. So could that be a hurdle later on in the quarters for NVIDIA? If we're going to talk about the stock movement today, though, NVIDIA's contractor TSMC Taiwan Semi is up almost 2% right now. Today, it reiterated its prior outlook in light of press reports suggesting conditions have weakened, so that was a positive. And then one name I wanted to bring up is Analog Devices. It's also higher ahead of its earnings, about 1% higher. Its earnings are Wednesday morning. There are some concerns, though, about analog demand, which is not like the GPU demand, and weaker demand coming specifically from China. Carl?
I'll tell you what, the sell side's given us a lot to chew on this week. Just on NVIDIA alone, it's been pretty interesting. Christina, thank you. Christina Partsinevelos this afternoon. We're just getting started. Still ahead, investors may be buzzing about NVIDIA, but one top analyst says there's another key name investors need to be looking out for. We're going to reveal that after the break. First, though, bracing for a big breakout. Top technician Chris Ferrone forecasting a significant move higher in one part of the market. He'll make his case after this break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange, and you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
All right, important little thing here, guys. All right. It's 3:20. I think we get our sell off. I think this is where we start selling off. Look at the Dow. All right. Sorry to be all up in the mic like that and yelling. I just want y'all to be careful out there. That's why we do this. All right. Check it. Check mic, check mic. What did we do? Oh, no. I thought. Okay, yes. Resistance. No, wait. Hold up. Why does this look different than here? It's so crazy that I see it looks better. Like, that's so weird. It's probably because of the time frame. That's exactly what it is. Look at that. All right, so did we just turn Thursday's low into resistance? All right, Thursday's low. We might. You gotta watch to see if we turn this into resistance, guys. I told you guys I'm not trusting this bounce. I'm not trusting the bounce. Look at the Dow. It's getting ready to try and turn Thursday's low into resistance. All right, not the low, but like this whole consolidation area. All right, but the Qs are up. Will the Dow follow the Qs? That's my next question, because the market followed the Dow to the downside. That's why the market went down. We'll see here. We'll see. All right, we'll see. I gotta wash my hands real quick.
Yields mostly higher across the board today. The 10-year hitting its highest level in nearly 16 years. Our next guest is the
so
charts
Apple
are
looks
signaling
pretty
a
good,
further
guys.
move higher.
Actually,
Let's
Apple
bring in
doesn't look
Chris
too
Farrow,
bad
head
at
of
all.
Technical and macro research at Strategas. It's great to have you, Stevie. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, my pleasure.
There was a time where we talk about the 10-year with a solid
All right, give
5
me
handle
1
sounded
second, and I will
alarmist.
be
You don't think so anymore?
right
I don't
back.
think so at all. And it's really this paradox. If you look at what has happened since that, what appeared to be a very benign CPI print back in July, yields have gone nothing but straight up. That was 50 basis points a year ago. And I think what's important when you put this in some historical context, the question we're getting
Look
from
at
clients
NVIDIA.
is, why would
God
rates
damn.
still be going up if inflation's falling? And our answer is very simply, when you look historically, rates tend to trade at a premium to CPI. I think the historical average is something like 200 basis
I
points.
hope Maverick
over
was
headline
able to
CPI.
get out of
So
that
we
put.
posed
It's
the
a good
question in
thing,
our work
right?
this
This is
morning,
why.
Is a 3%
This is why
CPI
timing's
number and a
important.
5% 10-year yield number that out of bounds?
I think
Not at
one
all.
thing that did
Chances we
have
could
some
overshoot?
volume was
I think
Tesla this
absolutely. If
morning.
you just
It
do a
had some
pure
decent
kind of
volume to
technical
the
target from
upside.
the breakout here, you're looking at 490 to 510.
All right, so
I think
I
that's
am
very
gonna
much
look- it
in
already
play
made
here.
its
You've seen
support, it
real
looks like.
10-year yields decisively break out as well above 2% here. And I think where this is manifesting itself is how the leadership complexion of this market, I think, has changed pretty dramatically over the last 12 weeks.
Interesting. Meaning we were, reliant on FANG and now not as much? Or
Yeah, I mean, if we look since that kind of July CPI print, energy's outperformed tech by 1,500 basis points, discretionary by 1,200.
It has. Energy
So you've
has
seen
done
what began
very
as a
well
pretty subtle
up
shift
against,
actually become a
you know,
much
tech,
more overt
healthcare,
move over the last couple
all
weeks.
that
A
fun
little
stuff.
mean reversion today. I wouldn't chase that. I think that's a bounce in a downtrend. I think ultimately the bigger message is that energy has reclaimed the flag of leadership
All right,
here.
this
and I
looks
think
like we
rates have
could get a
big,
little bit of a
part about
pullback,
that.
especially if the
so
Dow
you're
starts
looking
to pull
for
itself
some
back.
loss of momentum in technology in particular.
Yeah, and I think we've seen it. I mean, just go stock by stock. All these bellwethers have, in many cases, lost their 50-day moving average, so the short-term trend. Right. More and more are starting to lose the 200 here as well. So I think when you think about this in terms of, where are the most attractive technical setups, what was tech for a good chunk of the year, I think that's deteriorated in a pretty meaningful way. I mean, think about the big names. Apple below the 50-day, Microsoft below the 50-day. It's really NVIDIA, which is the last holdout here. They say the best ones fall last. Expectations are really high for this Wednesday number.
Right. Although for the NASDAQ to go to the 200 would require something truly ugly, yes?
Yeah, it's funny. I think both of these statements can be true. Stocks can be in a longer-term uptrend, and also they can revisit their 200-day moving average in time. We forget that 15, 20% corrections are not abnormal, particularly in an environment where interest rates are more volatile. So I'm kind of thinking about this more in a 1990s, 2000s, or even if you go back further in time, 1960s type environment where volatility in rates leads to more volatility.
Why would you do that? But 99 to 2000.
Sledding gets tougher.
This
from
is
here.
not the same
I
as
think you had
then.
the first real meaningful crack of what was
Unless
a
he
very
has, I mean,
resilient
I'm not
group,
gonna, dude, the guy's on
last week. And it's a
CNBC.
reminder that
He's a financial,
there's no untouchables in this
he's a
market.
professional,
And
obviously.
You broke the 50-day on Lennar, you broke on
But these
NDR
companies
There's
are
a
cash
lot of
flow
error
positive.
between
They're
where
actually
they trade
making
today
money.
and
The
200
difference
day.
between
I think
99 and
ultimately
2000
lower
was
here. They're oversold.
they
could
weren't
probably
making
bounce in
any
the short
money.
term on more
This
time
was
to pay back.
based. Guys,
gotta be
I
a
have
good
it
year to
written
be a
down.
chart watcher,
They were
'cause everything is
hundreds
really interesting.
of
Carl,
percent. They were like
getting
130
really
times
good.
earnings,
It's getting
260 times
Coming up next, while
earnings,
everyone's talking about NVIDIA,
right?
there is another key report
Because they
to
weren't
watch
making
this
any
week.
money.
We've got an analyst who's bullish on that beaten
If they're
down
not
name.
making any
After
money
this
and
break.
then you trade
Later
at
on,
extreme
Tesla popping
valuations,
into
you have a
session today. What's driving
big
that move
downside
and its closing bell?
to
We'll be right
what
back.
to match up to your actual market price, right? What investors find reasonable. You're not making money yet. Why are you trading at 100 times multiple? Almost 300. It was like 200 and some odd multiples, guys. I have it written down in my notebook, right? So this comparison to 2000, I don't like. I don't like that. Each one is its own, but still, you can't. I don't know. You can't go by that because like Apple is cash flow positive, NVIDIA is still cash flow positive. Like these companies are actually making money, right? So. All right, there's the rejection. It looks like, guys. There's the pullback coming in. Keep your eye on the Dow because that's the one that's going to bring us down if we are going to come down. All right, that is the one, and that's going to be Thursday's low. That area. My stomach. And I do want to thank you guys for joining us. If you are joining us for the first time and haven't subscribed, or hit that like button, if you could, think about hitting that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. It's greatly appreciated. That's all we ask. We do this free. And if you have any questions, throw them in the comments. I'll try and help you out, guys. So I'm going to keep my eye out on the Dow. Again, like I was just saying, I'm a little leery of this bounce back. All right, I'm a little leery to this bounce. Not that we can't. I'm not blind to the fact that we can keep going, but I'm gonna proceed with caution.
Shares of Snowflake trading higher to start the week ahead of the company's results after the bell Wednesday. Stock's been under some pressure this month as part of a broader pullback for the cloud sector. But our next guest says cautiously optimistic that Snowflake melt is over. Citi's Tyler Radke joins us. He has a buy rating on the name. Tyler, great to see you. I was just thinking it must be nice not to be the name
And Zoom
that everyone
has
is thinking has
earnings
to make or break the
after
market.
the
But
bell.
you do think we've probably seen the last of the guidance cuts, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. So it's been a disappointing year for Snowflake. You showed how it's underperformed a lot of its peers just this
After the
month.
bell.
But you look at it year to date, hasn't done much, hasn't really participated in this broad-based tech rally. And the reason is the company has had to cut the annual guide 3 quarters in a row. They've been surprised by cloud optimization headwinds. IT budgets have been under a lot of pressure. We think we're nearing the end of that. We believe last quarter was the final cut. They have some interesting new products coming, especially later this year into early next, that we think investors are going to get excited about once we get through the earnings this Thursday.
Right. You do point out, I mean, it's been a while since ServiceNow really started talking about sales elongation, and certainly Snowflake has had some of that, but you're saying it hasn't gotten much worse, right?
Yeah, I think you're starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. So one of the surveys that we run every quarter is we interview over 100 CIOs. And the second quarter survey, we ran this towards the mid-June timeframe, was the first quarter in about a year and a half where budgets hadn't gotten cut. They didn't go up a whole lot, but this was kind of the first quarter where you started to see budget growth expectations stabilize and slightly improve. We're hearing similar things when we talk to channel partners, both in the Snowflake community as well as Microsoft and AWS.
Yes, I am tired because my cat kept me up until 3 o'clock this morning. I got about 2.5 to 3.5 hours of sleep. So yes, I am tired.
We think that can support a stabilization.
And she's sleeping right now. But this afternoon, after the video,
and especially
after the watch list tonight, I'm keeping her ass up because no more. I'm done.
Environment for the
She's
stocks.
not keeping me up all night anymore.
Sort of the nature of their guidance in general. I guess I would argue Slootman is not subtle, right? When he wants to deliver a message to the market, he doesn't sort of beat around the bush with corporate speak. Would you expect him to be direct on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think he's always been a straight shooter. Now, I think the concern maybe investors have had with their guidance is it hasn't been particularly conservative or sandbagged. A lot of these hypergrowth companies will purposefully guide low to beat it by 9 or 10%. That's never been the way Snowflake has operated. Now, during the good times when IT spending was strong, it didn't really matter too much.
That's important because that's so true what he just said.
You have to cut guidance has
been
a
so
problem.
true.
I think it's prevented some long-only investors getting involved in the stock. And so ultimately our view is those headwinds are largely behind the company, and we're expecting at least a reiteration of the full year guide.
Talk for a moment about where it fits in your ladder of favorites. Is this the top priority for you guys right now?
Yeah, so I'd say in general, we are more cautious on the sector. Most of our ratings out of the 30 plus stocks we cover are not buys. We have a lot of neutrals and some sells. Among the buy rated names, look, it's hard not to like Microsoft. It's got, a great accelerating growth story, levered to AI, probably just about as good as anyone outside of NVIDIA. And then on the growth side, we also like names like MongoDB, which we think there is a lot of upside to numbers. We have a little bit more conviction in the fundamentals. So probably call it in the third to fifth place bucket, definitely towards the top of our list, though.
Right. And then is there a macro test that the names in your coverage universe need to pass, whether it's exposure to financials or AI or China or something else that sort of levers the favorites from the non-favorites?
Yeah, for sure. So I think the nice thing about software is there isn't a lot of China risk, right? I think at most you're talking 2 to 3% of revenue. So you don't really have that. Generally speaking, the end markets are very diversified, no more than 15 to 20% of a single vertical. Generally, the largest verticals could be financial services. Some are retail, kind of varies. So I think the big test is just around growth rates, right? Obviously, as interest rates are higher, to have a valuation that is as high as some of these names are, you really have to deliver on that growth. And there's been a lot of excitement around generative AI. And frankly, with the exception of maybe Microsoft and a couple other names, you haven't really seen the results accelerate because of generative AI. So I think people are looking for growth rates to stabilize and improve next year. These software companies need to show it in the numbers that they're actually generative AI winners.
Yeah. No, Wednesday night's going to be pretty spicy. That's going to be fun to watch. Tyler, thanks for the curtain raise. Good to see you again. Tyler Radke.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to track some of the biggest movers as we go into the close. Christina Partsinevelos standing by with that. Christina?
Well, dare I mention a new COVID variant and what it means for certain pharma names? I'll also have details on one potential cybersecurity deal that has shares of double digits. All that next.
Early market on close imbalance, 476 million to the buy side. Early market on close imbalance, 476 million to the buy side.
Just about 22 minutes till the closing bell today. Market's been leaning on tech pretty much all day long. NASDAQ now with gains of 1 2/3%. Dow did go positive for a moment there, even though breadth is pretty evenly split. And that's despite yields really not giving investors too much comfort, with the 2-year very close to 5% this afternoon. Let's get back to Christina Partsinevelos. Watch, Christina.
Well, we're watching Sentinel-1 right now because it's surging as Reuters reports that the cybersecurity firm is exploring a potential sale. Early talks have not met Sentinel-1's valuation expectations, according to that report. So it's possible these talks could end without a deal, but you're still seeing shares up 16% on the rumors. And the major COVID vaccine players are higher today, and not because of good news. New variants are emerging, and investors look ahead to the fall rollout of new booster shots. Moderna, for example, is up over 10%. BioNTech is up about 7%, and Pfizer around 1%. Those names, though, are still down more than 20% this year as demand for the vaccines has declined. And one of the hardest hit names in the space is Novavax, going from a market cap of around $22 billion at its February 2021 peak to just around $700 million now. Nonetheless, shares are seeing a big boost today, up 13.5%. Carl?
Christina, thank you very much. Meantime, some negative news surrounding China, putting some U.S. companies with exposure in focus, and it could have a big impact on their bottom line. Our Seema Modi is here with some details. Hi, Seema.
Hey, Carl. Well, tech stocks really have the most on the line, with semiconductor companies like NVIDIA, AMD, Qualcomm generating over 20% of revenues in China. While those stocks are up this year, these stocks are actually down in the month of August, coinciding with new data that does show China's economy slowing faster than expected. Meantime, Evercore ISI also pointing to names like Intel and Tesla that they say could be vulnerable to a further pullback if China's growth story continues to worsen. Check out the performance of U.S. companies with China exposure, labeled here the China Trade Index. It's underperforming the S&P 500 so far in 2023, up just 5%. With that said, there's still a number of consumer-facing names like Starbucks, Marriott, Booking Holdings, even Walmart reporting growth in China this earnings season. That's keeping some investors optimistic about a potential turnaround. However, the question is whether that can really happen if China's not able to meet that 5% growth target. Carl?
It's interesting, Seema. You know, Wells took a crack at this last week, looking at the underperformance of names that had, say, 15% exposure to China. And the number one name was Las Vegas Sands. And ironically, today, it's Macau that has reclaimed the gambling hub of the world title back from Las Vegas. So China is a very difficult market to read.
It's a mixed story, and that tells you something about the consumer, that even though we are seeing some signs of outbound travel start to improve, as Booking Holdings alluded to in its earnings release a couple weeks ago, still waiting for that full rebound to, which are slowing for sure.
Yeah, maybe Macau is one of the good things they have going. Seema Modi, last chance to weigh in on who do you agree with on the market? John Mowry, our bull, or Greg Branch, our on X, and we'll bring you the results.
Crypto.com.
Let's get the results of our question of the day. We asked you, who do you agree with on the market? John Mulry, our bull, or Greg Branch, our bear, who is looking for 17 times 225 S&P 3800? The majority of you said John, our bull. We'll see who's right. Coming up next, Zoom reports in just a few moments. We're going to bring you the key themes and metrics to look out for when those numbers hit the tape. That and a lot more when you take you inside the market zone. Don't go away.
All right, team. So we got 15 minutes left to the close here. About 10 minutes, 12 minutes, whatever it is, 13 minutes. So, I'm going to post up the watch list tonight. I don't know if it's going to be a live or a watch list. I'll probably just, do a watch list. That way I don't go off on a tangent. If you guys have any questions, whatever you guys need, I want to thank you guys for joining us today. All right, we're going to stick around to the close, and then we'll post a watch list. I wanted to grab a bottle of water, but I can wait. Looks like a lower high there for Tesla, right? That's important because we said that was an area of resistance. I actually want to see if we can pull it back a little bit. And look, we actually might even have a move to move here. What I call a move to move. This is a really nice bounce off the 100-day moving average, right? So if I take this, right, and I go to the very top, let's grab it, and we'll see what we do. Look at it making new highs and the MACD making lower lows. And that is, nope. But that is a nice area of, that's a support zone. If I go right to the bottom of the candle, right, look at that. It puts it right on par for that move, guys. Start thinking about move to moves. If you don't know what they are, I will do another video on them. And I'm still working on the educational part of things. Because there is a roadmap that you should follow every morning before you come into the day. And I want you guys to have that. Because it's going to help you. It's going to help determine where you need to be or what it is you need to be looking for. Not like you need to. Again, this is not financial advice. And also, if you have not done so, give us a like, subscribe if you have not already subscribed. We greatly appreciate it, as in we, as in me. So, this move to move and the other videos and what you come into the day, dictating, what is it that you should be looking at if there is no, significant news for a single stock, a single sector, the overall markets, You want to look to see what's weak, what's strong, and you want to take notice of that, right? And see how it goes into the next day. There's a lot, right? And I'm going to cover it, right? I'm still working on those. I was finally able to get everything moved over. I still got to get my other monitors, get everything ready. So that's going to be a little bit of work. What up? Did you catch anything today? Did I make it to 100 subscribers? God, I love you guys. Thank you guys so much. I did it. 102. We did it. Thank you guys so much for that. It's a celebration. Greatly appreciate you guys. Man, I love you guys. I just hope to be able to continue to provide real educational content. A lot of the stuff we do here, we don't charge anything for it. A lot of people charge a lot of money just to hang out, right? Just to hang out, go over charts, trade live, give trade alerts, all that fun stuff. So I really appreciate all of you guys, each and every one of y'all, for everything. So let's keep it moving. Let's get back on track. So now this is Tesla. I think you might get a small little push. I'm going to wait and see what market on close is. We should start to get some of those numbers now again. Pre-market was like 640 million to the buy side, I think. Or I forget, not 600.
This week. We want to hear
I can't remember. I gave you guys the early market on close and balance.
A Fed meeting in
Let's look at the
and the next
Qs.
meeting still a month away, so we think this week's Jackson Hole meeting will be important. And we've come a long way. If you look at
There's
the
a lot of
Jackson
sectors I
Hole
want you
last
guys to
year,
look at that I
Powell
don't
said the
think a
Fed's
lot of other
inflation fight
traders
could
are going to be
bring
looking
pain,
at.
and he was largely
Today
talking
was
about job
more
losses,
so a
and
tech
the market
rally,
didn't like
as
that
we can
phrase.
see.
We've
We're going to
seen
get
job
Zoom
losses over the past year, but the
earnings
unemployment
after
rate
the
is
bell.
still very
There
low.
is a really
If you take a step back, we think
here it
that
is.
most of the market's gains are already in for the year. Our year-end S&P
I think he said
500 target is
1.8 million to the buy
4,500,
side.
and that's
Now
slight
that's
upside
changed.
from current levels, though it would mean a full
Now
year
we'll
gain
get the
of about
actual mark.
14%.
I think
Yeah,
that might have been
4,500,
it.
and
I'm
then I
not
think
sure.
your 12-month is not much higher than that, right? 4,700.
I couldn't hear him, so I do
just wondered
apologize.
if this is going to be a deadly 12 months, or if there's going to be wild swings within it.
the watch list tonight is going to be really really good. You guys don't want to miss that watch list tonight. We're going to cover something very important on it that I'm seeing as a technical, as a technical chart. And I still think it can even go. So I will get into that on the watch list tonight. Again, I'm not sure if it's going to be a live or like a live recording. I'm still debating that, but I'll let you guys know. You'll see it when I post it. I hope you guys had a great day. I did not catch anything other than a down red day.
Sounds like your sector view
a down red day.
Of a pretty
I tried to take the long. My timing was a bit early, and it's not my timing. I thought the contracts that I had up because I was lazy and I didn't look like a fucking idiot. Right? How do I go to the volatility, or how do I go to the manager, right, and say, yeah, I didn't look to see if the contracts were for tomorrow. He's going to be like, what? Right?
And
so think about that. That's what I did. Like, how did I perform that day? What would the volatility manager say? Like, all that fun stuff. You know, you got to. You have to. Your job is to. You have a number. Your job is to make that number bigger, no matter how you do it. No matter how big or how small that number is bigger. You got to make that number bigger, not smaller, and not the same either. Right? I had a red day today, a really small red. I tried shorting in the morning. And I wasn't too sure if we were going to get the continuation. It was just me. Again, I came in the morning and I said, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to let the market do what it wants to do. And I'm going to wait for my setups. And I tried putting on a couple trades, and they all worked out, both of them. The short side was at 200% that it went to. It was over 200%. But you got that, you know, from my entry to like the high was about 200%. The long side went over 300%. But I got in early.
They've waited a month.
Like I would have had to sit through this drawdown. I got in here at like 11 o'clock.
What caused
right?
the stock
I got
to
in
move
at around
higher
11
today
o'clock.
dropping about 30%
Then I noticed this
in the
trend
last
line.
month.
If you guys
Baird
see here,
adding Tesla to its best ideas list. It points
right
out
there,
that the Cybertruck
gold
production
line.
is scheduled to
Look
start
at that.
later this year. They believe
right?
that's
And
going
what
to be
did
a
we
catalyst.
do?
Along with
You've
the fact
double
that the price
topped
cuts
it.
have been effective, all of that contributing
It
to
was
Tesla moving up
pre-market
more
support.
than 7%. The flip side of that, take a look at shares of Nikola down again
Look
today.
at that double top
the
right
company
on it.
saying that the recall that it initiated 8 days ago due to
Nikola even
battery
had a
issues that
recall
caused a
on
couple
what?
of fires.
They have a vehicle?
That it may hurt their 2023 delivery
So,
guidance.
anyway,
As you take a look at shares of Nikola over the
I
last
tried
year,
getting
the
long
company
here.
also
Here
saying
at 11
it will
o'clock.
issue
It was a little early, but
$325
then we
million
turned back
in
around,
convertible
and those
bonds.
things
Remember
are up
Nikola chair
over
Steve Gursky, he became
300%.
CEO earlier this
So
month.
I missed out on the
He's
short,
got a
and I
lot on
missed
his
out on
plate
the
if
long.
he's gonna
It's all
stabilize
good.
the
I'll be
situation
okay.
at Nikola. Carl, back
I'll
to
be
you.
okay.
Phil, really quick, XPeng, for example, has been in
So,
the news last week. They were forecasting this loss.
Again, I
Today it's
expect
more
as
about
we get
saying,
into the
look,
week,
cost
we should
cuts we've
start to get a little
implemented
more
are gonna
volume.
mitigate
We're
some
getting
of
some
that loss.
volume
We
in
got a
now,
partnership
starting
with
to pick,
VW.
starting
Is
to pick
Tesla
its,
sort of riding
starting to pick up a little bit.
General view of what Chinese EV makers
Again,
are doing?
I'm cautious about this bounce.
Yes, to a certain extent it is.
All right?
Because remember,
when the
China
Dow
is the
started to
largest
sell
EV
off,
market in the world.
tech
Tesla
and the
is the
SPY and
largest
everything, they
player
started
within
following the
that
Dow.
market. Now it's
So
insulated
to the
a certain
upside, tech
extent
is the
because
leader.
it's a much
To the
better run
downside,
company
you're going to
than a
want to
number of
watch
the
the Dow.
Chinese
Because
EV
if it
companies,
cannot
which are
catch a
truly
bid,
startups that are
the
just starting to
market
get
will
their
just
legs in
follow
terms of
that
production.
the
So
Dow
Tesla
down.
is better
Right?
capitalized and
So
a
we'll
better
cover
run
all
company
that. We're going to
than
go
many
over the
of those
markets
Chinese
as a
electric
whole
vehicle
when we get
companies.
into the watch
Nonetheless,
list or live
when they go
tonight.
lower
I
and the
want to thank
market
each and
goes
every
lower,
one of you. If
that
you haven't
weighs
done
on
so and
Tesla.
you're just joining us, thank you.
China,
If you
talk
could,
some
hit the like,
UAW,
subscribe if you haven't already
upcoming days.
subscribed.
Thank you, Phil,
And
for
we'll
today.
come back on in
Tesla.
1 minute when we
Let's turn
come
to
into
Pippa
this close.
Stevens on
5
Zoom,
minutes, guys.
coming up in a few moments
Let's
here.
wrap it up.
Another name,
Hope you guys had a
Pippa,
great day.
where
If you
not
did not have a
necessarily
great
going
day,
into the
let's
red hot,
Let's learn
right, Carl.
what we.
Expectations
Let's
are
take what we
pretty
did
muted ahead
wrong,
of this
what
report,
we could have
with
did better.
analysts saying
All right.
There's a lack of catalyst that could lead to a re-acceleration in the company's business, with limited visibility for margin improvement. That said, Morgan Stanley noting that Q2 likely marked the last quarter of meaningful enterprise downsell and churn, thanks to deals that were signed during COVID. So maybe some stabilization there looking forward as the company tries to expand its product suite beyond just video calls. Now, in addition to opportunities outside of video, investors will also be focused on commentary around
No, this doesn't
AI,
seem like
you
it,
have
right? I
been
could look at it
investing
both
in.
ways,
That
but
includes
guys,
timeline and
this could be a bit bullish
opportunities
for
products within Zoom IQ, including
for
meeting
Zoom.
summary
This thing
and
could be.
chat
This thing could
compose.
definitely get up
Shares
to the
are
low
about
70s.
1.4% higher right now, Carl.
Nvidia.
Seeing you in just a couple of minutes.
470. What did we say last night? If we got above 435, watch out. It's going to go higher.
So far. Yes, in fact, 2 up days. So remember, the bottom was on Friday, 43.40, right at the open. And look, we're just passing 4,400. We're at the highs for the day. You notice the Dow is flat today? That's because it's all about
Zoom was
and
a
consumer
$600
discretionary
stock,
and
guys. Can you
communication
believe that?
services. Elsewhere,
Can you
banks,
believe that?
energy,
Holy
consumer
cow,
staples
that's an
really
ultimate
weighing
short
on
right
the
there,
Dow
guys.
right now, and this is where you
That
see the
clear
differences,
double top up
in
here.
the market
Clear double
capitalization.
top,
The
triple
Dow, of
top,
course, a
really.
price-weighted index,
That's what it is.
as well.
One,
So 2 things.
2, 3,
Every
but
single
this
big
double
cap tech
top.
stock is up today. And again, for most of them, the bottom was on Friday. Number 2,
So
and this
there's
is the
your
most important
resistance
thing,
at
9 basis points
67.33.
up for the 10-year
Let's see what
yield.
happens.
This would have been catastrophic in the last 2 weeks, and yet all throughout the day, the S&P has been rallying and has not dropped tech, not dropped communication services. This is a change in trend. We've been
Wow,
totally
look at
wedded,
Nvidia go,
obsessed
guys.
with
This
looking
thing
at this
just
10-year
ripped.
yield for 2.5 weeks now, and today
That's
suddenly
crazy,
it
guys.
stopped
Damn it.
mattering as much.
I'm
I think
upset
that's
I missed that
potentially
one. I
significant.
shouldn't have missed
So
that.
Right now,
Look at that
why?
run.
There has been this speculation that higher rates are going to somehow kill
That's
earnings,
crazy.
kill the economy. But I think it's all very speculative still. I mean, we need some evidence that this small creep up in the interest rates we're seeing are somehow going to alter the fundamental outlook.
Look,
And
just
I'm not
straight up,
convinced that's
guys,
going to
straight
happen.
up.
So what do I see? I see multiples have come down since the
All
start.
right, clap it up,
of
guys.
August.
2
We're
more
at
minutes.
18
Great
and a
job
half,
today.
close to 19.
Let's
We're
wrap it
almost
up.
20-time
If you had a great
That's
day,
good
if
news.
you had a bad
Earnings
day,
estimates
let's learn
stable,
from it.
but
What
they're
did we
much
do
higher for
right?
the
What
third
did we
quarter
do
and the fourth
wrong?
quarter. So the numbers are
I
not
appreciate
coming down.
all of
Nobody's
you.
cutting their numbers on these slightly higher rates. So far in August,
Let's see
I
how we close,
seasonally
guys.
light
Let's see how we
volume.
close.
I see the VIX it's below 17. It just dropped below 17. And so I don't see the panic out there right now. I see a little bit of concern about the speculation on the higher rates and what it's going to do, but I don't see the evidence that it's actually going to kill anything right now. It's not going to kill the soft landing. It's not going to kill the earnings, which was the bottom in the second quarter. So I'm just waiting for evidence, and I'm waiting for Powell to somehow come out and tell us why that we need to worry about this a lot more.
You mentioned seasonally light volume. Does this mean that we're still sort of waffling around through August, or is anything decisive right now?
No. Well,
in terms of
let's
price
put it this
action.
way. It's always decisive, but there is nothing that I am looking at that I'm worried about. I see the volumes are seasonally light today. No, if there was really a problem, there was a fundamental issue. People were convinced somehow that the economy was changing. Earnings were going to go right straight down. You would see much heavier volume. You'd see people making bets. They're not. All this is right now is lack of conviction of people want to buy stocks at this point, not people looking to sell. The VIX, if there was more concerned over a 30-day period that suddenly we were going to see a real blow up, the VIX is in contango. All the VIX futures are slowly sloping upward in the next few months. That's not a sign of investor panic.
All right, guys, market closed. Thank you guys so much.
Much higher VIX.
You guys have a great night. I will see you guys here in a little bit. If you haven't done so, hit that like, subscribe. Thank you guys so much. We finally reached 100 subscribers. It is an honor. I greatly appreciate you guys. There's only one more thing to do. That's to go to 1,000. My ultimate goal, like I said last night, is to get to 100,000 subscribers. I want to keep putting on and providing. All right, it's important that you guys are able to use this one of the many tools that we have, right, to be able to get where it is we want to be, right? That's my goal. That's my goal, to help you guys and helping, giving you guys some of the information that it's taken me 10 years to gather, right? I need you guys to give it time. Don't get stressed out. Keep the work. You got to keep up the work, as frustrating as it can be. going back, looking at what it is that you did, whether you did it right or you did it wrong. Go back and go look. And again, start taking screenshots of charts, right? The S&P even, right? What did we do today? We had a gap up, we pull it back, only to rally higher. Okay, just knowing things like that. Right. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much for joining me. I will be back on here in just a couple moments. So we'll cover the day, we'll cover the news, we'll cover Zoom earnings, right? That should open up an opportunity for a trade tomorrow, okay? All right, guys, have a great night. I will see you guys in just a few moments.
Let's see, our market panel is ready. Joining us now, Ed Clissold from Ned Davis Research and Katie Kaminsky from Alpha Simplex. But before we get to you guys, we got some breaking news on Teva Pharmaceutical. Bertha Coombs has the story. Bertha?
John, the Justice Department announcing a deferred prosecution agreement with Teva Pharmaceuticals and Glenmark Pharmaceuticals this afternoon to resolve charges of price fixing involving the generic cholesterol drug Pravastatin. Under the criminal antitrust agreement, Teva will pay $225 million in a criminal penalty, the largest ever for a domestic antitrust cartel, and donate $50 million to a humanitarian group. Glenmark's U.S. division will pay a $30 million criminal penalty. But in an unprecedented move, both companies will be required to divest those product lines, sell the businesses within 3 months under the supervision of the DOJ, and they will be prohibited from entering into the Pravastatin market in the U.S. for 5 years. As part of the agreement, Teva also admitted to participating in price fixing on 2 other drugs, clotrimazole for skin infections and tobramycin used to treat cystic fibrosis. The deals resolve an indictment brought 3 years ago involving 7 companies in all. And with today's fines, John, the group has collectively agreed to pay $680 million in criminal penalties. Back to you.
Bertha, what background can you give us on this? I'm looking at the chart on Teva. After hours, it kind of went up and down. And now
Zoom, it's going to give us insight to people working. Are they still working at home, working in office? Have they lightened up? Have they started to see any slowdown because they're wanting people back in the office? Right? Look, the S&Ps just broke down pre-market at this level. See if we turn 439 in resistance now and pull it back a little bit. Zoom is going to give you some insight into the work. Right? Are people working from home, meetings, right? Which airlines have picked up. So it's going to give you insight to the environment as far as work is concerned, right? Careers. Okay, so I'm going to want to see those numbers. I am going to want to see the earnings call as well, because those type of, you can use those ideas and what you hear them say. If you're starting to hear them say, you're starting to see more people, are going in and they need less of Zoom. Okay, or they're using Zoom in other ways. Like, what's up? So that's why you want to listen in and take note of some of those things. Zoom is one of the leaders in that space.
All right.
Right.
Bertha Coombs, thank you.
Thank you guys so much. You guys have a great rest of your night. One more time, I'll see you guys shortly.
Market panel, Ed Clissold from Ned Davis Research, Katie Kaminsky.
Have a good night. I don't know what that was. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have the music. There's no outro here. All right, guys. You guys have a great night.